everyone, and welcome. My name is Don Bain, and of course I am the Gadget Professor. We're coming at you live and 102% in living color from CES 2025. Welcome everyone. We are here at the Tech Podcast Expose. What we will do here is every 10 to 15 minutes we will have a new company come here and we will interview them. Again, between 10 and 15 minutes, all day, non-stop. Of course, today is the last day, so I think it shuts down, I believe, at 2. At 2, wow, thank you. That was a wild guess. So we'll be here from 9 to 2. I personally will be here from 9 to noon. And as I said, every 15 minutes or so, we'll have a new company here, and I will ask them about what their product is this year, what they're trying to accomplish. Things like, why are you here? And we'll see some interesting stuff. We have seen just, I don't know, in my opinion, some remarkable products, ideas, services. I think I've seen more of a variance than ever before. And I was quite pleased with some of the things that I saw. One of the things that I thought was absolutely phenomenal, and I do mean phenomenal, was this lifelike dog. And I mean, it was lifelike. A little puppy about yay big, and it was brown, and it looked real. I mean, when the gentleman came up and I saw the dog, I figured, wow, how do you get a dog in here? And what a cute little dog. And then when I got close and he put the doggy on my table here, yeah, it was real. Yeah, virtual real. It basically had artificial intelligence built inside this robot, and he had made the dog so that it felt so real. But the thing is, there's motors inside of that, there's sensors inside of that, so it responds to all types of human commands, if you will. So I was petting the dog, and you can actually feel its skin kind of rippling up. Its ears went up when he talked to it, its ears went up when he turned his head and he listened. And what the dog was for is for people who are experiencing Alzheimer's, which is horrific, but this is a great comfort for them, and they can actually have it sit in their lap. They could take it to bed with them if they want, and the dog's always nuzzling up to you, and it's just like a regular dog. And boy, it was so realistic, and the concept is pretty simple. It basically gives comfort for those folks who are lonely or feel dejected or whatever. And certainly Alzheimer's is a ruthless disease for sure. But I really think that robot, if you will, that dog is going to give comfort to a lot of people. And as I was looking at it, this is the first model. I think it's going to be on the market. I think it was next month. I don't think it's on the market right now. Anybody know about the doggy? No, no one knows, but I think it's next month, February or March, as I recall. So the thing is, it's nice. It responds to commands. I guess it will do tricks. It will, lift its head up. It will beg for a snack, so you don't have to feed it. You don't have to take it out, and you can recharge it pretty easily. So I'm thinking, wow, this is really cool. And then I'm thinking, you know what? This is the first generation. I would imagine next year when they come back with that device, I don't know, perhaps it will talk, perhaps it will have sensors in it to know that someone else is in the room with them or whatever, and it's just going to get better and better. So that was one of the things I was impressed with. The other device that I was quite impressed with is a young man, I mean young, from Morocco, had gone to medical school, and he was a full-fledged licensed doctor, I believe a PhD doctor. Anyway, when he was 24 years old and he was finishing up medical school. Finishing up medical school at 24 years, I never heard of that. In any event, he said he was always interested in the heart. And everybody else went on to be a medical doctor and have a practice. He decided to go into research. And essentially his brainstorm when he was 24 was he conjured up in his brain a valve, okay, that was probably, I don't know, 2-3 inches long by maybe a half inch, if that, in diameter. And he fabricated this thing, and it just was the strangest looking thing. And long story short, instead of doing heart bypass surgery, right, where they got to cut you and rip you all apart, they're going to push this down through your aorta, and it's going to open up the clot and keep it open, and henceforth no chainsawing your chest open. Consequently, less side effects, less trauma, yada yada yada. But what an ingenious idea! And to further that, it was his idea when he was 24, and I was asking him, how long did it take to develop this? He goes, well, I'm 34 now. Took me 10 years to develop this. And quite a story. And they have tested it in animals, I guess pigs, and everything has come back, according to him, better than they ever anticipated. They have all the statistics and, what happened before the operation, after the blood, all that stuff. I don't understand at all. But the bottom line is, in the next month or 2 or 3, he's working with the FDA now to have a human, I hate to say guinea pig, but to test it on humans. And they're very extremely confident, hopefully, that it will be a success. And then obviously it will go through, I believe it's 3 sets of clinicals. And someday that's going to be a device that people are going to go to. Henceforth, the cost is less because there's less, cutting and pasting, if you will, to be done. So it's an interesting device. And as I think about it, both the dog and this little heart valve, I guess we could call it, device, are going to help millions and millions of people all over the world, and that's a good thing. So one of the beauties of attending CES is that we get to see all these wonderful inventions, and many times people come here and they have nothing. That kind of drives me nuts because, you have an interview, it's streamed worldwide. Why wouldn't you bring a product with you? And in some cases, one woman built nuclear reactors. Yeah, so I don't expect her to bring a nuclear reactor. Fortunately, she had a brochure and we could at least hold it up to the camera and see the picture. So that was kind of interesting, but I always hope when the guests come on that they bring either a video or bring the object itself or a brochure or something so that I can see it and also that you could see it. So I always, you learn this as you do a lot of interviews, and Lord knows I've done hundreds of thousands of them over the years, but I always know they're well prepared if they come in with something in their hand. We had one gentleman, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, came in, and he made, for lack of a better word, flood water stops. And I had no clue what it was, but he brought this just monster panel, plunked it down in the corner there, and then as we were talking, he goes, I brought a panel, and I still had no idea what it was. The thing was fairly heavy, so we lifted it up on the desk, and what they do is they make panels that will stop the water from coming in within reason in flood situations. And what they do is it's custom fit. So they could make one for all your doors, all your windows, anywhere there's an opening in your house. And they actually fit these in the rooms or windows, the doors that are being flooded out, which unfortunately in Florida was everywhere. And it's suction tight, and they don't move. And they're made of extremely high quality. They make phenomenal seals. Not even a drop of water would get in. Of course, when you have those cases when water is everywhere and it's seeping through your cinder block foundation or whatever, those aren't going to help you. But I'm sure there are situations that those things will be a lifesaver and a home saver. So again, we see all kinds of different devices. Yesterday, I know some folks that I were with were over at the convention center, and they were at the Hisense booth. Now, Hisense is a company that makes TVs for themselves and for everybody else. I think they make Samsungs to their specs, of course. And they saw that they had made a new Hisense oven. So instead of having your regular oven, you would have this Hisense oven. And As you may or may not know, one of my favorite foods is pizza. I'm not going to admit it. And they had this oven that was a brick oven. It's an oven, but it's also a brick pizza oven, all built into one, and it looks just like a regular oven. So, you know, as they're describing this to me, they're saying, "Oh, what a great pizza oven," and I'm like, you know, how good can it be? Well, the two friends that were there of mine that are from Sicily and certainly know their pizza, they said it was one of the best pizzas they've ever had. It came out crispy, and it's just like you had a brick oven in your home. It was that good. I was blown away by it, so I have to get over there today and see it and hopefully taste it. However, there are about 350,000 people that are here. So he said the line for the pizza was a 25-minute wait. Of course, having ADD and ADHD, I would not be able to wait in the line for 25 minutes because I'd be flipping out. Come on, come on, come on. So he said when he finally got to the head of the line, they gave him a pizza strip, you know, like yay big. But he said it was fantastic. He said it was so good he would wait in line a second time. So I got to go over there and check it, and maybe I can slip through the line or get to talk to one of the execs. One thing, I don't have my badge on me, but our badge have I think it's a green strip, and that indicates press. Is it green? Oh, okay.
It's
yeah,
green. It's
hey,
green.
I remember
Yep,
something.
green.
So if they see that badge, they know that we're from the press, and usually they'll come right over to us because they want to get some free press, you know, video, audio, pictures, whatever. So I hate to use my pull, which is really nothing. But I don't know, maybe I'll get a little strip of pizza and I'll tell you about it. Maybe I'll even video. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. So that was a lot of fun. There are, as I understand it, there is over 200 million square feet of CES space. 200 million. That is bigger than 50 Walmarts and 100 Costco's put together. Yeah, it's big. You cannot see CES every booth. If you had a group of 10 people and everyone went to an assigned booth, you could not see it in the 4 days, 3.5 days that this venture takes place. It's just enormous, and one of the problems you have when you're attending CES is you don't know where to go first, problem. And the second thing is, even when you're here walking up and down the venues here, and you can kind of, let me go this way, you could kind of see behind me, it's just starting to fill up. Now, remember, folks, it's 9:13 in the morning here at the Venetian, and it's a lot of slow, which we would expect this to be the slowest day. And as I say every day, you ask, why is it the slowest day, or why aren't people here at 9 o'clock in the morning? Well, of course, you're in Vegas, and some people have partaken in too much beverage, and they can't move, and they're in bed. So we won't see them till, I don't know, 10, 10:30, 11. Those folks who have not partaken or have partaken in beverage, and also some other extracurricular activities, are in jail waiting for the judge to give them bail and let them out on personal recognizance, and then they will come over here and walk around. So that's why there's not a lot of people here this morning, in case you're wondering. So I am pleasantly waiting for our first interview, which should be here in about, I'm hoping, 5 or less minutes. My next 3 interviews should be pretty interesting. I am familiar with their products. At least 2 of the 3, I'm familiar with their products. So I got a lot of questions for them, and one of them I got a lot of questions because they're getting a lot of odd press. Some of it's very good, a lot of it's very bad. I want to ask them what's going on with that, and that should be an interesting interview, because I interview the people. I ask them questions that are on my mind, and of course I read a lot of technical journals, talk to a lot of people, throughout the day in this space, in this business, and because I'm familiar with the products, I think I know a little bit about them, what the good points, what the bad points are. So you'll know when I'm interviewing this gentlemen, to see what's happening. The other thing that I have experienced, and it's horrifically embarrassing and upsetting to me, is that a lot of people come from other countries, of course, and France, China, Philippines, wherever, India, and I can't understand what they're saying. They speak English probably better than I do, but their accent is so thick that I can hardly hear as it is. So I try so patiently to try to listen and understand, and many times I just can't. And as I said, it's embarrassing. But some of those people, unfortunately, I have to cut them loose, because if I can't understand it, I'm assuming that a lot of you can't understand it. So don't think that I'm abrupt and just not interested in the product. That's absolutely not the case. The situation is that I'm just having a communications problem. Of course, their interview will be taped and it will be up. You can see all these interviews after CES is over. They will be on a YouTube channel. They will be on, I think, the Tech Podcast Network. I will run them on my thegadgetprofessor.com, and PLUGHITZ will be on there. So everybody who has websites that participated in CES will for a long while rerun these. The best way to get it, if you know the company, I would go on YouTube, or I would Google it, or I would use ChatGPT, and I would just say, John Smith Barbecue Company and CES, and then you'll probably get taken right to the video. Time out. This is tea. Oh, that's good. Enza, this is good.
She doesn't have headphones on.
She's better off. Okay. I'm under the impression that our first interview is here. Yes, okay.
Yes.
I am looking forward to this with great anticipation. This company is called Hover Air. Ken Hung is the gentleman that we will be interviewing. You cannot go on the internet and not see Hover Air. It's just not going to happen. This is one of the hottest, I don't want to say the hottest, but certainly one of the hottest drones there is, and very interesting company. So again, I have a lot of questions to ask, and he's brought some product and stuff with him. So this should be pretty good. I'm definitely looking forward to this. And folks, this is a brand new product. They were out with a product last year that did very well. This year they came out with, I think, 2 or 3, maybe 4 different devices, 2 more new drones, and a bunch of controllers and stuff. I have not worked with those personally, so let's see what happens here. These things are a heck of a lot of fun. So right now, Ken is coming up, and they're going to put the headset on, and we'll give him our best, and he knows everything there is to know about these particular devices. And I think he's actually going to fly one here. Oh my God, he is flying one. You got to see this. I mean, you got to see this, folks. Ken, come on! I can't wait. I'm excited about this. Wow, what a treat, Ken. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming on. Yeah, I can't wait till he gets his headset on. This is cool. This is going to be fun. Really.
Yeah.
Really. Hi, Ken. Welcome. My name is Don Bain, and I am the Gadget Professor, and you are Ken Hung. Is that pronounced right?
That's right, Ken Hung.
I got it. Yeah. And you were with a company called Hover Air.
That's right.
Okay. Now, folks, if you're not familiar with Hover Air, I got to tell you from a personal standpoint of view, literally, you can't go on the internet, you can't go on Facebook, Instagram, you can't go anywhere without seeing Hover Air. And they make drones. And they have come from a small company. They had 1 unit out. I believe it was the X1 last year.
Yes.
Tremendous success. And what I personally like about them is they're gigantically user-friendly. So if you're intimidated or afraid of flying a drone, stop. Take a look at this Hover Air, and I'm going to be quiet. I'm very excited, and we'll let Ken take it over. Thank you again for coming.
Sure, my pleasure. Yeah, so I have one thing to correct. Like,
Please.
it looks like a drone, but we call it as a flying camera because it's
A flying
completely
camera,
different
okay.
from a drone.
Good point.
Yes.
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
Absolutely. So, traditional drone is like quite dangerous. It's like
Yes,
propellers
they are.
open, and like we are very different. It's foldable. It's easy to use.
Okay, you can see that close up, right?
Yeah.
This is the actual product. Now, what model is this one you're showing?
This one is Pro Max.
Okay, you have 3 models?
Yes.
Okay, and
So we have 3 models: Pro, Pro Max, and X1. So
Okay.
X1 was launched in 2023,
okay.
and it was incredibly popular.
Yeah, it was. It was. I think it was the drone of the year.
That's right. That's right.
He's very modest. It was the drone of the year. And believe me, that space is crowded. But we're not calling it a drone.
Flying camera. Yeah, we're
It was the
educating
flying
everybody.
camera of the
Yes.
year.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, so, like we started our journey about 10 years ago. We launched the first product called Hover Passport,
Right.
which is like similar concept. It flies by itself. It
Right.
can fold. It can put it into a pocket. But it's actually at that time, it was the first generation. So it's still like quite big, quite heavy, and doesn't fly as fast. So over the last 10 years also, we have developed our products and came up with this one, X1. It's much smaller. It's very light. You can feel it. It's very light.
Honest to God, I mean, I think a pack of cigarettes, bad example, weighs more than this. And look how portable it is. It's light. Again, you can easily put this in your pocket. And boy, I'll tell you, I've seen these on the web, videos. They fly. He might even fly one for us. We'll see.
Yeah, so, like this one is really good for everyday, everyone usage. Because previously, drone is like mostly accessed by like tech geeks or like those are very professional pilots. But this one is used by a lot of people, like everybody, like
Okay.
from kids to, like anyone.
Right.
So
a child can actually use this. So if you have a grandkid or a child, whatever, this is
Yeah.
such a fantastic device. I mean, talk about creating imagination and just, fun stuff. This is it.
yeah, so like I'll give you an example. Like I brought this home, and then my 5-year-old.
Okay.
He just, without telling us, took it to his kindergarten. And then at the end of the day, when I took it back and I downloaded a bunch of kids' face, and then they were like, oh, what's that? So like they're so happy. I didn't know that he took it to the school until I took it back and then downloaded like, what the heck? Like, why
That
are
is
there
awesome.
so
That's
many
great.
kids' face?
And you didn't know that he had the drone,
Like
taking it to school.
Yeah, he took it to school.
And
didn't
he
tell
obviously
me.
at 5 years old knew how to fly it.
Yeah, obviously. And all his classmates used it.
Oh, is that
And
right?
So, yeah.
See,
so
that's the point. This is high level user friendly, and kids just love these things. I mean, it's just adults love them. It's such a blast.
Yeah, so like my wife loves it as well. Like
Right.
she is a professional photographer, and she really wants to capture like kids riding on the bicycle.
Right.
So she used to have her own, cameras,
Right.
and then holding on a gimbal and
Yeah.
riding a bicycle right after the kids, and she fell down with
Oh
both
my God.
her
No, with the
camera, yeah, with the camera and herself. So like once she know like, oh, this one is amazing, address exact that, and she was never in the photo with the kids because she was the person
Sure. The
taking the
cameraman.
camera.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So like we always said, the person who's holding the camera is never in the camera. So the idea was that, camera was created to capture the precious moment in your life. But when you're taking that, you're out of the moment.
Absolutely.
So like with this, you can always with the ones that you love and immerse in that moment. And someone else is taking care of that.
Okay. Let's talk about specifications. I think people out there want to know,
Mm-hmm.
what kind of resolutions. Does it take stills? Does it take videos? All that kind of stuff.
So we have like 3 products. And, like this one is popular.
Let's just hold them up a little bit.
Yeah.
So
So,
there you go. Okay, you're good.
So we have 3. So this one, when it was launched, like people love like portability, foldable, and self-flying.
That's the X1.
Yeah, X1.
People still buy that. It
Yeah.
still works. It's
Yeah,
great.
Absolutely. It's like for everyone, everyday usage. And then, but we also hear from our users that there are something that aren't as satisfactory for a specific use case. For example, it doesn't fly over water. It's not flying fast enough to capture, action sports.
Now, the water drives it crazy, the sensors.
Yeah, so
Okay.
because we're using like computer vision
Yeah, can you show that?
Yeah, at the
camera?
bottom. So at the
There you
bottom,
go.
there is a little camera here that it captures the images below it and then use it to navigate. But if the texture under the camera is not clear enough,
Yeah.
it cannot fly.
So the water essentially to the camera looks blurry, and they can't lock onto anything because it's kind of sort of moving.
That's right. So and also it doesn't fly fast enough. It cannot fly under extreme cold. A lot of people take it to like snowboarding or skiing, and the battery doesn't last as long.
Okay.
So with all of these feedbacks that we took from our users, we upgraded into these two products. So
and you did it very fast. That's the part that gets me. I mean,
yeah, that's like
you moved fast.
9 months.
That's
From-
nothing.
So the product was launched at the end of 2023,
Right.
and then right after that, we heard a lot of feedbacks from our users, and from that, we start upgrading our next generation of products. So we launched it in August 26 on Indiegogo in 2024, and then it hits the close to 5 million, 2.7 million crowdfunding on Indiegogo, and it was the largest project in Indiegogo
Isn't
in
that something?
2024.
Is that right?
Yeah,
It's
the largest, single largest across all categories.
Wow, what an accomplishment. I mean, that's
Yeah.
something. That's really something.
Yeah, so we're very honored. So the key upgrades are, include a few things. One is obviously the camera has significantly upgraded.
Can you get a shot on that one? I think it's a little better. There you go. I think
Yeah,
it's
okay.
better for them to see.
Cool. So so this one is 2.7K, one axis stabilization, the gimbal here. But here, this Pro has like two axes. So it has 4K video. This one is 2.7K.
Okay.
This one is 8K. So the camera quality obviously increased.
Obviously, it's double.
Yeah, a
Right.
lot. And this one can like, we are benchmarking iPhone 16 Pro Max in the image quality.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so
I did not know
So
that.
like we literally took this, and with iPhone 16 Pro Max, the image like looks very similar. Yeah, we benchmark that, and also the flight time. People told us, oh, it's like not long enough. This one is around 11 minutes. These two flies about 16 minutes.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. So so these are the two differences, and the other one is obviously the flight speed. These two flies much faster, about 26 miles per hour,
That's considerable.
up to 32 miles per hour at the burst. So it's able to capture or follow the cycling or skiing, snowboarding. And last one is that there is obstacle avoidance. So this one does not have
That's
a
a
sensor.
very important. Optical avoidance is just what it sounds like. It's going to see things and go, I'm not going to go here, I'm going to go here. And, that works. It works, in all honesty, to a point. There are situations, and God knows what you can get into when you're flying, a tree branch, whatever. So any company that makes these, it's not 100% foolproof, but it's definitely better than not having it.
Yeah, that's right. So like X1 doesn't have the obstacle avoidance. The Pro has obstacle avoidance with the proximity sensor,
Okay.
and then Pro Max has the additionally a computer vision
I see.
obstacle avoidance.
All right, for the sake of time,
Mm-hmm.
let's talk about pricing, or how affordable are these units?
Okay, so 3 units, they're priced at $299.
That's for the X1.
X1,
Okay.
$499
Okay.
for Pro, and then $699. So 300,
Very
500, and
reasonable.
700.
It's very reasonable. Now,
Yeah.
can I get extra batteries with this, or do you have kits that I can, buy a kit that comes not only with the drone, but with the charger and an extra battery, or, whatever?
Yeah, so we do have a combo. We
Okay.
have various combos. So like we have combos with only a charger and battery. We have combos also with this accessory. So this accessory won the Best Innovation Award in 2024 CES, and this one is called Beacon and Joystick Bundle. So essentially, it's a remote control that you can see the real-time image on
Right.
on this beacon,
Exactly.
and you can control it. You can call it home if you're going too fast. It loses you. You press here, it flies back automatically to you. You can attach it to your wrists, or
That's quite ingenious.
like put it at the handlebar of
Right,
your
right.
bike, so you don't need to turn around to see where the camera is. You can see the camera's
I love
image
it.
from this. And also for those professional drone pilots, you can attach this joystick and use one-handed control. It has motion control. It can control here. It can also allow the users to have two-handed control.
Wow.
And if you want to see
look
the
at that.
screen in a bigger one, then you can attach your phone onto this controller.
Oh my God.
So
I
you
did
can
not
see
know
this.
that.
Yeah. So it's pretty
Wow.
much user-based. We give the options to the users.
Right.
You can decide whether you want to use the camera with no phones or no controller. That's totally okay. Or you can choose to use one beacon or one joystick, two joystick, or with your phone. It's totally up to
See,
you.
that's what I like about this company. You get anything you want, or if you don't want all this stuff, you can buy a smaller unit. Now, what I would like you to do, I'm afraid to ask, can you
Fly here?
can you fly that
Yeah,
here?
let's try it. Do it.
I have no idea. He's the expert. I wouldn't try this if it were me, but look how good these things are.
One question, can it take any phone, Android, iPhone?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it
Okay.
takes both.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so it's very simple. So this one, you just click one button. And then it flies off your hand.
Oh my God.
And once it turned red, it recognized my face. And if I turn around and start walking, it just follows me.
There it is. Now he's moving. You can
Yes.
see the drone following
so
him.
if I move over here, it just turn around and capture
How
my
cool is
phone.
that? How cool is that?
Yeah, so it's actually very automatic. And you don't need to do anything. You don't need to bring any phone or remote controller. It just follows.
So these are pre-programmed already in it. You don't need to be a scientist. You push the button and it knows where it's got to go. And I'm looking at it. It works.
Yeah, and it takes like 8K video. You can download it to your phone, and then you can share it with anyone. And if you're done, you just put your hand below it.
Yep.
It lands on your hand.
Wow.
And fold it, put it back to your pocket, and you're good to go.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I don't think there's any other device anywhere on the market that is as complete as this.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't make a lot of noise either.
No.
Now, the fact, he just came here. We didn't rehearse or anything. But the fact that he can just put it in his palm, push the button, you saw it work, and it also follows him. So, like I said, you're not going to, in my opinion, and I see thousands of things daily, pretty impressive. And the fact that you raised so much money, you set a record. Obviously, people believe in this. I'm getting the signal, but I got two quick questions. One, what about a warranty? What happens if it crashes or whatever? Will it withstand the crash within reason? I know if a car's gonna run over it, I'm not gonna survive that. Let's be reasonable.
Yeah.
But is there any kind of warranty that comes with that?
Yeah, so obviously we have 1 year warranty
Okay.
that protects that. And also we have a hover care.
Oh,
that
so like an
protects-
insurance thing?
Yes.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, so like if you mistakenly throw it into the water or like sit on it or crash it, although we have very special design. This material is called hyper-elastic material that it's bouncy. So even if it crashes anything, it's actually quite protective. It doesn't really hurt.
It's very impressive.
So, but even if you, for example, in very extreme case that you break it, then we still have hover care that can protect you. We can exchange new products to you with that care, so so that you can use it freely.
I can't find anything bad with it. I'm looking like it's all there. Ken, what do you do for the company?
I'm the chief marketing officer for the company.
Well, you do a good job. I'll tell you that. It's very, very impressive. What I'd like to do is after CES is over and everybody gets back to their normal life, whatever that was, I'd like to invite you to come back on the Gadget Professor show. And what I'd like to do is spend like a half hour-ish, again on your time,
Absolutely.
45 minutes, and then we can have people actually call in if
That
you'd
would be
like
fun.
and ask questions live.
Sure.
And then we'll put this up on the internet for everybody to learn and
be
enjoy.
cool.
I'm blown away by the flying camera. That's all I could tell you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
I
much.
really enjoyed this. This is
Yeah.
one of the most fun interviews I've had.
Me too.
Really cool.
Awesome. All right.
What
cool.
about where can I fly this? I know people were wondering that. Am I restricted areas or?
Okay.
I don't need a license.
You don't need a license.
Okay.
200. This is 192 grams, so you need a
So
license above 250.
Okay, so
you
we're
don't need
fine
it. Yeah.
with
so you're
any
fine.
of the models.
Yes. You don't need a license, but obviously, like for those like military base or
You
embassies.
got to use your
that
head
type of-
as,
yes.
as with anything. I mean,
Yes.
people get all riled up. Oh, I can't fly it here.
Yeah.
Come on, let's be reasonable about it. You don't want to interfere with fire. One guy today
Yeah.
crashed his drone into a fire into a
Oh.
plane that was delivering water in California.
No.
Yeah, and they're definitely looking for that guy.
Yeah, you need to like comply to local regulations and be
Yeah.
sensible to the environments that you're in.
Yeah, very good. Again,
All
thank
right.
you so
Thank
much.
You very
I
much.
enjoyed it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
My
Thank
pleasure. All right.
See you soon.
later.
Thanks. Well, there you go, folks. I'm blown away by this. The fact that he just came here and put it in his hand, and it took off. It took off. And it didn't wobble. It didn't fly away. It didn't do any of that stuff. And they're very affordable. And they're great. They're great. Great stuff. Good price point. Warranty if it should crash or break, which happens. Also, I'm not sure how high it goes. I didn't get to ask him that, or how far it can go. I'm sure that's in the specs, so it would be hoverair.com, and you can look up on the web and see whatever it is that you want. Okay, our next interview I don't see around at the moment, but I will tell you that from looking at the spec, it's a camera company. And I think they might make a nature, looks like a nature camera, and it might be, I don't know, it might be astrophotography. I don't know. We'll find out. It looks like another interesting gadget. I was pretty impressed with the Hover Air. Again, you go on the internet, on Facebook or whatever, and you'll see user groups that are involved with the Hover Air, and a big community. So if you have questions or problems, you can always ask the user group what's going on, and they'll answer you. So fun stuff. Again, one of the new and upcoming drone companies out there, and he knows his stuff for sure. They have a very interesting booth about, do I have a pen? I'm sorry, one moment, folks. That man, no one has a pen? All right, what can I say? This is live, folks, so, you get a lot of business things coming through the middle of this, upside down, backwards, outside, all that stuff. Now, I was getting, before we were talking about people when they come to the interview, how prepared are they? Clearly, this guy gets an A+ because he came with all his drones, his controllers. I was shocked to see that one device that actually folds out and you can move left and right and up and down, and pretty cool stuff. Other people will come here and they won't have anything. Consequently, I can't get the message across, nor can they. So it's one of those cuckoo things that happen. All right, let's talk a little bit about security here. Unfortunately, last week, I guess there was a terrorist attack, if you will, on the Trump Plaza, which is literally walking distance from here. And it scared a lot of people. One, it scared me because I know that CES was that upcoming week, this week. And I think it taught everybody a lesson in the sense that you got to be prepared and proactively protect the public. So CES is usually quite secure, at least from my perspective. This year it's on steroids. Driving into the Venetian, I take Uber. They usually drop us off in the front, and we kind of walk in, and it's like a mile to get up here. And you have to have credentials. You have to be pre-registered. The public cannot get into this, no how, no way. It's strictly for people in the industry. And the only way that I'm here is because I'm part of the press, as everybody else is here. And, we do the interviews and get the information out to the public, which is what all these attendees want, as much publicity as they possibly can. So that's all well and good. So when I walk in, I have my credentials, and they check my name on a barcode. I have a sheet that's printed out via email, and they actually put my barcode, scan my barcode in, and boom, there's a picture of me, name, date, rank, serial number, all the things that they would need. And then they go to print out your badge that you can hang on your neck. But before they do that, they get a screen that says verify ID, picture ID. So you have to show them your driver's license, and they just don't go, okay. They look at the picture and they put it next to the picture. So if you wear glasses or you didn't have a beard or whatever, they really look that over, and then they will let you in. So that's A. Now B is when they dropped me off this year, I couldn't walk directly into the facility, which made me crazy because I'm in a rush. I have to go. The police cars in front of the building, there were no less, I counted up to 16. There were probably more. This is in front of the building. It looked like there was a terrorist activity in process. All the lights are going and they're pushing traffic, and what happens is they mean well and they're there for my security, but they end up causing a monster traffic jam for probably 5 miles. I couldn't get with the cab, couldn't get in, it couldn't get out, and we ended up having to go all the way around the block again, do a loop, and then they directed us into another small roadway, which then led into the driveway. Man, I got to tell you, that added about 20 minutes onto the trip. What usually is a 10-minute ride became almost a 45-minute ride because of all the security. So I guess there's a balance there. I'm not complaining about it, but it's pretty tight here, and there are a lot of police dogs here, a lot. There are a lot of undercover security dudes here, and it's quite interesting to see how tight it is. That said, I'm still scared as hell that something's going to happen here, and every year my fear, my anxiety level rises because, quite frankly, 65% of all the attendees here at CES are chief operating executive officers. So you're going to get the presidents, vice presidents, directors of engineering. You're going to get a very high level of people here, and from all over the world. So unfortunately, if you want to cause pandemonium and terror, I hate to say it, but what better place than CES? It's very, very it's interesting and it's scary to me. So I'm never going to complain about the security, but the crazier this world gets, which is by the second now, the more concerned I am for everybody's welfare here at CES. All right, so enough about that. Now, yesterday, and I did get a couple emails. You can email me again at thegadgetprofessor@gmail.com, thegadgetprofessor@gmail.com. I did get 2 emails. I was telling a story yesterday about tea. I never finished it, so I'll bring you up to speed. So we come here in the morning. Again, we're at the Venetian. It's a magnificently beautiful facility. I have still yet to get over to the convention center, which is, 50 times the size of this. In any event, when we got here, we would eat breakfast here at the Lux Cafe. Very nice. Food's very good. The service is insanely good. So yesterday, I think, was the first day we had eaten here. We have eaten at other places. In any event, there are 3 of us at the table, and we're all eating. Again, food's good. 2 coffees, and for me, 1 tea. So I had the tea, and it was actually a high-quality tea. Speaking of tea, time out here. Little honey in that. Now, I got my tea. It was excellent, and I finished the cup in like 10 seconds. And then they were nice enough. Usually they'll give you more hot water and you use the same tea bag. Not here. They came by and said, we'll give you more hot water, and you should really have another tea bag. Great. So they gave me another tea bag. Anyway, I had like 5 cups of tea. Very good. Mighty Leaf Tea, that was the name of it. Yeah. So what happens is everything's good, blah, blah, and we go to leave, and I get the bill, which is fine. How much do you think a cup of tea cost me? A cup of tea, okay? 8 smackers. $8. for a cup of tea. I had 5 cups of tea. They didn't charge me 5 times. They only charged me for 1. So the thing is, if I had 1 cup with 1 tea bag or 10 tea bags, it still would have been $8. Oh my God. I mean, $8 for a cup of tea? That brings me to 2 things. 1, I'm going to bring my own tea bags next time. And 2, I'm going to start cultivating my own tea leaves. Yes, and I will have fresh tea. Yeah, so I've never paid $8 for a cup. It was very good, but man, oh man, wow. Things are very expensive here in Vegas, which is why, if you want to know the truth, I kind of stay in the downtown area because I don't really want to spend $800 to $1,000 to $2,000 a night. I'm a poor man. I'm the gadget professor. So the bottom line is I might be looking for a new job and have to come out of retirement. Anybody I see here that's looking for people, I ask, and hopefully they'll have mercy on me and hire me. But that's another joke for another time. Now, let's get back to CES 2025. It is now 9:46. I will be on the air till 12 o'clock, and I just got the thumbs up from Nancy, and it looks like we got Brisket Grills. Chris Hung, same last name as the other gentleman, and Chris will be here immediately, and let's see what happens here. Come on up, Chris. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good, good. We'll wait till you get juiced up here. Very good. Hi, Chris. My name is Don Bain.
Don, nice to meet you.
I'm
Christopher.
the gadget professor. Christopher, welcome. What can you tell me today?
Okay, well, yeah, so the company we founded here is called Brisket, or Brisket Grills. And the whole idea is that it uses, it's the first generative-powered AI grill, and it uses generative AI.
Whoa. It's an artificial intelligent-powered grill.
Yes, generative, yes.
Keep going.
Okay, so it uses generative AI, traditional AI, and smart home automation to deliver the most accessible and seamless and, sometimes we don't say this on marketing, but dummy-free grilling experience possible. The whole idea is that the entire grilling process, from the recipe creation to the preparation to the cook and even the post-cook, can be done as close to 1 click as possible. So we call it one-click barbecue.
Okay, and that 1 click will provide what kind of information to the grill?
So first off, we have to start with the recipe generation. So the idea is that you can ask anything, say anything, and now even photograph anything.
Oh.
And then create a recipe. And that recipe is not just a wall of text, so to speak. That recipe is created in a format and in a structure that is legible by the grill. So that means that any generated recipe that you create can then be sent to one of our brisket grills and cooked start to finish, step by step, in an automated manner. It'll control the temperature, follow the instructions, let you know when you flip something, when you need to wrap something, and so forth.
You don't have a picture of it?
No, unfortunately, not immediately on me. Yeah.
No brochure, no video. How can we see what this is?
You can go to our.
Tell me, I don't know what the size is. Is it a regular conventional grill? You put charcoal in size-wise, or is it like a green egg grill? Like, how big is this?
It's about the most famous. It's a wood pellet grill. So if you ever seen a Traeger or something like that,
okay.
Yeah, it's a similar size to
so it's that size.
Although we have many different sizes. Yes.
How much does it weigh?
So our smallest model weighs in at 70 pounds, and our largest one comes in at about 150 pounds.
Okay, so it consists of a grill, and does it consist of like a microphone where you go up and tell it what you want, or there's sensors on that will understand my voice as I talk to it?
Yeah, there's a control panel on the grill, but and there's temperature sensors of varying sorts inside the grill. But actually, AI interaction, the voice, the photo, the text, is all done on our mobile app.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I could take a picture of my grandmother's brisket and say, can you make something like this, or make a charcoal hard encrusted brisket? Will it do that?
Yes, exactly. It can be as simple as that. You can take a photo of your grandmother's recipe, take a photo of an influencer's recipe you saw, Or even a common situation is, what can I eat? That's what can I eat tonight with my family? Well, just open up your fridge, open up your spice cabinet,
I
take
like
2
that.
photos, and then say, hey, this is what I have. What can I make?
That's very interesting. So of course you can grill anything that you want on it.
Yes, if you can think, really, we say
A hamburger, whatever it is you want to grill, turkey, pork roast, whatever.
Yes, yeah, and whatever you can think of, yeah.
Okay. Now what happens if I'm creating a recipe that just is not going to be tasting too good? Does it know that, or does it create it anyway?
So that's a great thing. So it is a learning AI. So the idea is that if you give it a limited amount of information, it'll use what's the most common configuration, right?
Okay.
So it'll probably, right, it's an AI, so it's always evolving, but probably for like a steak, if you just say, I want to cook a steak, it'll probably do a ribeye that's medium rare, because that's the most common proper steak. But you can be very specific. You get more inputs, technically it'll be more accurate to what you want. If you can make it really spicy, I'm not going to say it's going to taste good, but you can say, hey, I want to make it spicy. So spicy that I don't survive. Yeah, it'll do that for you. Yeah, but of course you have to ask it to do that first.
Does it cook faster or slower or the same as any other grill would cook?
It's the same. It cooks the same speed, but the great thing is about the AI, you can specify your speed. You can say, hey, I only have 5 hours, so I only have 30 minutes. And so this is just the recipes to do so.
What kind of fuel does it take?
Wood pellet.
Wood pellets. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That's easy to get, and it gets pretty hot and then goes away.
Yeah, it can cook in low and slow, or it can go up real high to sear.
It's good for fertilizer after you're done with it.
Oh, well, after you burn it, it does turn into ash, so I'm not sure about that.
Well, the ashes are good.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely. That's started to push
Put that
it.
in your aren't ashes good for fertilizer? Yeah, I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you could take those ashes now and put them in around your plants.
Oh, okay, I was not aware of that. All right,
yeah,
I'll
get
do
that
some
in
more
your
research
book.
on that, yeah.
No, really, yeah. Make sure you credit the gadget professor when you add that tidbit in there. What do these things cost?
So
and I know you have a bunch of different, how many are there? How many different types of grills are there? And give me a feel for what these cost.
Yeah, so that's actually a great thing. So to answer your question directly, so we originally launched in 2022 with 1 SKU, then quickly expanded to a larger size, so a 2nd SKU in 2023. And now at CES, we unveiled 2 more SKUs. So now we have four grill models. And these price points, and maybe you'll be surprised, maybe not, you can tell me. But
I'll tell you in a second.
Okay, so remember, our official tagline, a slogan as a company, is everyone's smart grill.
Everyone's smart grill. Now, this gentleman is I'm just seeing it here, the CEO and the founder.
Correct, yes.
Very impressive.
Thank you, appreciate it.
No, it is, wow. Okay, so we're talking about pricing.
Yes, so everyone's smart grill means everyone, regardless of budget, skill level, time commitment. So as a result, even though we have all this advanced AI technology in it, we don't want to increase price. I know this is a long answer, but really, so that means that our price point, it starts, the one we originally released was at around the $749 price point. So that was our flagship model. We released a larger one, that was around $849 to $899 price point. The one we unveiled here, which we're very excited about, is $399 price point for 450 square inches of space. It's called the Zelos 450.
I'm shocked.
That's the idea. So we want to.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, that was the reaction we got at the booth. Yeah.
And it will give me the same functionality, obviously smaller in size, of course, but the same functionality. I could still make that little brisket or whatever I want using the same technology.
Exactly. We do not. That's a great thing. The smaller, more affordable, accessible price points are not defeatured, not limited in any way on the software side, on the AI side, versus the more expensive models.
These are available now, so if our viewers wanted to check it out or buy one, they can purchase these now.
Yes, our flagship line, which is called the Origin Series, is available now with the AI. It's fully released. And however, the one we just revealed will be coming out next month in February.
And where would someone go to buy that?
We're available on most of the popular, large big box retailers' websites. So that's HomeDepot.com, Lowe's.com, Amazon, Walmart, as well as there's some certain independent channels, specialty stores, brick and mortar that do have it, depending on where you're located.
What kind of warranty comes with this?
It's a 3-year very industry standard warranty.
3 years?
Yes, correct. And actually,
this sounds too good to be true. What am I missing here?
Yeah, you're missing this. You're missing our. We're very confident in. We want to be stress-free, not just in the cooking process, but also in the purchase process. So every grill that purchased from brisketgrills.com, our own website, has a 90-day guarantee. So you can burn on it, cook on it for 90 days. If it's not for you, just let us know, and we'll take it back and refund you.
How long has the company been in business?
So we were founded in 2020, but took around 2 years to develop and launch our first grill. So I guess we've been on the market since 2022.
Chris, how did you come up with this idea?
Okay, so it's very interesting. So this is a.
That's why I ask.
Yeah. So my background's very typical Silicon Valley tech. So once you heard one engineer, you heard them all. So I'm no different. I'm not special in that way. But
I don't know about that. You have a pretty cool product. Go ahead.
But I always had a stifling interest in grills, and I thought that around 2020 there wasn't enough. There wasn't there was innovation in grills, but it was really focused more on what in the product side we call sustainable innovation, which is adding small features that make it more premium, that but unfortunately also drive up the price point. But ultimately are not really doing two things, which is first either improving the food that comes off the grill or making it easier to get great food. So I thought, hey, what if and then people ask me, oh, Chris, you're in a grill company, you must really love barbecue. And I say, yes, but with caveats. And they're a little bit confused by the answer. And I say, yeah, I love to eat barbecue. But the cooking part, I don't want to be, babysitting it for 6 hours, 12 hours.
Yeah,
so,
right.
And I found there's a lot of people like me. So yeah, what if I could do it as close to one click as possible?
Yeah, that's good. I get it. I get that. Wow. I'm always fascinated. I get to interview all kinds of people here, and I'm always fascinated by a couple things. One, how you came up with the idea, and then two, having an idea, you got to have an idea. But to get from the idea to CES with the product functioning and working, how do you do that? That's a lot of work. And not to miss the fact, but you're a young man, and it makes me feel good that there's hope for the world, that we have entrepreneurs and people that have that intellect, and that entrepreneurship spirit that actually go on and do this. It fascinates me.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy. Our first model, we went through 14 iterations of prototypes before we were happy.
Look at the tenacity.
Yeah.
14. Thomas Edison. They asked him, "How does it feel to to have invented the light bulb?" And he said, "What you don't know is that what I've learned is 1,000 ways to fail."
Oh yeah. Failure is not on our marketing brochure, so to speak, but it's definitely we've experienced a lot of it.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have got there without the failures.
Exactly. Yeah, that's very much hard lessons.
I personally learned from all my failures.
Absolutely.
I might not remember, but I learned. Interesting. Yeah. What I'd like to do, if you're open to this, it's not now. A couple weeks, whatever from now, I'd like to get one of your grills and do a video on it on my show and have you come in the show and take calls.
I'd be happy to, yes.
How's that sound? Huh?
Yeah, sounds good, yeah.
Now, I can't cook, but I can eat. So there's two parts of the equation. Some people are cooks, some people are eaters, and you need both, because if you cook and you don't have someone to eat it, what good is it?
Yeah, so...
Yeah? And if you have someone who eats and doesn't like to cook, they're not going to eat. So you need both. So I'm going to... I'll try that. And,
I'd be happy to.
Yeah. Do you have videos up on it, on YouTube or whatever?
Yes, you can find us all. It's all the same handle, at Brisket Grills.
Now, where did at Brisket Grills come from? Listen, I'm a nice Jewish boy. I know brisket.
Okay.
My grandmother made brisket. My mother made... Whoa. I've just learned that Scott makes brisket. You make brisket? Yeah,
so you're asking about the name. So brisket has, perhaps you grew up with, and some of your colleagues grew up with.
I did.
It's the holy grail of American barbecue, right?
Yeah, my son makes brisket.
But actually, it's also very tricky. I'm not it's almost
It's very tricky.
A little bit over, it's overcooked. A little bit under, it's still
You're
too
exactly
chewy.
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's almost like if you go on the barbecue forums, it's almost like a rite of passage. Hey, your first 3 briskets,
Yeah, right.
they're not really edible. But actually, one of our great success stories, and this person who wrote doesn't know what he did, but we know what he did. He purchased one of our grills, and he said, he posted a review and some photos, said, my first cook after I assembled it. I did the season, burned it off, and I cooked the whole packer brisket. And then it came out great. He showed some pictures and said my family loved it. And that was it. Very uneventful description by him. But to us, it was like, that is not, that is a success, that is what we want to have happen. Yeah, our engineers were like, wow, this is what we want to replicate over and over again.
And the results are that good.
Yes, yeah, it's and that's a great thing you said. You talked about cook and eaters. Everyone smart grill means everyone. It doesn't just mean the people who don't want to touch it or don't want to do any effort. For those who do love the process, that do want to manage the fire, manage the cook, do the spritzing, it can be as hands-on and hands-off as you want it to be. If you're expert, it'll just let you know, hey, just let me know when I need to spritz it. It'll do that.
Ingenious product. That's all I can tell you. Very good. I'm proud of you.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'll let the team know.
Hope to hear from you again, and you can check out what Dan's there. And
okay, give me the address for the grill.
You know, I got to think someday, and probably you're going to be at the forefront of this, you're going to have in your home, you know, maybe not a grill per se, but a system that's going to kind of AI cook for you. Yeah,
that's the idea. You know, the AI, right now is really focused on the cook and the recipe generation, but we can even go into grocery shopping. That's, it's, I can't tease too much about that, but that's what I can say.
I got you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank
I enjoyed speaking with you.
You too, you too.
Thank you.
All right.
Another example of a young man who, they have this idea, and they go from idea, concept, to making prototypes, failing. He said 14 times. 14 times he made that and still persisted on it, and now he has a product that's here at CES. Oh my God, I mean, it's just fantastic. I haven't seen it, and again, I want to strangle them because they bring nothing. I would have loved to have seen the size, the shape, I don't know, the color of all the models, and I don't know. So we'll try to have a cookout with one of those grills and see what happens. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Fun stuff, fun stuff. Our next interview coming up, I believe, this one's called Only Cat. I have no idea. And the other one is calling Mamotion, M-A-M-M-O-T-I-O-N. Mamotion. Don't know. Sometimes when these interviews come in, they're just going to get the name and the thing, and by the time I get here, they don't have the details on the screen. So, I do the best that I can with what I have, and that's why it's so helpful to me if they at least bring a picture of what they're dealing with. I don't know why they don't. This year, actually, when I get done here and we do our overview review of everything, I'm going to start insisting that at least the folks that I interview don't come on unless you're prepared with some kind of visual. We're in a visual world. Pardon me? Yeah, it's really upsetting to me because it sounds like when he first came on, just what I need, another grill. But as he started talking about his device, yeah, pretty cool. But again, I wish he would have bought photograph, video, anything that I could see what's going on with. So I see our next person is coming here, and I believe it's Only Cat. I don't know. But I do see a box, so at least I'll be able to see what the product is. Now this is English breakfast with a little bit of honey. Mighty fine, mighty fine. Now, about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, I discovered a new kind of tea that I had never had before. And man, oh man, it was good. It was real good. It was a vanilla cinnamon tea, and it came from, I don't know, some island. And oh my God, that was real good. And it was so good that I actually took a photograph of it, and I got to see if I can get it. And the only place you can get these things usually is on Amazon, which brings. 1 minute, what? Yeah, we got a power strip right here. We're going to see a real good interview right now. He's got the whole deal here. Looks like a cat in the box. Only Cat. No, I'm thrilled. That's great. You're good for you. Good for you. So we got the product here. We're going to be hooking it up. And again, it's something to do with cats. I just don't know. All right, so moving on here, as you can see behind me, surprisingly, it's not busy at all. Is that what you're seeing, Kirk? Kirk's getting his money.
Yeah, it's not that. It's not.
And it's 10 o'clock.
And
I'm
if I'm looking,
surprised.
I'll go to the guest shot real quick.
Yeah, people are leaving, not coming in.
So yeah, if you're watching right now, on your left-hand side under the word sport and fitness, there's a little bit. There's some people.
There's more leaving than coming in.
Yeah, but from the vantage point from your shot, there's like a handful of people. Right now it's 5 after 10. So
don't make excuses.
I think the people will come in.
All right,
So,
we'll see.
We'll see. Yep.
We'll see. Now today, folks, when the show is over, at the end of the show, everybody who has presented here, all the people on the Tech Podcast Network, will each individually pick a winner, and that winner is made from who we interviewed and what we thought was the coolest product or the most ambitious task or something that helps humanity, whatever the case may be, something that incorporates AI, whatever they feel is extra special and cool. And they'll actually get an award from the Tech Podcast Network for that, as well as all of us together will decide on one product that we're going to give the Granddaddy Award to, and that was the single most product that we liked. So Thomas is here. Thomas Rosinski?
That's right.
I got it. Hi, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor.
Nice to meet
Thank
you.
you so much for coming in. And I must comment that I'm thrilled that you brought your product with you, because I have so many people that I interview that don't have their product, and I'm trying to figure out how big, what is it? So congratulations, you're on the ball, and that means a lot to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm done blabbing. Go ahead. What do you got? It's called Only Cat.
That's right. So it is an AI cat door. So it's the world's most advanced cat door, and it says microchip enabled, so you can choose which cats can come in and when. Same on the way out. And you.
Whoa! This is going to let the cat in the house and/or out of the house, and select what cat gets privileges to come in and out?
That's right.
Oh my God.
But additionally, it's got a camera.
I had 5 wives. Is there any way I can get? No, go ahead.
So additionally, it's got a camera built into it, which means as the cat tries to bring in unwanted gifts, then it'll temporarily get locked out. So
what a cool idea.
It can be a real big problem for many cat owners having unwanted gifts deposited on the bed at 3, 4 in the morning.
Snakes, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So, having a half-dead rat dropped on you and being woken up at 4 in the morning isn't the nicest experience. So this solves that problem. Same if people going away on vacation and then coming home to a graveyard of mouse parts dissected.
Now, would the cat learn, don't bring any more friends in?
Yeah. So we find that most of the time, within a few weeks, the cats start to bring in prey less, try to bring in prey less often.
Is that right?
Although it depends, because we do also have a leaderboard for because we've got numerous installations around the world, and we've in the number 1 spot. One cat has tried to bring in prey 482 times within a 6-month period. So clearly that cat hasn't learned, but
that's an active cat.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Yeah.
Wow. So tell me how this works.
Yeah, so we've got...
What are we looking at now? We're looking at the outside.
This is the inside part.
The inside.
So
that was close. It's either outside or inside. Okay.
Yeah, so we've got an e-paper display here, so you can see whether your cats are inside or outside. There's we've got bidirectional RFID, so you can see which cats.
Obviously, it must have a strap or some identification device on the cat collar or whatever, so it knows it belongs to that device.
Yeah, so we're actually a UK-based company.
I don't hold that against you.
Thank you. And so in the UK and Europe, it's a legal requirement to have your cats microchipped.
Oh, is it? I
Yeah.
didn't know that. Dogs too?
Yeah, all
I didn't
pets.
know that. What a great idea.
Yeah.
Really? Huh.
And we find that actually many of our customers in the US, they also do have their cats microchipped. If they don't, then you can have a microchip added into the collar, but also even then that's optional. But yeah, even for cat owners who don't have the problem of unwanted gifts, just having a video and being able to see the cat's transits, you kind of get that improved connectivity with your cat as well.
I see another benefit from this. I just had a person just yesterday. They're here, and their daughter is home, and she has a lot of pets, a lizard, a parrot. Anyway, has a cat. And for whatever reason, she woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't find the cat, and she was very upset. And she literally had to go outside yelling for the cat, and didn't find it. It was very, very emotionally upsetting. Obviously, she's had the cat for them. But anyway, she came home, and there was the cat. But if she had this device, it would have told her that it's in the house.
Yep, that's right.
Because if it went out, she would have known it or seen it or both on that device.
Yeah, so it's all app enabled, so you can just connect on your phone and see all of your cat's transits.
I got to mention that to him. Now, if I were to buy, this is available on the market now for the consumer.
That's right.
Okay, where would they go to buy this?
Yeah, so originally we launched on Indiegogo, so we went down the pre-order crowdfunding route, and then spent the next 2.5 years developing the product. And now, as of 3 weeks ago, we launched our official online store and taking direct orders.
Where is that online store if someone wanted to get there?
So it's www.onlycat.com.
Only Cat.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. Am I going to install this in my home? I'd be very nervous of, pushing this thing through. How is that something that a consumer would do, or you're going to have to hire a general contractor, or how involved is that process to actually install this?
Yeah, so we find that the majority of our customers already have a cat door, and so it's just essentially a drop-in upgrade. So it's very easy to replace and install. And yeah, otherwise it's no more difficult than a typical door to install.
Do you have cutouts and information to make it easy to install that?
Absolutely. So we've got various instructions,
okay.
And customers who have uploaded videos of how they've gone about it.
What about tech support?
Yeah, so we've got direct support either by email or Facebook Messenger. And
what kind of a warranty would come with that?
So it's a 2-year warranty. Yeah, and
the door is electric. Obviously, it's going to open and close, or it's going to just allow the animal to push through whatever way they're coming or going.
Yeah, so there's just catches which then either lock or unlock. Other than that, the cat can just pass through.
Okay, but when they're unlocked, the door swings out on its own, or is there a motor that operates that?
So the motor just drives the actuator, and then other than that, the cat pushes the door open to pass through.
Okay, I know you're going to get asked this question, but I got to ask it. What about my dog? You working on something for dogs?
Not at the moment.
And I know I can't see these giant collies or bulldogs, St. Bernard getting through that.
So
but it's an interesting device.
Yeah, so the reason we developed this in the first place is actually my brother had ended up adopting a cat through unusual circumstances.
Okay, I'm not going to go there, but go ahead.
And the cat ended up started off after a couple of weeks bringing home the occasional gift, and then it became more and more frequent to the point that it was almost every night. And that very quickly became tiresome, and so he decided, well, I can solve this problem, and then developed a prototype, and then...
It's a very clever... How long did it take you to develop this?
So my brother built the first prototype within around 2/3 of a year, half a year, and then it worked just exceptionally well.
Really, right off the bat?
Yeah. So he managed to get to 100% prey detection accuracy within 4 months.
The first pop.
The very first device, yeah. And so...
That's quite unusual.
Very much so, yeah.
So he must be pretty cool and know what he's doing. I mean, I don't think I've ever heard of someone getting it right on the first try. And I never heard of that. Wow.
Yeah, and so then we were on a walk at one point and said, well, we're chatting about it and said, well, there's got to be so many other people around the world, millions of cat owners who will have this problem, and we can actually develop this into a consumer product. And so we spent the next 3 years working 70-hour weeks to bring this to market, and so here we are now.
Interesting story. Wow. And to be at CES, wow.
Yeah.
Now, give me is there one size fits all?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So you know that all the cats, and I've seen some big boy cats, and they're all going to fit through that.
So if there's some exceptionally large cats, then potentially not. Although cats are pretty much liquid. We've seen there's videos online of cats squeezing
like
underneath doors.
Yeah, it's crazy. Give me a feel for the price of this.
Yeah, so it's $500 around.
US.
US.
Okay.
Or half the price with a $10 per month subscription.
Oh, that's interesting.
So it's just a different pricing model. We find that some customers prefer to finance it that way.
So if I were to rent one and then something happens to my cat, I don't have it anymore, I can return the device to you, or how does that work? Or I own the device and I just don't pay the rentals on it anymore?
That's it. Yeah, you own the device, but then obviously if something happens, then that subscription wouldn't be due.
I see there's some gaskets on it, but I also see air going through it. Right here on the door.
Yeah.
So does that make a tight seal if this is just a prototype, or that's the way it is? Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so that is the way it is. It's actually specifically been designed that way so that with accumulation of hair, then it can still sort of
Does that
freely
leave a
swing.
draft or air come through it? Is that always going to be drafty?
It's quite small, quite minimal. So, yeah.
Interesting. So it's not available on Amazon yet, because it's not available yet. Another month, did you say?
No, so we are actively manufacturing and distributing. So we're now in the scale-up phase, and so we've fulfilled around half of our original pre-orders. And
so you're actually delivering.
Yeah, we're shipping on a weekly basis.
So if I were to Google, only cat, this has got to be the only cat.
This is the best AI cat flap in the world.
Are there other AI cat flaps?
So
I won't mention their name. I'm just curious.
No, that's fine. So essentially, there are some competitors who are trying to do the same thing. However, we are the only ones who are actually on the market, actively manufacturing, distributing, and also this does have superior technology in as well.
It's amazing.
Microchip reading.
Such a clever idea.
Yes, because we've got the microchip reading capabilities, we've got e-paper display, even just nice subtle touches such as ambient illumination, so a LED light strip along the top and inside the tunnel. So
man, these cats live in total comfort.
Yeah.
They get their pass key, they can come and go. Wow.
Yeah, so in the US, we find that there are some places raccoons will try to come in the house, but obviously this will prevent that as well.
Ooh,
yeah.
That would not be good.
Yeah.
Those things are nasty.
Yeah, and it's nice to have the video feed as well.
Absolutely.
Because you can see
that's fascinating alone.
Yeah. So
now, does that upload to the internet, or is that on SD card, or how do I pull that from that, or is it transmitted?
Yeah, so this
Wi-Fi?
connects via Wi-Fi, and then from there, then.
What resolution?
So it's in terms of the camera.
Yeah.
So it's a 2 megapixel camera.
Oh, okay. Plenty.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming in. Fascinating idea, and wow, you got it on one. The first shot, you got it right. Unheard of.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in, and I wish you the best of luck with that product. And thank you for bringing it in so we could see it and touch it and hold it and feel it. That's good.
If you'd like, I do have some videos I can show of prey delivery attempts.
Well, I have the next interview coming up. But,
no problem.
But what you can do is Enzo will give you the card here, and then we can upload it on Scott's website and mine, and people can see it.
Yeah, they're pretty interesting videos. So yeah.
All right, I'll definitely
worth
be
checking
happy
out.
to see that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting stuff. Like I said, I used to have a cat, but because my daughter's allergies, I was forced to get rid of it. And one of my friends actually took the cat. And bear with me 1 minute. Kirk is here with the phenomenal piece of information for me.
So next guest has a lawnmower.
What?
Has a lawnmower. A lawnmower. So we have to put it down here.
The guy's bringing the lawnmower here.
The lawnmower, yeah. So I have to put it there. Yeah. So your shot, that camera is going to be over there. So we'll do a wide shot.
Okay, so I'm not getting up.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm going to do a wide shot. That camera right there, that's your camera. It's going to be over here. So I can cut to the
Dr. Fuji coming.
I saw.
One of my interviews didn't show up on that camera thing.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
So I'm going to.
I can't hear anything. What happened to the camera guy?
So I'm going to cut to this shot. So, but we'll switch it up.
All right, folks. And they're bringing a lawnmower. They're bringing a lawnmower with them. What's that? No one heard me? Should I repeat that? Damn. My mic back on? Thank you very much. Kirk just informed me that our next interview is here. And they're bringing a lawnmower with them. A lawnmower. And they're actually going to bring it up here in our broadcast booth, which is on the second floor. Not a lot of space up here, but whatever. And I think they're going to put the lawnmower between two of the broadcast tables. And I was just complaining that people didn't bring their product. And we're not only going to get to see the product, but we're going to get our carpet mowed. So this should be very interesting, and we'll see what happens. I don't know. We'll find out. Not here yet. All right, after this interview, we've got a gentleman that I actually know. Dr. Fuji will be here. Dr. William Yamaguchi. He's quite the character, and that should be a very stimulating and fun interview. I promise you that it will be. All right, I'm getting a bunch of text messages and calls and all that stuff. Well, to bring everybody up to date, I am Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. We're coming at you live from CES 2025. We are located in the Venetian Expo area. And we are on the second floor. As you can see, I'm up high on the booth. And oddly enough, over my shoulder there, I don't see a heck of a lot of people, which is amazing, but that's the way it is. 10:23 here, and we are waiting for Memotion, Travis Dawson, and not here yet. I have no idea how large or small this lawnmower is, but we are all about to find out. I've never had a lawnmower interview, and we'll see what we see. So in terms of today, I thought one of the more interesting interviews, at least from my standpoint of view, was that Hover Air. Boy, that thing, it looks so easy, so cool, and it's very affordable. That would make a cool present right there for someone who has everything, unless they already have a drone. Oh, a flying camera. It's interesting how they went from, I was corrected when I said drone, to a flying camera. I kind of like the way they try to differentiate themselves from those drones versus a flying camera. So the lawnmower has arrived, and looks like a robotic lawnmower. Yeah, we're going to find out. I don't know. Hello. Hello, sir. Yeah.
I brought these for you as well.
You're a good man. I'm going to wait till you get mic'd up, and then we'll chat. But this guy got the time best inventions for 2024. I could tell you right off the bat, that's not an easy thing to accomplish, and I haven't even started interviewing. How are you? I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. How are you?
I'm doing well, sir. My name is Travis Dawson.
Nice to meet you. And where
Nice
are you
to meet
from?
sir. I'm originally from Houston, Texas. I live in Alabama now.
Okay.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
I could
Yes,
kind of tell. Kind of tell. Very hot and humid in Houston.
Oh, yes, sir.
Every time I've been there, wow. Now, the hottest, most uncomfortable place I have been in the United States is New Orleans.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
1,000% humidity.
Oh. Anyway, let's get to work here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I see you brought a lawnmower
Yes, sir.
with us. Tell me about it. We're going to get a picture of that shortly, but let's talk about that.
Yes, sir. So what I have for you here today is the Luba 2 all-wheel drive. This is our more advanced model from the Luba all-wheel drive. As of now, in 2025, we actually released some upgrades. Right.
So this has been out on the market for a while. There we have a good
Yes, sir.
close-up of that device.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So as you can tell on top of the camera there, that camera is a 3D vision camera. That's going to allow the system to auto map in your property.
No way. It's going to auto map it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It has the capability. You can also manually map as well, but that camera is going to assist in that in that advancement. This unit here is our again, this is our flagship unit. It is an all-wheel drive system with omnidirectional wheels.
Can we have another shot of that unit? All right, we'll stay on that for a minute. So you see the
Yes,
camera
sir.
there, the black camera up on top, kind of sort of in the middle. Does
Yes,
that now that camera will do the mapping. Does it go up, down, left, right,
No,
or
sir.
stationary?
It's stationary,
Okay.
but you have about a 180 degree view.
Okay, so that
Yes, sir.
answers that. Okay.
Yes, sir. And on top of that, you have the omnidirectional wheels here on the forward.
Okay.
So what that's going to do is allow the system to actually mow and conduct a zero turn without destroying the turf at the same time.
Wow.
On top of that, we are running at 38.6 degree slopes, so 80%. The forward wheels, naturally how they're engineered, it's naturally going to add traction to the system in itself. Underneath, we do have dual blade disc, so that's spanning about 15.7 inches of span. So you're actually covering down on 15.7 inches of grass per pass.
That's considerable.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely. We do have smaller units as well, but I wanted to bring the flagship unit.
No, I'm glad that you did.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Bunch of questions, of course.
Yeah, for sure.
First of
for
all,
sure.
let's get this out of the way. What are these things? How many devices do you have? How many products are there?
So we
in
have
that family.
We have two in the Luba family, and we have two in the Yuka family. So
Okay.
we have the Luba all-wheel drive, and we have the Luba all-wheel drive Mini, and then we have the Yuka Pro, and we have the Yuka Mini.
Okay. So let's talk about pricing.
Yes,
Just
sir.
give me a range.
Yes, sir. So we have everything from $899 up to $43.99.
Okay, and I'm assuming that would be the
$43.99.
King
Yes,
Daddy.
sir. So that unit's covering 2.5 acres, right? You're getting 0.37 acres per charge. You're getting 4 hours per charge.
That was my next question.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So you're getting 0.37 per charge, and then you're getting 1.24 acres in a day, right? So
Wow.
and then on top of that, to finish off
That's a lot.
to finish off the 2.5 acres, you're getting 2.5 acres in 40 hours, and that's charge times included, right? So think of a standard lawnmower, right? You're gonna get the instant gratification of, okay, I'm gonna go outside, I'm gonna cut this grass real quick, I'm gonna go inside, and I'm gonna drink a beer, or drink a beer while you're cutting the grass, whatever you want to do, right? Think of this more of a lawn maintainer, right? So this thing is going to constantly maintain your property, giving you that plush, grass that you want to have, rather than having to go outside, start the lawnmower up, use fuel, do the maintenance,
What
right?
kind of fuel does it take?
Electric. It's all battery. It's all
Totally
battery driven. Yes, sir.
Nice.
Fully autonomous, RTK driven.
What happens to the grass that's cut? Is it mulched and it's laid back down?
So I like to call it micro mulching, right? So basically, what you're doing, since it's maintaining consistently, you're only cutting off an eighth of an inch of grass to a quarter inch of grass, depending on what you have it set to, right? Because we have an app, right? So what you're going to do is set your schedule. It's going to go based on your schedule. You set your blade height in that same app. You set your frequency in that same app. You set your mow direction in that same app. And then from there, right, so I'm in Nevada right now, or my mower's in Alabama. I can start the mower right now if I wanted to go cut the property. I can start that anywhere in the world if I wanted to.
Sure.
So
What about rain? If I were to set this up, I'm just,
Yeah, are you good, sir?
you know, every other day or whatever the frequency is that I desired, and I'm not home, and it's raining on Wednesday. Does it? You know, oh, it's raining. We're not going out.
Yeah. So on top, you actually see there's two silver buttons on top of there.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily buttons. They're more of a sensor. So what that is a rain sensor, and that sets a rain delay. So it's not going to mow in the rain. So you know it's going to save your turf from being damaged from, you know, naturally. If you mow in the rain, it's going to damage your turf.
Is the unit waterproof?
The unit is actually IPX6 rated, so you can shoot a water jet at from any direction.
So it's definitely waterproof.
Definitely waterproof, yes,
what
sir.
What about maintenance? Does the grass, I would imagine some of the grass is going to stick, and how do you have to clean this every time, or does it clean itself? Or?
So I would recommend cleaning it once a week just to kind of keep it, you know, obviously sleek looking as it is naturally. But at the same time, for the production of your property, I would definitely clean it once a week. And naturally, you know, the forward wheels are omnidirectional, so it has radial and directional play. So there could be a chance of the turf of the clippings being into the wheels. So cleaning them is definitely going to be necessary. You know, just as you would clean anything else.
Is there an indicator on the actual device that says, "Hey, it's time to clean me"?
No, sir. I mean that's more of just a a preference thing. But you know, it is recommended to clean it once a week, and you know, it's.
What can I expect for, what's the life expectancy of one of these units?
So at this point in time, we have a 3-year warranty, if that tells you anything. But life expectancy can go range way beyond that, of course. You know, we're looking 5 to 6 years plus. But again, if you're maintaining it, you know, as much as you maintain something, that's how long it's going to last, right?
Well, when you think about it, you know, if you have a large yard, what you would pay just to have the manual labor.
Right.
Don, there's a question from our studio, from our booth. Is it mapped out for the property? Is it mapped out like where I can locate the edge of the property? And
yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So there is a manual mapping process and an auto mapping process. So within that mapping process, you do all your no-mow zones, you do all your pathways. This mower can manage up to 60 zones per map. Right, so if you have 60 pieces of area in that in that map, it'll be able to maintain all those areas.
Yeah. So conceptually, if I were to purchase one of those units, the big boy there, because I like that one.
Yes, sir.
And I cut my lawn, it's an acre lawn, and I cut it. It's going to take X amount of time. How long? About
an acre, you said?
Yeah, about.
It'll probably take you the day. So
a day.
You could probably cut your property 3 times in a week, you know, conceivably, just to make it make sense for you, for sure. So you don't fry the grass.
So it's not being used roughly 2 times a week. I could rent it out to my next door neighbor, have him map it out, and make a profit.
Yeah. I mean, I'll drop a little note as well. So
huh?
I mean, so you definitely could, because I mean, so with the unit comes an RTK reference station, right? So what that reference station is doing is speaking to the GNSS system, with the global network satellite system, and what that's doing is correcting the GPS signal, right? So RTK, you know, corrects GPS signal down to the centimeter. Right, so so you're getting centimeter level accuracy with this mower at all times. So for what you wanted, for you know, hypothetically, right?
Yes, absolutely hypothetical.
So say you are cutting your property, you could cut your neighbor's property as well, right? So I mean, it's just a point of you mapping it and letting it go.
You know, we laugh about it, but I'm telling you, there's people out there who are
sure.
sitting right now and say, it's a pretty ingenious idea. How long did that take to develop?
So our R&D kind of went for 8 years, and we've been in process, you know, in retail for 3 years now.
It's pretty ingenious. It's a pretty interesting device.
Yes, sir.
Now, what's the smallest unit cost and the area that it will cut?
So that would be the Yucca Mini, if you want to see here.
Oh, you got all the books.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I brought them all for you, brother.
Good man.
I brought them all for you. So
man.
it's the Yucca Mini here. I don't know if you want to see it here.
Yeah, we do.
There you go. That's the Yucca Mini. So this area, this coverage, right? This is the 899 unit, and you're mowing down to 0.2 acres. Up to 0.2 acres down to 1.2 acres. This is definitely geared towards the townhomes, the small flats.
That's awesome. You know, you're not overpaying for the big boy because you don't need it. So you actually have sized the unit down and also the price considerably.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
So everybody, you know, whatever size lawn you have,
we don't discriminate.
Yeah, no, that's
yes, sir,
that's
definitely.
very smart.
Definitely.
It's very smart.
Of course.
And you get the same technology throughout all the units.
Through all of them. Yes, sir.
Now, what about the sharpening of the blades? I would imagine if I'm using that 3-4 times a week or whatever, you know, at some point in time, there's got to be a.
Want to blow your mind?
Go ahead. Don't tell me it sharpens itself.
So it's not sharpening itself. So this unit is actually it's got dual disc here. Let me bring up the I'll bring up the Luba here, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Am I asking good questions?
You're good, brother.
Okay.
So on the mower itself, there's 2 cutting discs, right? On those cutting discs are actually blades that you can remove. You actually get double use out of these blades because they're double-sided, right? So you have 2 holes, and you could swap the blade around.
Are you kidding me? Wait, we got to show this to
for
the
sure.
audience.
I can show on here if you want me to. I can go down here and show you if
would
you
you
want
mind
to.
doing that?
For sure,
We'll get a real live view.
Definitely.
Okay, so actually he's going to go over now, tip the unit, I assume, upside down, and then we'll actually see what he's talking about. This thing is very, very clever. Wow, look at that.
Right. So
wow.
So on this unit you have 2 discs. This span is 15.7 inches. Each blade consists of 6. Each disc consists of 6 blades.
Isn't that something?
Yeah. So we actually increased the blades from 4 to 6 per disc.
That is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Of course. So again, people will kind of question, well, how does that maintain a property? How is this actually cutting any grass? Well, again, you're maintaining it, so you're not really just going through and cutting the property. So it's constantly being maintained.
Which is better for everybody. It's
yes,
better
sir.
to keep that grass at that height than trying to push through.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. So I mean, typically, if you're cutting 3 inches of grass off every time, you're actually kind of degrading your turf quality. In maintaining it consistently, you're adding the nutrients back into the turf. Right, so it's just constantly going. Yes, sir.
Well, I'm impressed by it. It's quite ingenious, and I congratulate you. Time best inventions 20. That is not an easy thing to get,
yes,
my
sir.
man.
Of course. Thank you.
I wish you the best of
yes,
luck.
Sir. Thanks for having me.
I think you've just seen something here that I have never seen, and I'm pretty impressed by it.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully you're very impressed.
I am. No, I am. It's a great idea. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Of
All
course.
right. I wish you the best of luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You can have these, brother.
Okay. Thank you. We'll give those to. All right. Now, I am going to adjust my camera here because I have a small camera here, and it looks like it's going berserk. Let us see here. Trying to turn my camera on. I might ask you to go move it back if you get a chance. All right, folks. It is now 10:37. We are here at the Venetian Expo, CES 2025. We've had some very interesting interviews for sure. And this next gentleman, I think. I think it's Dr. Fuji. This guy is a real character, and you're going to get a real kick out of him. I know I do. He is a retired orthopedic surgeon. Very bright man, but what a character. So I'll let him speak for himself, and he'll show you he'll show you what he's up to. Pretty interesting. And then we have Open Droids by Jack J. And I don't know. Thank you. I don't know what Open Droids is, but we'll find out. And then I have another interview coming up. Live all it must be. So a lot of cool things in the works here, and I'm looking forward to it. Now, when this is over today, I'm off the air here at noon. And I am going to try to bail out of here. One moment, please. Fuji's here? Okay. I'm going to have Kirk readjust he's adjusting a camera right now. We have basically 4 cameras here. There's one here. There's one right there that I'm looking into, and I've got one here. And I've got colored lights. Well, they've got colored lights on all the cameras, so it tells you if it's on standby or whatever. And right now I am on that camera. All right. Kirk is adjusting camera 1. We do see another interviewee here, so it's not Dr. Fuji. I just don't know. I don't know. Don't know who it is. Kirk, can you just pull the, sorry. Yeah, yeah, can you push that over on the bottom? The pivot. Your joystick, yeah. All right. You got it. Great, thank you. Good morning. Morning. I'm Don Bain. I'm the Gadget Professor.
Jack, pleasure
Jack,
to meet you.
My pleasure. My pleasure to meet you. Jack J. Open Droids. What do you guys do?
General, capable human droids. So there's lots of humanoids going around. We've brought the droids.
The droids are here.
Yeah. As you can see, wheels on the bottom rather than legs. We said, let's not reinvent the wheel. You know, all of the hardware that's out there today being used on machinery has wheels for a reason. It's a lot more efficient than legs. Obviously, the only problem is stairs, but for 95% of labor practice happens on an engineered level surface.
You can buy another drone for upstairs.
Right, right.
Okay, so tell me, what do these guys do? Let's get a good close-up of that. There you go.
So, from hospitality.
How tall are they, first of all?
This one right here, this was our first unit.
You have a variety of them.
Yeah, we have 3 different models, coming out with like 3 more models in the next few months. And this one right here is actually as tall as me, 6'5".
Is it really?
Yeah. Well, we want it to reach to the top of the cupboards, you know, putting all the dishes and plates away.
Okay.
It's an important thing. Or dusting off the top of the, TV stand. Anything that I should be able to do in your household, or any task a human's doing in any environment. It's not that much more expensive to make the linear actuator part, the part that brings it up and down, a little bit taller. So,
give me an example of some realistic tasks that this will do.
Household, dishes, laundry, make your bed.
It's going to pick up each dish and wash it, and knife, fork, spoon, and wash it.
Yeah, not do the scrubbing right now, but putting it in the dishwasher and then unloading the dishwasher.
Okay, so it's not the washing, it's the loading and unloading.
Right.
Okay, give me some other examples.
And with telepresence right now, you can definitely do the actual washing. Telepresence is the act of using, like, if I have a VR headset on, I could be in another country. And so that's one place that this is currently getting used in market is the actual underlying brain, the AI software. It's just not reliable enough yet. As Jensen talked about here at CES, there's an upcoming ChatGPT moment of robotics, which is really in reference to the large language models. They were around for a long time, but AI chats were never that valuable or useful, wasn't that implemented. And then boom, one big update on a new model made it very useful and lots of people onboarded. So I also think and have been referencing a ChatGPT moment for robotics prior to him saying it out loud, so that was good affirmation.
Do these things speak or talk at all?
Yeah, they do have a mic and speaker on them. So.
Okay, so I could tell it empty the dishwasher?
Right, yep. Same way you are able to talk to a maid in your house and tell them the schedule, the sort of programming, that's where this is going.
Okay, other than loading and unloading the dishwasher, I want to know some more specific things that this can do.
Yeah, bartending.
Okay, bartending. Will it make
waiting tables.
Will it make me a drink?
Yep, that would be what it does.
Yeah.
Shake up a little cocktail, hand it over to you. It's really anything which takes.
But it won't make the cocktail. It won't be in front of the bar and say, okay, I want an old fashioned. It isn't this and this and this. Here you go.
Why not? Yes.
I don't know. I'm asking.
Yes, that is 100%. You can really think about it like this is a minimum viable human. So it has the ability to take its arms from the floor up to 7-8 feet, just like we can. It has hands. Now the hands are less dexterous. That's the limitation. If we start getting
Well,
into
today it is.
Yeah, exactly. If we start getting into some more of the small finger movements, that's where this is limited. But most of the stuff, even someone with missing fingers can get all their household chores done and can be a bartender, and there's some good sensors on those grippers.
Okay, so do I have to train this? If I have a bar, it's the size of this table in my house, I could say, go make us whatever it is, and they're going to go behind this to the bar, and I have whatever set up, and how will it know that I want bourbon and, I don't know, club soda and cherries, and how does it know all that?
Well, the LLM itself was a big unlock for the droid. So obviously if you're on ChatGPT, you can go on ChatGPT and you can say, how do I make a bourbon? List it out step by step.
Okay, so this is going to obviously interconnect with ChatGPT.
Correct.
Okay, so now I'm on ChatGPT and I say, go to the bar and make me an old-fashioned.
Right. And this is what you would just speak out loud to it. ChatGPT has an API which we've implemented into it. So then it's just calling itself and saying, list this out step by step. What are the next best actions? Then it'll use this visual reference. It'll say, I am here. Okay, I remember I see that there's the bar over there. And then auto write the code to control itself. Obviously, AI is starting to write programs better and better. And, this is where we're right on the cusp of what I'm talking about being fully feasible. Right now it can do some of these things, but the reliability is what's lacking in terms of really just being able to say, okay, put it in the house, and we can just trust it to get everything done correctly.
How many of these are actually deployed?
In the whole market or from OpenDroids itself?
Take your pick.
Whole market, it's actually insanely small still, like 4,000 total units. One of our co-founders went out to China, which obviously is where a lot of the manufacturing's happening, and we talked with the heads of the leading companies out there, and basically a lot of players have been serving the industrial market. And so for household robotics, for more of the robotics for hospitality or nursing, the ones with arms, this is a very new space. It's something that people didn't expect to become possible for another 2 decades in terms of the actual underlying embodied AI capability. And I think that's what made the actual research and development limited. They're just, even these arms are too industrial from where we're going. So as a company, we went and found the best parts in existence today, the best minimum viable robot that we could put together. But really we just realized no one in China, even the main manufacturers, is going deep into the R&D of this arm, can lift 4 kilograms. It can go down to 0.1 millimeter in terms of precision. And that's from the industrial world where that was necessary.
As a customer, how do I know what this does? If I'm going to, first of all, what do these cost?
So first one here, the single arm, right now is $18,000. Dual arms, $40,000.
Okay, so before I'm going to plunk down $18,000, I have no idea what this does. I don't know. You're saying it can do anything that a housemaid can do, but it doesn't make sense to me what the physical things it can do. Do I have to train this to do this? Will it wash the floor? Will it empty the hamper? Will it do the wash for me? I don't know. So help me out here.
I think the marketing portion that we're going after for households is really dishes and laundry, and we're getting to the point where we can just say, plunk this in your home, and then show it where your dishwasher is. It'll have a little setup, user experience, and you'll say, okay, here's our dishwasher. Over there is where you're going to do the laundry. Here's my room. Here's where you'll pick up clothes, and I want you to do that every single day. It auto returns to the charger.
We're not at that point yet.
We're not at that point yet.
So why would why would I spend $18,000 for this unit now when to me it's not giving me. I give tough interviews. I mean, I don't know what it's doing for $18,000.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to tell you that is today what can happen, that you'll try to buy one and go put it in your home.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Obviously, once that is fully available, there's going to be just mass amounts of onboarding. But that's where we're going as a company, right?
Okay. So why would you have a device out that's for sale for $18,000 that you can't articulate to me what it does? I don't see anything on the literature that shows me what it does. So that's my question to you.
Yeah, this was just the flyer that I brought over here.
Did you create this with artificial intelligence and bring it down to me?
You can come see the bots down the stairs.
Okay. So do you have a
They're in
demo of these that are
TechCrunch
actually
and-
up and working?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. There's
right.
videos on the website and shows a bunch more of the actual actions. We had a couple awesome publishers here at CES while we were giving demos. We were doing just a little bit of dish, pull it out of the
Yeah.
rack and put it
Rudimentary.
back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, to me, this is in its infancy, which almost everything here is. I mean, that's why they come to CES. And, I think a couple years down the road, maybe every house will have one of these. I don't know.
I think that's definitely a good possibility.
Great. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. I wish you the very best of luck with this. And I want to see this thing a year, 2 years from now, and we'll be having a different conversation. You got to start somewhere, and if you don't start with this, you're not going to get to that. So, I'm not dissing this. What you're seeing here is evolution.
Yeah.
And you're not going to you didn't get to this smartphone without the space program. I don't care what anybody says, but they did the blood, sweat, and tears to get that basic design, the entry. There's more electronics in this than there was in the first landing on the moon.
Right. And
The same thing here.
Yeah. As a company, we started 9 months ago.
No way.
Yeah. Basically,
Now that's insane.
part of what we did
Wow.
was launch an X Prize for robotics, just recognizing that the R&D hasn't fully been pushed. I saw a bunch of tweets from other big technologists who were like, the next Michael Dell will be born from the garage or the robotics lab today. And I was like, yeah. And I remember when I was 18 trying to build my first startup, even the cost of like a $20 monthly subscription was like, oh no, like that's hefty. And I realized so many of the amazing roboticists out there just can't even afford paying for the hardware.
Oh, it's brutally hard.
So we got over 1,000 people who we accepted, 6,000 had applied with CAD designs, making the next gen lower cost robotics, and then started funding all the hardware builds from
What's your
all this
position with the
collective.
company?
Co-founder.
Co-founder.
Yes,
We don't mess around. We go right to the top brass.
of course.
I admire your tenacity and your gumption, your fortitude to stick with this. Because as I'm speaking to you now, in my head, I'm like, it's not going to help me out right now for $18,000. But I know. I know that.
The Hackintoshes early on, people were buying the early computers.
Yeah.
That's the market right now, is those engineers who want to program on top of it, who want to build the app layer on top of it and mess with
You're
it.
right. You're right on target. Now, what's your background? Your educational background?
Computer science dropout.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Where'd you go to school?
Arizona. U of A.
ASU?
U of A.
U of A. Okay, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
I built a startup in college. My
Okay.
parents made a deal with me. I had to make more money than them to drop out, so I didn't go to class at all, and I built a crypto exchange. It was the first thing I did.
love it. Well, I'm a resident of Arizona, and the Gadget Professor show comes out of Arizona in the Scottsdale area, so we'll have to meet up again whenever you want. You want to come back on the air and talk a little bit more about it. I'm all open to it.
Beautiful. I think potentially by the end of the year we'll be able to bring a bot over to your house and do the onboarding demo and have it do your dishes and laundry.
I want to do that. I believe in what you're doing.
Awesome.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me.
I wish you the best of luck, and
Appreciate it.
I like this guy. He's going to become something. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Okay, we're going to do some physical adjustments here.
So we've got to keep the interviews at 8 minutes.
Okay.
Hard.
All right, folks, this is Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. We are back here live and in color from CES 2025, and we are actually in the Venetian right now. And if you kind of look over that shoulder there, my opinion, it's not really picking up that much. And the reason for that is it's Friday, and everybody wants to get out of here, and the airport's going to be mobbed, the highways are going to be mobbed, so on and so forth. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I am going to introduce the amazing, the incredible Dr. Fuji. And Dr. Fuji is here. He's bringing all his stuff, so we'll be able to put this on camera. And this should be fun. This will be fun, I promise you. He's quite a character. Hello, hello. Yeah. And here is Dr. Fuji. He's making his way up.
The guy's got a fan club.
Yeah, he has 3 of his
Entourage.
his lovely ladies with him. Folks, this is going to be an interview that you will not want to miss, and also an interview that you will not forget. And I'm about to introduce the amazing Dr. Fuji. This is going to be quite a show. Dr. Fuji. They're going to move that chair around here for you. Dr. Fuji's in the process of setting up his incredible inventions. We're going to put this in the corner here so the camera can see it. Little tight corners here, so okay. And Dr. Fuji is bringing his inventions. This guy's something, boy, I gotta tell you. Okay, we got all kinds of stuff here. You can't see it, you will in a second, but we got all kinds of things being put up here, and wow. Yeah, really cool. More stuff. I'm having fun already. You don't know what's going on, but you'll see it right here. We're pulling out a little bit. A pan out. You can see some of this stuff right now. All right. They're putting the headset on, and we're going to wire up Dr. Fuji. And his headset's coming on. His hat's coming on. Here we go, folks. Hold on to your chairs. Hold on to your seat.
No, wrong side. Wrong side. Oh, wrong side. That's where I was going to do it. I don't think it's going to fit with the hat. Yeah, good.
All right.
Fine.
Whoa, Dr.
Oh,
Fuji
I'm
is
sorry.
here. No, you're good. You're good, Dr. Fuji.
Yeah.
Dr. Fuji, how are you? I'm Don Bain,
very
the
good,
Gadget
thank-
Professor. How are you today, sir?
Oh, incredible. We
Incredible?
we are very excited. That's why the CS, I joined CS almost 25 years.
25 years.
Yeah. It's
That's a long time.
Yeah. First, I introduce massage chair
Okay.
on the CS. That's just the first one.
Okay, now before we go on, tell me a little bit about your background. You are a retired orthopedic
Yes.
surgeon.
Yes.
Okay. And,
I practiced orthopedic surgery almost 40 years.
wow.
Then I come into United States in the
Okay.
Stanford training.
Okay.
Then I priority practice for pain management in Silicon
Pain
Valley.
management, okay.
Yeah. Then my office, I have 3 clinics.
Right.
So many patients. Because Silicon Valley is occupational issue. All the young guy on the computer.
Yes.
That's why,
Yes.
because we say ISI, repeated strain injury for neck,
Okay.
for back. So my office clinic is so busy. I say, how I can help this all engineering. That's why I introduced the massage chair.
Okay, so you did this after you retired. You kind of invented or
No, I at that time I introduced massage therapeutic massage. I'm not retired. I still running 3
Okay.
clinic. I have association
Okay.
in the Bay Area.
I see.
Yeah.
Now, tell us about your products here. Your incredible chairs and all the other
Yeah.
just really cool devices that you have.
In the CES, it's Electronic Consumer Expo, all the high technology, but never have a massage chair before, 25 years. I bring to the massage on the CES. At that time, I think so 2000, on the global sale massage only 60,000, but right now 3 million.
20 million.
Yeah, 3 million. Yeah. Most of the United States, over million massage chair last year sold out. The reason is it's popular for wellness. Yeah, wellness industrial grew up fast. Most of the CES right now have a lifestyle and the digital health. All the Venetian Expo is focused for quality life.
Right.
It's incredible. So we are very excited. We deliver the mission, take care of the people, longevity lifestyle.
Right.
I'm the official supply for Google company.
Oh my God.
Yeah, before Google company, they are publishers, they hire Masul, use hand.
Right.
Then they publish, then on the CS, the HR guy sit on my chair. Dr. Fuji, we love your chair. Where are your office? I said, my office is in Silicon Valley. They're in the Mountain View. We are at that time in the Summertail, my medical office. Also my show office, products office in Milpitas. Then send HR, all young people come, they sit on there, start. It's official. They order so many chairs.
Yeah.
They're part of the life, yeah.
Now,
Coach.
I don't know if we can see the chair here, but these things are absolutely incredible. I have sat in them many a time, and I've known Dr. Fuji for about 2-3 years now.
I know.
He's quite the gentleman. He's a lot of fun to be with. Very modest man, but a good man, good guy. These chairs, and I'm not just saying this because there's a lot of chairs around here.
Yeah.
And I've sat in them all because God knows after I get out of here I can hardly walk. But his chairs, there's just something about them. They always hit you in the right place. You can adjust if it's too hard, too soft. You want your neck. You can actually program what you want while you're sitting comfortably. They'll give you heat. And boy, I'll tell you, me personally, I don't want to get up. I actually have fallen asleep in your chairs.
I know, yeah. The massage chair from the medical benefit for all the people. First, reduce the stress. The stress is emotional cause people sickness, fatigue. The chair you sit on, you immediately recover because around the chemical, it's dopamine and also excited. Yeah,
so
it's a medical reason. People sit on the chair after 10 minutes. Hey, Dr. Fuji, I like a new man. The reason we
So
are.
it releases like endomorphins and it just makes you feel better?
Yeah, feel better. Chemical, yeah. Balance your chemical, reduce your stress. You immediately you feel more energible. So recover. So that's why Google uses the chair all the time for engineering lie down chair program. We are challenged. But right now, it's a wellness care so popular. I'm a physician, so I go to any conference, introduce my idea, 2-in-1 here. 2-in-1. The chair with a portable oxygen.
Okay, so that's this device here.
Yeah, the
Okay,
portable.
let's talk about that.
This one is consumer use for wellness, personal care. You can use all day long. You can lie down the chair, use oxygen support. So speed your recovery system. Also, this is a longevity lifestyle. The oxygen with the chair will be keep anti-aging younger. So this one, small one, this also is before the concept is oxygen is tent, big hospital. That's what we developed. It's a very easy. Use battery charge. You can use
Very
10
clever.
years. Yeah.
It's so portable.
Yeah,
Wow.
portable. Yes.
Nice.
Then you can use the chair, or you exercise, or you work in a lot of computer. The company use programming, so will help brain system recover fast.
Interesting.
Yeah, this one is a high concentrated, 7 late. It's for medical reasons. They want more like a COPD, the patient use.
Right.
That's just a consumer use. You can use anywhere. So that means we are combined 2 in 1. You see, this is eye surgeon, the practice of West Virginia. He used my chair, used oxygen. So he said, Dr. Fuji, you saving my life, saving my career. Because he practiced 20 years, he bending over, caused neck injury. Almost gave up. Then we are meet the International Health Conference. Then he sat down and then he arranged for wellness program, help all professionals. But consumer, we are just coming, we continue deliver the mission, take care of the people.
Well, I will tell you from personal experience that he puts his heart and soul behind his products, and everything that I've ever tried here at CES has been absolutely fantastic. Now, Dr. Fuji, if someone wanted to buy your products, where would they go? Where's the best place for them to get information about your products and to make the purchase?
Yeah, on the CES 2025, we are booth in Venetian Expo, the booth number 53842. But we are next year also here. But you can go to our web page.
That's what I want to know. What's the web page?
www.drfuji.com.
drfuji.com. So there you have it. I will personally say, and I have to be honest about it, I have used his products, and I think they're great. Everything that he says is true. And he's a very bright guy and a very honorable person, and I love this guy. He's a lot of fun. And just remember, the website is drfuji.com, and all your products are on there.
Yeah, all surrounded.
Okay.
Yeah, we are A to Z. We are wellness fitness program. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you, your opportunity. Wonderful appreciation.
I appreciate you coming
on. Yeah, we take care of people. We are mission take care of people. Longevity, lifestyle.
You are. You're the most fun guy here.
I'm a boss man.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Dr. Fuji. Thank you. Well, there you have it, folks. Quite a character, but his stuff is amazing. It's just amazing, and they're extremely well built. I must say that I sit at every chair I can. There's probably 40 booths around here that sell chairs. So I sit on them all because I'm hurting unit when I get out of here. His chair consistently, it's made of better materials. It's softer. It's larger. That a big guy I could sink in and relax. And they've got heaters in them. They even got on the side of the chair, like you can pump music in through Bluetooth or anything like that, which is great. But he also has, I think they're called oxygenators. And on the side, there's a fan on each side of you that actually blows oxygenated air, as I'm understanding it. And it really is it's a lighter air. So as you're sitting there.
Tom, real quick, not to interrupt, but move your mic a little closer. Because we can't. There we go.
Hey,
cool.
You're probably better off not hearing. But what happens is that oxygenated air, I don't know what they do to it, but it feels lighter. So you feel good. And when you get up, oh my God, I have fallen asleep in his chairs here. And I never do that, but it's so relaxing. And he makes all kinds of massagers and exercise units. I like his exercise units. I don't have one, but you stand on this thing and it vibrates you back and forth, and there's different exercises you can do it. And I never thought much of it, but as he was telling me, it compresses your muscles back and forth. So you stand on this thing for 10, 15 minutes, and then when you get off, you're actually exercised, and it's very cool. All right, now I am sitting here, and our next interview is here, and it looks like they are going to shoot me with something, but I'm ready. This is Livall. I have no clue what this is, but it looks very cool, and we will see what we will see. Pika Boot, and it's made by the company Livall, Livall, and Alice is here, Alice Lee. And hi, Alice. I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. How are you?
Good, good.
Good.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So Alice is here from a company called Live All, Livall, and it's Alice Lee, and she is going to tell us what this Peekaboo is all about. How are you today?
Very busy and
Very busy?
yeah.
And that's good.
The
That's what you
CES
want to
is
be. You want to be
amazing.
very busy.
Busy means good, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
What do
and
we have here? This looks like a little go-kart. Time out.
This
Something's wrong. Hold on.
Gotta move the chair over. Which, that way?
Oh, we don't want her to fall off the chair. That's what's going on.
Thank you. That's
Oh,
fine.
it's camera. It's the camera. Forward a little bit, if you can. There you go. Is that all right? Okay, you need to sit. I'm sorry, Don.
Don't worry about it. I'm easy going. You should know that by now. I'm very curious to see what this is. I have no idea.
How's that?
Kirk, can you get a shot of this cuckoo thing?
That's what, she's way over. All right, well.
Okay.
You sure?
Okay, we ready? Sorry.
That's fine.
Tell me what you have here.
Okay, this is the CES Innovation Awards winning.
This is a CES award winner?
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Yeah, and this is smart accessory, and this one can install in any regular bike and make it become an e-bike.
Wow.
Yeah, this is what we call the Pickup Boost.
Okay.
And we launched last year in Indiegogo and raised over $1 million sales. And now we have finished all the fulfillment for our backers, and now it's already sold on our own website, livall.com. And
Okay, so if you go to livall.com, you'll be able to see this, and you'll be able to see live demos of this, I'm assuming there.
maybe I need a bike, but I can introduce the function
Okay.
of Pickup Boost. Yeah, it has 4 riding modes. For the power assist modes, that means when you're pedaling, it will power assist to make you riding more easier.
Right?
Yeah, and it also has the cruise mode. That means you don't need to pedal. You can directly go.
Now, this will adapt to any bike?
Yeah, any regular bike. So you don't need to spend $1,000 to buy a
Right.
new e-bike and give up your old bike. So that's what we call the sustainable.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and it also has a very interesting function called the workout mode. That means when you're riding, it will increase the resistance. So you will ride a little bit hard, but it will recharge the battery itself.
Now, that's brilliant.
Yeah,
So you're actually using the pedaling, the motion of that, just like a generator. You are the
Yeah.
generator, and you're feeding that back power. That's very clever.
yeah, the battery.
So you're giving it a
installed
boost,
inside.
essentially.
Yeah, at the LVCC North Hall. Yeah, we add a boost there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, how hard is this for the consumer to install?
For myself, I can install it in my bike within 1 minute.
You can install this in 1 minute?
Yeah, it's very easy. Just
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, just put here at your bike and click with the screw here, and very easy, and then you can go. You can experience what kind of riding modes you want. Yeah.
That is brilliant. I mean,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
Now, how much does this device cost?
It's
There's only one model right now, right?
yeah, only one model, but
Okay.
you can experience 4 kind of riding modes, and the price is within $400. So it's not too bad, right?
Wait a minute. This only costs $100?
400.
Oh, 400.
400.
Even so.
Yeah, it has two kind of battery. One is 158 watts, which you can carry on the plane, and another one will be more powerful.
Are they lithium batteries?
Yes, the battery inside and the motor inside.
Okay. How heavy is this?
You can try. Maybe 6 pounds.
I got to tell you, this is absolutely brilliant. I mean,
Yeah.
it's brilliant. It's small,
Yeah.
relatively light. You're not going to be picking it up anyway because it's going to attach to the bike. And you got some wheels back here that obviously will touch the ground.
Yeah.
You hook it up here,
Yeah.
with this clamp.
With this gadget.
And I mean, that's about as easy as you're going to get. Kind of looks like a GoPro. Anyway, that's that. And then how do I turn this on and off? Is that via an app?
Yeah, we have our own app.
You have your
And
own app?
Through our own app, you can record your riding data, and you can choose what kind of riding mode you want and adjust the speed. And the most important thing is it has the fall detection. That means when fall down, it will send the SOS to your emergency contact.
Really?
Yeah, and it also is another
Wow.
gadget is a remote control put on your handlebar. So during your riding, you can adjust the speed with the remote control.
Boy, you pack a lot of features in it for $400.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
it's
very,
totally
very value packed.
smart, right?
Pardon me?
Very smart function.
I think so. And what's this made out of? I mean, it's pretty solid to me. Is this aluminum? What is the composition of this? Is it aluminum, metal?
This is a kind of sorry, I
That's okay.
I don't know the material.
That's okay. It
but
feels like it's a heavy-duty aluminum. So if this were to fall, it's so well made that I highly doubt it would break. And again, the mechanism that they use here to attach this to the bike, you can hook this up in 1 minute.
Yeah, very easy to install because we don't want to make our users trouble, so we will design our product very easy to go.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, it's very, very smart.
Yeah.
Now, how long would the charge last?
If full charge, it only needs 3 hours, but it will support at least 40 miles to 50 miles distance.
Now, what about if you're pedaling on that for the 14 miles? That will add life onto this?
Yeah, it will. When you pedal, it will boost.
How much
Yeah.
more will I get out of that?
The max speed is 19 miles per hour. Yeah, because we want our users to be safe, so just keep safe during your riding. And the most important thing is there will be 3 kinds of tire to match the road bike, the mountain bike, the regular bike, so this can be replaceable.
Okay, so let's just show that up here. This is being replaced. You can replace these wheels for different kinds of terrain, if you will. Extraordinarily well made, in my opinion. Very nice job.
Thank you.
If I wanted to buy one, I would go to liveall.com.
Yeah, go to liveall.com.
Liveall.com. And Amazon sell these? Not
Amazon
yet.
will be the next step.
Okay.
But just search on our website.
Liveall.com.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm amazed by this. What a clever idea.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye now. That's a real clever device, and boy, I'll tell you, it is solid. I thought it was a little cannon at first that it was going to shoot me, but it's not. Thank you so much. Wow, really cool, very cool. All right, I'm having a lot of fun here today. I enjoyed seeing that. I had no clue what that device was, but I will tell you that it's well made. $400 is an awesome price because I think one of those electric bikes, I don't know if you can buy one for $1,000 today. I don't have one, so I don't know. But if I take my my junky bike that I have and put that on it, it adds a whole new life to it, and I like that a lot. I like that a real lot. So it is now 11:18 here, and we are absolutely mind-boggling packed with interviews, and I guess we're starting to back up, so we have cut the time down. Rather than 15 minutes an interview, we are actually now going to go 8 minutes an interview. Why? So we can get more people through the interview sessions. So right now it's 11:18. Thank you. It's 11:18 here. I am at the Venetian Expo. This is CES 2025. I am Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, coming to you live, of course, from the Venetian Expo CES 2025. And as I look over here on my back, it is very sparsely populated. Now, it's my opinion, and just my opinion only, based on years of sitting here, I would think that the population this year of people attending is down. I have never said that because it's always up. They usually have a minimum of 10 to 18% increase year after year of attendees. this year, for whatever reason, and Friday's always the lightest day. These vendors have been here from probably Sunday morning till now, and they're tired. I mean, you see thousands and thousands of people a day all asking the same questions or different questions. Some people try to get you in a corner and talk to you. It's very hard work. It's physical work. You're standing on your feet 8 hours a day, and also you got to be pretty sharp. You got to know what you're saying. So a lot of work. So when Friday comes, they're tired and they want to get out of here, and I don't blame them. I want to get out of here. Now I am actually, after the show, I'm going to be driving back to the Phoenix area, and actually I'm going to the Prescott, Arizona area, which saves me about an hour and a half-ish from going to my Scottsdale home. So we'll stay overnight in Prescott, Arizona, and that's about 4 hours and 20 minutes driving from here, and we actually go by the Hoover Dam, which is kind of fun unto itself. So that is my schedule today. Now, right now, we are looking at Haas Me Incorporated, Max Gerbert, and it looks like we're looking at some kind of a modular home, which those things fascinate me. Such a clever idea. Max, correct?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. How are you today? Let me just fix this for you. There you go.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you
for having me here.
Yeah, my pleasure. So you're with Haas Me Inc.
House Me.
Oh, House. Okay, I'm pronouncing it incorrectly.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. What do you guys do? I kind of get an idea by looking back here. It looks like we got some kind of a modular home.
Yeah, we're manufacturing fully self-sustainable and the most energy-efficient homes in the world. So they are super stable, super durable. We can drop those homes anywhere in the planet.
Kirk, can you bring his volume up a little bit? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so these homes are designed to be installed anywhere in the world, literally, in any climate condition.
So is this like a kit that I'm going to get?
It's a portable solution where we can drop it, use only solar energy for all the electronics inside, for heating, cooling, and even generating own water from air humidity. So imagine living anywhere.
No, I can't imagine.
That's a future for sure. You don't need an infrastructure. You don't need a site preparation. Imagine we can use inexpensive land anywhere in the world.
What are these made out of?
We started many years ago working with NASA developing a 3D printing technologies. It's proprietary polymer technologies.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You are printing these?
No, we're using no, we're using some polymer composites, which made of
the filaments. I get it.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not flammable. Yeah, it's a proprietary mix composite. So this structure is the only you can buy in the United States right now. This is on the market already. You can buy it with Category 5 hurricane compliance, not flammable shell, seismic code compliant. So it's literally perfect FEMA solution to any disaster places, like we have this fire in Los Angeles or a hurricane in Florida. So this is the solution we can deploy and install in an hour.
In 1 hour?
Yep.
I'm up and running. I can go in the house.
Yeah. So that's unit manufactured and equipped and furnished and installed everything on factory. So that's the only thing you have to do. Just unwrap it. That's it.
This comes already assembled?
It comes already assembled, already furnished. Even towels and pillows are included. Wine glasses are included, actually. We don't support.
I got to see this. Where can we look at this?
You can see there from this place. So we have the smallest unit we have manufacturing these days is a 120 square feet unit.
120 square feet. Now, for all my viewers who are all over the world, how can they see it? Can they go on a website and see videos of this or whatever?
Yeah, so please follow CES video or YouTube's. We have all reviews here.
What's your website? I can go on your website and
House
see this?
Me, H-A-U-S, it's a German word. We started our company in Europe. We started with certifying in Passive House Institute in Darmstadt. So house.me.
That's it? House.me?
Exactly.
H-A-U-S.me?
Exactly.
I can even remember that.
Yeah, house me, please.
Wow. I'm here, obviously, but you got to check this out. It's jaw-dropping. So this is 120
We have multiple models.
What's your largest model?
The largest models you can see here, featured by Forbes. This is 800 square feet unit, fully self-sustainable homes with solar panels, furniture, everything included. And this is the most advanced house existing on the market right now.
How much?
This goes for $399, but we have options starting from 35,000. This one
goes for 40,000 bucks.
No, 400,000.
I was going to say, wow, come on. Okay.
Yeah, but that includes everything.
Yeah.
Smart system, voice control.
Air conditioning. Heat.
More.
Solar.
Self-diagnostics. Antibacterial, antivirus protection. Imagine, so we started developing this technology back in 2020 when the COVID starts and hit the planet. And we decided, why not we can create the place where people can feel safe, especially if we're talking about Airbnb business and hotel business. And by the way, we are targeting enterprise market. We're working with hotels, Airbnbs, resorts. So imagine a person with COVID can enter the hotel room,
right,
leave it, and in a few hours, house can treat itself and clean itself and make it safe for anybody else living in that hotel unit next day.
It's like a miracle. I mean, it's really,
this technology
it's out of the
here.
science fiction books, and here it is.
I would say this is the rocket science, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's interesting enough, the background of our founders comes from aerospace. One of our founders is an engineer who designed the largest airplane in the world, N225. I'm a physicist. We have another PhD in chemistry. So this product is very high science behind. And we started this product 7 years ago, developing and investing.
How many of these are deployed now?
We started deploying this last year, just in August. We already delivered to 5 states, 9 jurisdictions.
How many?
5 states, 9 jurisdictions. We have plans to deploy more than 200 this year.
They're really fascinating. Where do I get the water? Don't I have to hook up to a water supply?
Yeah, so we have different options. You can install it on your backyard. So what I tried to say, the smallest unit we presented here in an exhibition is just 120 square feet, fully furnished, perfect backyard unit. We can install your backyard home. We can extend your living space, your house, in just an hour. We advertise 60 minutes installation or free. Can you imagine this? Permit included, no site preparation, easy hookups, everything furnished and delivered in 1 hour.
That's extremely impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Absolutely.
I am very impressed. Definitely the future, and what a godsend, an hour. I mean, these poor people in Florida and in Los Angeles, my God. There's a solution, and it's fast, and you got everything, including the pillows.
We're going to install at least 5-6 units next week in Los Angeles.
God bless you. That's wonderful. Thank you so much for coming in. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
So clever, folks. So, wow. Wow. It's just amazing. I'm not sure how they would deliver something like that, but oh my God, what a cool, such a cool thing. I don't know if I want to spend 400,000 smackers for 800, I think he said 800 square feet. But then again, it comes with everything, and if you're desperate and you got insurance and you're in the middle of a storm, who cares? I mean, you got a roof over your head, and it's already it's already furnished, including the sheets and the towels and the water, and you got air conditioning, you got heat, you got the solar power, you got biometrics in there that are making sure that the air is safe to breathe. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So I see they got a 400 square foot one, 800 square foot one, and I guess the Big Daddy is 1,200 square. I don't remember, but check their website out. Easy enough, haas.me, and wow. Aeronautical engineering meets housing to blast into the future. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Yeah. It is 11/28 here in the Venetian Expo. I am at CES 2025. This is Don Bain, the Gadget Professor, coming to you live. Fun, fun, fun today, but as I look around, oh my God. Wow. I'll bet you on the 4 days that I've been here, percentage-wise, I would say they're down at least 20% attendance. We shall see. I will actually check out the specs for you when I leave and the next time I do my Gadget Professor show, which is every Thursday night ish. And that's www.thegadgetprofessor.com. And we got just, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 people up here, and I don't know what's going on. Evolution X, I think, is next. Evolution X Inc. Victor Hernandez, and I see he has a tripod with him. We're going to find out. Hello. Hi, how's it going? We're going good, going good. All right. 12:29 here at CES 2025, Friday, the last day of CES, and the interviews continue. And right now we are going to meet with Victor or Vico Hernandez. Vico. How are you, Vico?
Very well. How are you doing, sir?
I'm excellent today. Thank you for coming by. Okay, what does Evolution X do?
Evolution X is the creator or the company that is behind the ErgoFlex desk.
Okay.
The ErgoFlex desk is the world's first AI-powered smart ergonomic desk that adapts essentially to all needs, all different types of body shapes, sizes, and tasks.
Okay. And what does your product actually do for us?
So it's a ergonomic desk that transforms essentially, right? It's a much more than a sit and stand desk. I'm not sure if you can point that to the right place.
Kind of.
Yeah, so
switch
it's a
camera. No switch camera.
There we go. Oh, did I?
Not going to do it. All right, let's continue. We're going to send them to the website anyway.
Yes, go to ergoflexdesk.com.
Okay, ergoflexdesk.com. Ergodesk.com.
Yes.
Okay.
And so it's essentially it's much more than a sit and stand desk, right? The surface goes from 26 inches from the ground all the way up to 50 inches from the ground, and then I got a patented tilted capability, or we have a patented tilted capability that allows the surface to tip up to 65 degrees.
Wow.
So essentially for me, I wanted a desk that would transform into an artist easel. I was classically trained as an artist.
That's
and
a great idea.
Yeah, I had an easel, I had a desk table, or
Hey,
so
how big is the desk itself?
it's 5 feet in width. We're gonna have 3 different sizes: a 3-foot version, a 5-foot version, and a 7-foot version for industrial applications. The one we have at our booth, which is 56051, is 5-foot version right now, and it tips. It's 3.5 feet in depth, 5 foot wide, so it gives you a lot of space to be able to get a lot of work done. It's kind of like a command center when you're working on it, and so you can get your computer work done, maybe some gaming sessions, and if you want to get crafty with it, then you tilt the surface down. If you're maybe an architect, you can stop it around 35, 40 degrees. Essentially, it becomes a drafting table.
So it's very flexible, if you will.
Ergonomically flexible. So the ErgoFlex.
There's a wide variety of uses and situations that it will adapt itself to.
Yes, yes, and it also has wheels on the bottom, right? So you can drive it like an RC car. That feature specifically is for more like for people with mobility disabilities, right?
I see.
So,
how much do these things cost? Now, I know there's 3 models, so obviously the price will differ. So give me a feel for
So we have a base model, a pro model, and a premium model, right? The base model has the most important, functions, which is the lift and the tilt. And it has push wheels, so you can push it along. But the pro model adds the mecanum wheels, which are omnidirectional. So from a stop position, you can go side to side, front and back, diagonally, in rotation mode, all with the push of a button, and it also has voice control. So the Pro model adds the wheels, it adds LED
lighting. So you got
lighting.
artificial intelligence.
Yes, it's a smart desk, because it is the world's first AI-powered smart desk. So you can say, hey, Ergo. It's like, hi. It's like, lower the desk, lowering the desk. Tilt up, tilting up. Move forward, it moves forward. And soon we're going to add a AI-enabled camera so that you can simply say, come to me or follow me, and that desk will just follow you. We're going to actually take it for a spin if anybody is here on site. We're going to drive it around.
Amazing.
Probably around 2 o'clock.
Give me a price on these things.
The starting price, we have a special CES price starting at $3,000 for the base model. $4,000 for the premium model that adds the wheels and the LED lighting, and the premium $5,000 that has a special finish, custom finish, and ergonomic accessories.
How rugged are these? How long is this going to last me?
It'll be the last desk you'll ever need.
Are you
now,
kidding?
if you have children, it'll grow
All
with your
bets are
children.
off.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's I've been using my desk for 5 years or 5 years now, and it's great. It's transformed the way that I work.
Interesting, interesting. Where can I buy this if I want it? Because we have We have viewers all over the place here, all over the world, actually.
Yeah, no, that's
and
awesome.
They're not here at CES.
Well, they can go to www.ergoflexdesk.com.
www.ergoflex.com. I keep doing that. That's my attention deficit disorder acting up. Okay. What would I do to get this if I were to buy it on your website? Is it available on Amazon? What's the best way for me to purchase
So
this?
we just launched, and we have some pre-orders that are available right now on the website. You can go on there, put a deposit, and we're going to start shipping within 3 months. This is our launch event here at CES. It's been in development for 7 years.
That's very exciting.
Yes, I received my
7 years.
Yes, I received my patent at the end of last year, so it was always kind of kept hidden.
How long did it take you to get that patent?
Surprisingly, it was fast. Within a year, I was able to get my first patent for the tilt capability. And
I can't even believe that.
And I am patent pending for
1 year to get your patent? I've never heard of that.
Because there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. There's no other desk in the world that can do that.
And you thought of this? This was your idea, your concept?
Yes, yes. When I moved back home after I moved back from college, essentially to be with my family when my mom was, having health issues. Essentially, I moved back and I needed an office. Thank you. I needed I set up my office space, and I went to buy a sit and stand desk, which were new at the time, but they were really expensive rectangles that went up and down, right? So I was in an industrial design class at the same time, and we had a project to create our own desk or our own furniture piece using a CNC router. So I said, well, I'll make my own desk that also tilts and turns into an artist easel. Long story short, 7 years after, now you can talk to it and it moves on its own.
What a story, my God.
And yeah, I think it's going to be a boon for a lot of people.
I think so.
Of all different industries, and especially for people with mobility disabilities.
God bless you. That's all I can say. I'm very impressed with your tenacity, your patience, and your perseverance to get this done. That's quite an accomplishment. And I could think of so many situations. I'm just thinking myself with my computers and how I do podcasts and broadcasts.
You need one of these desks.
Yeah,
actually.
no, really. I'm just thinking that for it to rise, fall, and
it just gets in the right angle, right? So the lift and tilts for your lower back. The tilt itself is for like your carpal tunnel, right?
And for your ergonomics are there.
Yeah, exactly.
But the thing is too, and you're probably not thinking of this, but I have cameras all around.
That's right.
And you can easily put a mount on a desk. And now that I'm able to tilt it, you know what? I'm also able to get that camera angle that I need. You probably never even thought of that. And that doesn't exist.
Actually, I did. There's we have little essentially like ports where you can connect all your cameras right onto the desk itself.
I gotta check this out.
You should come over.
We
were going to drive it over, but they're like, you can't bring it all the way up.
Well, I'm definitely going to make an effort to see that, and if not, I'll have you back on my regular show when CES is over, and we'll spend a half hour or so, 45 minutes.
That'd be awesome.
Okay,
yeah,
let's do that.
We just launched, and so it's going to be a great opportunity for people to be able to
I can't tell you when the show is going to be, but I definitely want you back because this is very cool, and I want my listeners to watch this thing.
Yeah, and go to ergoflexdesk.com, and we have a great little sizzle video, and we're getting a lot of great media here from CES.
We're definitely going to have this guy back. I like the product a lot. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I'm gonna drive it by. I'm gonna holler at you if you come down, bring a couple cameras down there.
It's a brilliant idea. It's such a simple thing. And here it is, a guy who brings it to life. Wow. Thank you very much. Absolutely brilliant. It kills me. The simplest things, like you just wouldn't think about, a desk. But again, he mentioned artists, draftsmen, audiovisual producers, content producers. A desk like that can literally make your life easier. I mean, I know I have like 3 or 4 different sets that I use when I do my the Gadget Professor show, and to have a desk like that, to have it tilt up or to have it tilt down, boy, that opens up a whole new world for me that I never had before because I'm always used to, a flat surface. Certainly if you're an artist or, you draw things, you paint, to be able to sit in the chair comfortably is one thing, but now I'm always forced because this is stationary to do my work this way, and inevitably what happens is I lean over, there goes my back, and I'm starting to do my work. With this type of table, it's on wheels, so it's going to come forward to you, and then you're able to tilt it to what my comfort zone is, no matter how tall or how long my arms are. It will have the ability to flex to whatever I want it. it's very ingenious. It's a very smart thing to do. I've never heard of anybody getting a patent in a year. And I think he's absolutely correct. The only reason he got that is there's nothing to compare it to. He's the only one with the idea. So it's quite fascinating to see what this gentleman has created. I'm impressed. Okay, our next interview folks are on the way. And I'm waiting for our little monitor here to flash up. Hello, who's coming up? But boy, we've been going every couple minutes. We've been doing a new interview here. Mr. Kirk, you guys are getting your money's worth out of me today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like pandemonium back here. But not to mention, you know, not swapping out guests coming in and out, but also like there are banners and.
Oh yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, I'm waiting for an elephant and a whip to come up here.
That'll be cool. Yeah, that'll be cool.
Hello. Yeah, Kirk, I have never, the first time this has happened in 20 years, I've never been able to finish my tea.
Wow.
Now, folks, it's iced tea. It's just as good. All right. Hello, how are you?
Doing?
I'm Don Bain, the Gadget Professor. Thank you so much for coming on board.
Thank you for having me.
And what's the name of your company?
Yeah, so I'm Sasha Spellman. I'm the Director of Collaborative Engagement for the Age Tech Collaborative from AARP.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I'm a member of the AARP.
Oh, thank you for being a member. Yeah.
Thank you for having me. No one else would. Yeah. So tell us about what you do and what you bring to the table here today.
Yeah, so we're the innovation arm at AARP. I don't know if you know AARP. We are a nonprofit organization.
Oh, I know about it, but my listeners probably don't.
Yeah, we advocate.
If you're over 65 or even a little bit younger, 62-ish.
I mean, I'm a lifetime member myself as a staff member, but
okay.
yes, 50 plus and above is who we advocate for.
Okay, I've been a member of that since I turned 62. And I will say, before I don't mean to interrupt you, but they put out a absolutely fascinating magazine every month, and I really enjoy that. You got all kinds of crazy articles in there, and I find it very helpful.
Well, I'm so glad that you're a reader, and we also provide benefits and services throughout the year for older adults. And we're specifically the innovation arm at AARP. So why we come to CES is we have a whole growing ecosystem of early stage startups, investors, test beds that are senior living communities and more, all with the goal of making aging easier for older adults. So at CES today, we have 24 of our startups that are helping, it's an experience to go through 3 different personas of solutions to help with cognitive decline, solutions to help with chronic health conditions. And
so these are companies that are involved in those specific disciplines, and
yes,
you support them, or there's synergy between the two that you support each other.
Exactly.
Which is a win-win, because the company, you know, gets some advertising or notoriety because they're in that space, and yet you're getting the notoriety, but you're helping me, and it's kind of a win-win thing. So I like that.
Exactly. Yeah. So we do.
And you have criteria, right? Just not any company can say, "Hey, I'm in."
Correct. Yes.
That's important.
Yeah. So we work with early stage startups. We like to see products on the market, some proof points of traction. We do pitch events all throughout the year that act as our sourcing and discovery for our early stage startups. We have an in-house accelerator program that works with the companies for 8 weeks, and we do it 4 times a year. We do hands-on support with marketing, business strategy. We provide mechanisms for direct feedback from older adults, or if they're B2B, from their end customer. And then what my team's job does is connect them with the investors in the ecosystem, larger organizations, like we have Samsung Health in our booth as well. It's kind of showcasing how, instead of all these individual point solutions, how can we holistically see a person's entire day at home and do that monitoring in some sort of comprehensive dashboard solution.
Interesting. Yeah. So you must get a kick, I'm assuming, of walking around and seeing some of the things that, the innovations that are here.
Absolutely. I mean, if I have time, I don't get to leave the booth
I know,
that much.
I know the feeling. Yeah, yeah.
And I actually used to work for CTA, and I moved over to AARP. But I know the show very well, and I've heard a lot of interesting things happening.
Have you seen the little doggy?
No, I have not. No.
Not to digress, but perfect for AARP.
Well, we do have a solution that's similar to that called Ageless Innovation, that we have a cat that you can pet, and it's for dementia care and those experiencing cognitive decline.
Now, this is a dog, and oh my God.
Yeah.
It's really
Is it in the
something.
Venetian? I'll have to go check it
Yeah,
out.
it's really something.
And we also have a pickleball court in the booth. I don't know if you had a chance to leave
I did see that.
So we would love to have you come play some pickleball.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I don't have any energy to walk. Never mind pickleball. Yeah.
Well, so I've been doing it every day at 2 p.m. It like re-energizes me when I'm feeling a little bit
yeah, I
tired.
sit in the chairs. That re-energizes me.
Yeah. But what's cool with that is we have paddles that are going to be part of our accelerator next year. But pickleball is a allowed sport, and it kind of is noisy for neighborhoods, and it lessens noise by 60% from normal paddles.
All right, let me get into some serious stuff now, because I'm a member, and you back different and recommend different services. Let's talk about insurance. I don't mean to surprise you, but I'm just questioning.
Yeah.
So every time I get your magazine, and I get mails and mail things, and it always tells me Hartford Insurance Company, for example. Now, you promote them, and they promote you. But there is a synergistic relationship that I would assume you get money, I hate to use the word back, but you get paid by them for what you sell.
Yeah.
I know you didn't expect this, but I got to ask.
No, I did not, because it is very far from what I do at AARP.
Okay.
So
fair enough.
There's a nonprofit side to what we do, and there's a for-profit arm, and our for-profit arm manages all of those services and benefits that you're referring to.
See, that drives me crazy because it's to me, it's a conflict. You have nothing to do with it. I understand that.
Yes.
But to me, it always has seemed like a conflict of interest.
Oh, interesting.
And I did not realize till you just told me that there's a profit and non-for-profit.
Yes. So
I never knew that.
Yeah, the for-profit arm manages all of
that
those
explains that.
providers. So we don't have fees or for anything that we do for the collaborative. Everything we do is for the nonprofit side.
I was confused about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you clarified.
But we do have a different part of the organization if you ever want to talk to them about that.
Yeah, I would like to talk to them about it, actually. I've been a member for many, a long time.
Yeah.
But I will say that in general, in my opinion, the AARP is it's a must aware. It's an organization that you must be aware of because you do a hell of a lot more good than bad. And I've seen some really well-written articles on Alzheimer's, on caregivers, which everybody forgets about. And you guys are at the forefront of that for information alone.
Yes, and we do a lot of research throughout the year. It's one of the big things that we do. We just recently announced our tech trends report that shows how older adults are interacting with tech. So that just came out. We'll be doing a virtual program for our ecosystem in February for that.
The stuff you do is it's a blessing to me. You really do good, and I'm glad there's organizations like yourself.
Yeah.
Quick question. If I was an older adult involved in AARP, as a member, is there phone numbers that I can call within that organization if I need help? Well, I don't know, like paying my bills or my mother's having health, whatever the case may be. Are there phone numbers that you can dial in and say, hey, there are?
Absolutely. There's
I didn't know
a huge part of our association. I would say if anyone's interested, they can go to our website, agetechcollaborative.org, and if they're interested in the tech and innovation.
Slower. What was that? I don't see it up here. What was your website?
agetechcollaborative.org.
Okay.
And we can talk about the tech component and the innovation that we provide for older adults and some solutions that they might be interested in.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yes.
Well, I'm thrilled that you came here. You clarified a lot of things that I've been wondering about for many, many years.
Thank you for having us.
Well, thank you for coming up and joining us. I commend you for what you do. I appreciate it personally, what you do, and you help a lot of people, and that means a lot to me. I've used some of your things over the years with family situations, and thank God you guys were there.
Yeah, I'm so happy to hear that. And what's great about the age tech industry is that everyone can have some sort of personal tie to a loved one or caregiving.
You can't escape it.
You can see how the tech can really integrate into your daily life.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming, and I very much enjoyed speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thanks.
It's a wonderful organization. It really is, and they have a lot of dedicated people who literally dedicate their lives to helping others, and that's kind of sort of what it's all about. Now, I am looking at my wonderful digital clock here. It's 11:48. I got about 10, 15 more minutes here, and then I'm going to disappear into the yonder. And I've seen some phenomenal things this week. Even today alone, I have seen some fascinating, just fascinating devices. I did get a kick out of Dr. Fuji. He is quite a character. And someone is messaging me. One second. I can't hear. Okay. Cernium, I think. Something like that. CER. We're trying to find a booth. I can't remember. One thing I will say that's been bugging me for 20 years coming here, and this year, you would think every year this would get better and the situation would be solved. This year was positively the worst I've ever seen at CES, and I'll tell you what the problem is. If you kind of look over my shoulder there, you can see people walking through, but you can see, as far as the eye could see, you could see booths on the left. If you look up at the ceiling, you'll see all kinds of banners over there and over there. And the problem is there's so many booths here, so many exhibits, you cannot find the booth. The number of the booth, you look it up in the directory, it says ABC company is at 2027. Try to find 2027. It's not marked, and you can get up to the 26s, and then you get up to 27, then you're at 2050, 2090, but you can't find the booth that you're looking for because there's no booth numbers on the booth. It is brutal, and you know, my time and everybody's time is valuable here. I did spend 30 minutes walking around this floor, this very floor, trying to find a company. I had the name, I had the booth number. I never found it. I can't find it. And when you ask for help, there's not a lot of people here that will tell you which way the booth is. That really bothers me. So I wish they would reinvent the numbering system here, because it wastes a lot of time and it's frustrating. Enough said. Our next interviewee is here. We have Nick White, and it's Thinky. Thinky.
Yes.
Nick, how are you? I'm
Hi
Don
there.
Bain, the Gadget Professor. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome to our show. What is Thinky?
Thinky is a brain training sensor.
I need it.
Yep. Well, we all do, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I need it more than most, but go ahead.
So there's some interesting thing from a physiological standpoint. The prefrontal cortex is the last part to develop in your brain.
Mine never developed, but go ahead.
Well, there's a reason why they won't rent a car to a young man under 25, because his prefrontal cortex is not fully developed.
Are you kidding me? Is that true?
That's exactly why. So inhibition, decision making,
I did not know that. Really?
long-term planning for the future, not great when you're a young man under 25.
Where do they get the 25 from?
Generally, so physiologically, we know that the prefrontal cortex develops at age 25. It's fully developed.
That is so interesting. Go ahead.
And then the unfortunate part of that is that then it starts to deteriorate rather quickly at 30 or 35. So we're all headed, pretty much everybody here is going to be in that age range.
I'm well on my way.
Yeah. And so you can arrest that process if you want, if you take the proper steps, but you have to have a sensor that will tell you that you're doing that. So just to use an analogy, you know that physical exercise is great for you. It rejuvenates your heart, your lungs, your muscles. When you exercise, you know that you're exerting yourself. You know that because you sweat, your heart rate goes up, you start breathing harder. When you exercise your brain, you don't have that physical response. So you need a sensor to tell you that this activity is great. Maybe you do Sudoku, maybe you play crossword puzzles, or the New York Times, you do a jigsaw puzzle, do the New York Times Wordle, things of that nature.
Now, are these, all the exercises that you just mentioned they are mathematical in nature?
To a certain extent, yeah.
So is that going to give me more pleasurable experiences as far as my brain's concerned?
It's going to exercise your prefrontal cortex, and you want to arrest the deterioration of that part of your brain.
Okay.
When it gets too extensive, we call that dementia and Alzheimer's.
Okay, so you want to exercise this.
You want to exercise it just like you would with your body. But again, you don't get a physical response when you exercise your brain, so you need something to tell you that this is actually beneficial for you. So I'll demonstrate this for you right now. This is the sensor that I'm wearing.
Now you notice he has a headband on and it says Thinky.
Yep. The sensor that I'm wearing is really a feat of miniaturization. It weighs 30 grams. It used to be the size of essentially that table 20 years ago. It was huge. To be able to use a near-infrared spectroscopy, which is the technology that we use. It's not EEG, which is very commonly used, but that's really expensive. It's not as portable. It's very finicky. It's really quite difficult. So you can see here that my brain activity is improving.
That's because you're talking to the Gadget Professor.
Can I show that to the camera? You can see that my brain activity is higher. It goes up. And then as I pause, it goes down. So this is real time. We take multiple measurements per second.
Now, what's the accuracy of that?
Well, with multiple measurements per second, it's really real time, right?
90%? Better?
No, it's better than 90%.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely, it's very accurate. So what it does is it measures the blood flow to your prefrontal cortex, specifically the level of oxygenation in your blood. We know that oxygenation is correlated with mental activity. So when you're mentally active, you know that you're exercising your brain, you get more blood, it rejuvenates it, and over time that can stop and reverse even the aging process of the brain. Right? We have studies, peer-reviewed studies, France, Japan, the US, UC Santa Barbara, that show that if you use it for just 10 minutes a day, 3 days a week for 90 days, you can actually reduce your brain age by almost 4 years. We've got people who've done it in Japan.
You can statistically verify this?
178 people experienced it, yeah, in our latest study.
That's
So we had a cohort that did it in Japan, and those who did it consistently over a year took a decade off their brain age.
Okay, so let's get down to the nitty-gritty here.
Yeah.
You sell this program, is that what I would call it?
We sell the sensor,
yeah,
and then an app.
So you have the whole program. You're going to buy the unit, the sensor, and the app.
Right.
What does that cost?
So the sensor, you can buy one for a household. It's $250 off of our website or off of Amazon.com.
Okay.
We have a membership that we sell in conjunction with that gives you access to the app. The app is either $9 a month, or if you choose to pay it one lump sum, $99 per year. But again, you only need one sensor for your household. You'll need different accounts for each user.
Okay, so let me get this straight. I'm paying two bills, $200.
$250.
$250 for the headset.
$249 specifically.
Whatever, for the sensor. Okay, now forget about that. You own that. But to use that, you need access to the app.
Correct.
To get access of the app, it's either $10 a month or $99 one charge, and away you go per year.
Except if you buy it on Amazon right now, you get the entire year of 2025 for free. So it's $250 all in.
That's a pretty good deal right now. I mean, I haven't tested it. I don't know, but he obviously seems quite knowledgeable.
Well, I just showed it to you. It works. It was measuring my brain
I've
activity.
seen it work. So if I were you and you're all thinking of this, probably now is one of the best times to buy it. So is it Thinky.com?
ThinkySystem.com.
Thinky Systems. But I would go to Amazon right now and put Thinky Systems in.
That would make sense.
And boom, it would come
and
down.
then you would get that. We're all a day older than we were yesterday, and our brains are a day older. We need to arrest that process. We need to reverse it so that if we make it into our 80s, 90s, and beyond, then we actually have a brain that can keep pace with that.
Now, you mentioned Alzheimer's. I was under the impression that one doesn't have a choice when it comes to Alzheimer's. You're going to get it. I mean, I've had, unfortunately, 3 members of my family that severely tortured, not to mention the family. And this device would have prevented that?
It can arrest the aging process of the brain. It can reverse it after it arrests it.
It's going to reverse it?
Yes.
So if I was diagnosed with pre-Alzheimer's and I had this device?
Just to be clear, it's preventative. It's not a therapeutic. We're not an FDA-approved medical device. So it's used for intervention prior to any sort of condition that you might have.
You must have statistical analysis or data backing that this unit works opposed to not using the unit.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, there are studies on our website. We're a science-based company. This has 30 years of R&D behind it, both the miniaturization of the sensor.
No, I love this stuff. I love it because, you're on the bleeding edge.
Yeah, absolutely.
And 5 years from now, we're not going to be talking about this. We're going to be talking about something that's so much more advanced.
Sure.
And you would have never got there if you didn't do this.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so I get that, and that's the beautiful thing about CES. My question is this. What would be the average, what I would call the quiescent state of the brain? You know what I'm saying?
Not exactly. What are you meaning?
In electronics, we have this term called quiescent state. Mm-hmm. And what it means is if you're listening to a radio and there's no station, your sine wave is going to be flat.
Right.
As soon as there's a station, and depending upon the frequency and the volume and the amplitude, that wave's going to go like that.
Yeah.
So you showed me on your meter that it went from I forget what. But
up to 50, up to 90. Yeah. And so the color changes, the bar
grows. But I can
grows.
watch that instantly. So what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm doing Sudoku or
jigsaw puzzle,
whatever
play
it
the
is,
piano.
I'm going to see my brain increase.
most likely.
Most
right?
likely.
The issue is that when you do those things and you think that you are rejuvenating your brain, you may not necessarily.
But that meter's going to say you are.
If it does say that it is, then it's beneficial for you.
Okay.
If you may be under the misapprehension that something's really good for you and it's not a great use of your time.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of this app.
You wouldn't spend 30 minutes on a treadmill for nothing, right? You don't want to spend time on something.
I'm loving it more and more as we talk.
Yeah.
So if I were to, let's say I enjoy painting or soldering, I, as an individual, may get more stimulation.
Right.
Because I like to paint.
It's entirely possible.
Than Mr. Jones, who loves doing the crossword
But
puzzles.
without a sensor, you don't know.
That's why I love that.
Right. So you don't want to, like the 30 minutes on the treadmill, you wouldn't do that to waste your time. You want to get a benefit out of that.
So essentially what you're saying is that, and I'm seeing it so I know it works. If that meter goes up, that means you're exercising your brain.
Correct.
Pure and simple. End of story.
Bathed in blood, rejuvenates your brain. It's the same thing as your body, right?
I love it.
Yeah, it's absolutely great.
I
love my job.
Yeah, well, I hope so. What's your background?
Well, I've been in tech. I worked at Amazon and Microsoft and have run my own business, a marketing consultancy. Unfortunately, till COVID put a bullet in that, but that happened to everybody. We've all had to reinvent ourselves.
Yeah. Well,
and now I'm working with a startup, and I advise startups as well.
I am very impressed. I love the concept of that. And also I love, go to Amazon, look up
Thinky.
I'm going to say Twinkie. Thinky. Thinky and Thinky Systems.
Thinky will get you there.
Check this out, because you're going to get, for $299.
$249.
$250. You're going to get the whole deal. You're going to get the band plus a year free service.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Do it.
And again, you don't have to be tethered to our app. You can play our brain training games if you like, but you can do something that you're already have part of your routine.
That's a fascinating device.
Yeah, it really is.
Okay,
it
great.
Really is. Thank you very much.
No, I thank you. Thank you for
talking to you.
bringing us
Yes.
that, because it's something I would never know existed.
Yeah, until
and
CES.
I've seen it work. I've seen the
You've
meter
seen
go
it
up.
work. Yeah, I use it every day.
Yeah, good for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a device that's going to help you. I mean, pure and simple, and they've got the data and the research to prove that it's going to help you. And what I liked was that meter was spot on. I mean, that was instant. And as he was talking and I was asking him questions, I could see the meter go up, and then as we stopped talking, I could see it go down. It was instantaneous. So, wow, that's kind of jaw-dropping to me. What a cool device. I think they will come down in price as the years go by. I like me personally, I like the whole idea. I don't like the idea of subscriptions. Man, if I ever find a guy who got onto that subscription deal, everything is subscription. I don't like that, because you keep paying and there's like no end in sight. So in any event, good deal for $250 to get the headset and to get the ability to use the app for a year free. Nice. Yeah. All right, folks, it's 12:01 right now. And I'm not sure with regards to the schedule, do I have more interviews, or I'm free to go, or what's happening here, Mr. Kirk?
So right now we're waiting on. Okay, easy on the stairs. So we have. Hold on.
Here's Mr. Scott. Scott Ertz is here, present in the facility, ready to take command of the desk. I'm very excited for him. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching The Gadget Professor. It was an honor, as always, to be here at CES. Thank you so much. You can watch all the reruns of this 24 hours a day, 7 weeks at thegadgetprofessor.com. And thank you so much. I will see everybody next Thursday night on the show. Take care. Be well. And you got to watch Mr. Scott now, because he's a lot of fun and very knowledgeable gentleman. See you.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code BLUBRRY004.
Hello, Internet. I'm Scudder with PLUGHITZ Live. We are here at CES 2025. It is day 4. It is the last 2 hours of our day 4 coverage. We are almost here at the end. I get to close out this year, but definitely don't go anywhere because at 2 o'clock when our interviews end, we do have our awards. We've shown them off a couple of times. They were custom manufactured for us at the Amrock Fab Lab. Thank you, Vicky, for putting those together. They're super cool. Viva is downstairs getting them all ready for 2 o'clock. Literally as we speak, she's right below us getting those ready. So that'll be at 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern. So definitely stay around for that. But we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Great. Okay. I'm Sean. I'm the founder of OpenInterX. So Lucy is our product. It's here, and it's composed of 2 things. One is the pin, one is the hub. It's detachable design, but we can sell them separately, individually. Now the Lucy pin is already on the market. It's Lucy, luci.openinterax.com.
Okay.
And the pre-sale price is $99, and the retail price is $149. So let me introduce what this little thing can do. So it is a live recording camera. You can put it on your clothes just using like a magnet.
Okay.
Yeah, and it can support up to 4 hours continuous recording.
4 hours?
4 hours continuous
Okay.
recording, 1080p, 30fps, really, really long.
Okay.
And also we have this MagSafe design so that you can charge it while you're working. Charge it while you're recording, so you can support infinite hours of recording, basically.
Okay.
And we redefined how you capture things. You just simply slide it down, it uncovers the camera, it starts recording. It slides up, it covers the camera, it stops recording.
Okay.
Okay, so once you buy this, you get our phone companion app. Our phone companion app looks like this. So first of all, in the first page, you will see basically all the recordings are recorded. It's auto. Sure. It's all auto imported. You don't need to do any manual importing. It's all auto imported.
How is it imported?
So they use Wi-Fi.
Okay.
They use Wi-Fi direct on Android, and if it's on iOS, it'll be as long as they are in the same Wi-Fi network, they can do auto import too.
Okay, so we connect this to the local Wi-Fi network.
Yes.
For iOS, and so long as they're on, when this finishes recording, it'll sync it over to the phone.
Sync over to the phone.
Okay.
Yes.
So the recordings are here. So if I don't have this with me, I record with them together. It pushes the video to my phone.
Yeah.
This leaves the building. My videos are still on my phone.
Yeah.
Excellent.
As long as they have Wi-Fi. Once you see everything on here, and you can choose to upload them to our cloud service. So our model, we developed our own model. It's called MAVI, Memory Augmented Visual Intelligence. What this model can do is that it can analyze large-scale amount of videos. So when you upload it here, you can see all the mini vlogs generated for you.
Okay.
Just like browsing your own TikToks.
Okay.
It generates dozens of you, and just get like or dislike, and then the AI will learn your preferences, and you can post instantly on TikTok.
Okay.
And one more feature, which is that because they analyze all the videos, you can just simply select. For example, if you want to like chef class of making sushi, right? And you can simply just click to that video and then ask, say, what is the steps? What is the step of making sushi in the video? And then it will generate all the steps in detail by just analyzing the video itself.
Okay. Is that happening on the device, or is that happening?
It's happening on the cloud.
Okay.
But that's a very, very good question. So now it shows. It's responsive very fast.
So that means that we have to have uploaded this to the cloud, to have done the cloud sync for this feature to work.
Yes.
Okay.
But that is exactly why we also made this. It's a hub.
Okay.
So that one we are putting later this year. This one does everything locally. They compute everything locally, store everything locally. For example, like CES, you went to so many booths, but you couldn't remember what exact kind of robots or what kind of exact booth you see. You can just simply do that, and then you can search all the different clips within the long videos, and you can ask any questions like, hey, just generate a report for all the robots that I've seen today.
Okay.
Generate the report for Samsung products I've seen today.
Okay.
And who did I talk to? Like, today. And also, there's one small little feature that is very interesting here, which is that we just concatenate all the clips that is recorded here, and concatenate them into a super long live stream. We call it live stream. It's just making like it's sort of like it's your lifetime movie, and we transcribe it into your book as well, and everything is done locally and on the hub.
Okay, so with this guy, I don't have to have the cloud. I don't have to have the Wi-Fi, the connectivity. I can do it all care of this device.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So for people who really care about their data not being uploaded to cloud, even though our cloud is very secure, but I know that some people, and also people don't want to pay subscriptions.
Right.
This is just one-off fee.
Right.
Yeah. So so it's two variants. This is called Lucy Pin, and that's called Lucy Hub.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Can I hold?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I want to feel them together. All right. So, all right. This has basically no weight to it. This is our front. It only clips on one way. That's nice. It's got a really strong magnet on it, which is going to be important because when you do what you've got here and it's through clothing, depending on the clothing. Yeah, that's a good tight fit.
Yeah, thank you. And also in the future, we are going to provide accessories to make a clip, to make it a necklace, to make it all different kind of accessories.
Got it.
And we are also trying to improve the magnetic here to make it even stronger too.
And you know, in the last couple of years, we've seen all kinds of advancements in magnets, not just past neodymium that are lighter weight and stronger than neodymium.
And also all these different kind of magnetic arrays to make it the magnet even stronger. So yeah,
very cool.
That's and also one more interesting thing is that it can also act as battery pack for your phones. It can be attached on iPhone within MagSafe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a 4,000 milliamp battery in it.
All right. So now we got to check this magnet too. Oh yeah. It's better than the magnet on even my wallet that usually lives on here.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. That's great. It's lightweight, surprisingly lightweight for its size, and it's a touchscreen, right?
Yeah, it's 4.1-inch touchscreen.
Very responsive. The picture on here is beautiful.
Yeah, it's all recorded using this. It's 12 million pixel ultra wide camera on it.
Okay. And the screen on here is beautiful too.
Thank you.
So let's talk availability and price points. How much do these two cost?
So first of all, for this one, we want to make it as affordable as to everyone. So this one, for the pre-sale, we are now starting pre-sale on lucy.openinteracts.com. It's luci.openinteracts.com. The pre-sale price is $99.
Oh, wow.
With a limited supply, 10,000 units. And after the pre-sale, the retail price will be $149. Even that is very affordable.
Yeah.
Affordable. And for this one, we haven't determined the price yet, but the price range, it will be about $200 to $300.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna make a splash with this thing.
Thank you.
Especially at that price point. Yeah, that's a great price point.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So what kind of battery life? You said 4 hours.
Yeah.
Is that the battery life or is that the record time?
So it's a recording time.
Okay, so that's the storage. We can do 4 hours before we have to be back to internet to sync it off.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has 800 milliamp battery. So meaning that if you don't record, if you just like making a standby, it can go standby just for a very long time, even like for 2-3 days. And also because we are making the hardware, it has a dual microphone. It also has speaker here. So once real-time AI assistant becomes perfect. Now, like we know now, it's still pretty far away. You know, people are used to talk to the real people.
Yeah.
And AI can't really talk like real people. But the day will come someday. When they come, it'll
be a little bit more Star Trek-y.
Yeah.
It's more like talking to a person.
Yes, yeah.
How much video can we put on this?
It can all go up to 2 terabytes. So essentially, it can store up to at least 1 month or 2 months of your life with like super high quality.
Yeah.
But we are also going to implement a focusing mechanism, just like human brain. human actually have forgettings.
Yeah.
Like a long, so for now, I'm doing like 30 FPS for more recent days. And for like a year back, I do like say 1 frame per second.
Yeah.
For 2 years back, I do like 1 frame per minute.
Got it.
But essentially, it just stores everything.
Understood.
On there. But also, we are making it as extensible as possible because you can potentially just migrate to your local storage.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right. Give the information one more time so people can learn more and possibly purchase one.
So, first of all, this is a Lucid Pin. It's already on pre-sale. The pre-sale price is $99. Make sure you buy it early because we have limited supply for the pre-sale price, which is $99. We only have 10,000 units. And we are shipping it in Q2 in May or June. And after that, the retail price will be $149. If you buy this one, all the AI functionality will be running on the cloud. However, if you don't like that to be run on the cloud, if you don't want your data to be stored on cloud, even though our cloud is very secure because we use Google Cloud Service, they are very secure. You can think about buying this hub, which we haven't determined the price yet, but the range will be about $200 to $300. It will be coming up later this year, and it does everything locally here in the hub.
And the website one more time?
It's called lucy.openinterest.com. Let me spell it for you. It's luci.openinterx.com.
Very good.
Yeah, the reason why we call it open interest is because we want to make the interaction with everything and make it as open as possible. So that's why we are making a very low, very affordable price range.
Very cool.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, Kirk. That thing's going to be a problem. I like that.
Yeah, your eyes again. When you like a product, your eyes get big and big and big, and also the use cases and what I can use for that. So,
yeah, it's really interesting. I could see it here when we're walking around for the training videos that we've been talking about.
Right.
Having that on while we're doing like the spiel downstairs, so that we can literally just record what's happening.
Right.
A couple of times, so you can see personality and stuff like that. I think that'll be.
But also kind of cool, like the you know.
Yeah. I like it. I think it's a win.
do. Yeah, I do. But something tells me that's not going to be your pick.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
No, it's the kind of thing I'm gonna.
Use. Yeah. Oh, what are you gonna buy on your credit card? Okay,
yeah.
I got you.
I'm gonna get one, but yeah, no. I've already let my pick know who it is.
Already, really?
Yeah, because I'm on the air.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I already went through and looked at what we're gonna have on the show, and I changed my pick an hour ago.
Well, my pick is not here for that person's interview. So I guess I had a couple in the hopper. So if that person's here before the awards, I'm a happy puppy. And I'm so happy. I'm a happy puppy that Allison is here because she was here a couple years ago. So I'm ecstatic that she's here.
Yeah. And it has been since before COVID that I was the one that got to do the CTA interview. And it's been Don, it's been Marlo, it's been Todd. Chris Jordan, I think, got to do one. Yep. I haven't done one since before COVID, so I'm very excited.
Yes.
and it's Allison, which is, for me, always a win. So, very excited.
Very excited.
All right. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
I am great. Day 4. I'm feeling good.
Yep.
It's been a fantastic week.
You're hiding your watch so you're not looking at the time.
Yes.
That's why you have the sleeves
Long
on.
sleeves, exactly.
Obviously, we'll do intro in a second. Obviously, for those who watch us, we say it all the time. It is our most and least favorite week of the year.
Right.
Right?
Totally.
It's so much fun. It's so great. And by this point, we're like, oh, my God, is it over yet? Exactly. And then next week, it's like, all right, is it CES yet?
Right. Where's the countdown? Where's the countdown?
Exactly. It really is. It's a ton of work, but it's a ton of fun.
Exactly.
As
It's
well.
exhausting, but yeah, well worth it on all fronts. And the people you
100%.
meet, yeah, it's just so
100%. So go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience.
Hello, audience. My name is Ali Freed. I am a spokesperson for CES, and I think this is almost my 20th show, so it's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been talking about it kind of all week. It's our 16th time doing the live show.
Amazing.
We started in 2010 doing the live show in Central Hall. NBC Universal allowed us to do the show. Right?
Yes.
They had their
Central
little
Hall.
thing.
Yep.
You could sign up, and we signed up. It was Todd Cochran and Jeffrey Powers and Andy McCaskey.
Amazing.
And they did it with like a webcam and a couple of little wireless mics. Over the years, we got to the point where we were shipping 20 cases of equipment, and now we're back down to a couple of cameras and a couple of mics. But the picture quality has changed ridiculously.
Thank you, technology, right?
Because something this small 15 years ago would have been garbage picture quality.
Yeah, nothing. You'd have nothing.
And now,
for
you know,
outlines.
this
I
is,
feel like we look great.
Yeah, this is great quality, and I can put it in a backpack. It's wild.
Amazing. It's amazing. Yay. Yay, technology. We've made it.
So how has this show been? I know we don't get official numbers or anything like that until the audit, but
I know.
how's it been looking?
I know. It's been great, though. So, I mean, last year we had about 130,000 attendees.
Was it 130?
Yep.
Okay.
We're not giving numbers, but it's looking very much like we have surpassed 130,000 people, which is amazing, from 150 countries. So kind of that whole global perspective is just live and well, and you feel the energy and the buzz.
Yeah.
Back up to massive square footage, 2.5 million net square feet of space, which explains why my feet this morning were like, please don't make me do it again. Please don't make me do it. I have different shoes every day, and they're all just saying.
And none of them are working.
None of them are working. So just a massive footprint. About 2,500 companies as well, which is so cool. And they're companies from, the big, huge Amazons, Googles, Panasonics, LGs, down to what's right below us, Eureka Park, the mom and pop and startup stories, which today, to be very honest, was my first time getting a chance to walk through there. I have been dying to get there because usually I start my show at Eureka Park. It is just hands down my favorite.
It's why when you guys offered us to move to the
Right.
Venetian
Right.
from the North Hall where we used to be, we said
yes, please.
yes.
Yeah.
Because it used to be Central Hall was where things were happening. Now, this is where things are happening.
Truly. I mean, Central Hall is like, the visual, like, oohs and ahs, and you've got the screens and the movements. But when you're actually looking at, like, oh, wow, what's really going to, like, make a difference in my life? Eureka Park.
We sent our new team members over to Central Hall and West Hall and all that to see it yesterday.
Yeah.
And they came back, they're like, okay, I get it. The booths are bigger, right?
Right. Yes.
And, from our perspective, okay, Samsung announced a new television. Okay.
Right.
That's fine.
Right. It's great. Yay.
Of course they were
Amazing.
going to announce a new television.
Right.
But they didn't announce a robotic dog intended for Alzheimer's patients, right?
Right.
That's wild.
It's
and a totally different kind of a thing.
Exactly. Speaking of that, have you seen, like, the AI baby panda? I was
No.
holding. Okay. It's literally been modeled to be like a 6-month-old baby panda, same size, shape, weight, and like movements, features, and it literally can like sense your emotions and respond. So same thing, kind of like a companion situation. And at first I was like, oh, okay, neat. And then it got turned on, and I was like holding it, and you hear its little heartbeat, and it sings to you, and it was like it's a true emotional connection happening. So yeah, crazy, just impactful, like
super
impacting
cool
us as
stuff.
humans. Yes.
That some of it we always say. We used to do the Collision conference that used to be here.
Oh, yeah.
And we always kind of compare Eureka Park to the Collision conference. And in Collision, everything's kind of mad scientist phase. And 90% of it will never come to market.
Right.
But things from it will, right? They've
Absolutely.
got patents and ideas. And those things turn into what's downstairs.
Yes.
That's the next
Yes.
level. They pitch their crazy ideas at Collision, and then once that comes to pass, it shows up in Eureka Park.
Exactly. And then it shows up in our houses.
Indeed.
Yeah.
No, it's amazing. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
I
Speaking
got
of
to go down there literally like an hour and a half ago, because you get to or have to, depending on how you look at it.
a little bit of both. A little bit of both.
All over the show.
Yeah.
I basically don't leave this little square of blue carpet.
It's lovely up here, though. I think it's at this vantage point.
We always say we have the best view in the show.
This is beautiful.
This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
fantastic.
I
And
love it.
this side, because we moved from the other
Yes,
wall.
yeah.
We've been over there for the last 10 years.
I was going to say, yeah.
They moved
that's
us
what I
over
remember.
here for the first time, and we were a little worried.
I think it's great.
We definitely have some neighbors that we were concerned about being in our shot, only because of the family-friendly network that we are.
I may or may not have heard about that.
Luckily, Robbie was nice enough to give me Tower A when I asked. She's
Thank
like,
you,
no
Robbie.
problem. She emailed me in July to make sure that the tower was going to be okay over here, and I'm like, I'm going to need eggs. I see who's around.
Yeah.
No worries, you got whatever
See,
you need.
but you are a pro because you know to look at that map and see what's happening around.
Yeah,
Oh, hands down.
I feel bad for CNBC and Fox who were in the other tower, but that's not my problem.
Fine, it's not your
But
problem.
yeah, we have the best view, and
It's
over
gorgeous.
here,
Yep.
we really do get a great shot of the floor. I
Amazing.
like this location.
I do too. Beautiful.
Our shot back here is really great.
Let's keep it going.
So
Let's keep
I've
it
got
going.
some questions that have
Okay.
been coming from the audience.
Oh, okay, audience.
So 2.5 million square feet.
Yes.
So the question is, what does that include? Does that include the meeting rooms at Mandalay Bay or not? Does that include just booth exhibitor space? Are the Venetian Towers included in that? What does that 2.5 include?
Okay, very good question.
We've been asked several times this week what that number is.
Very good question. Okay, so it is anything that has an exhibition on it. So private meeting rooms that like public cannot get to does not count.
Okay.
Press conference space at Mandalay Bay does not
Okay.
count.
And so those big meeting rooms at Mandalay Bay, like where Microsoft usually sets up and stuff like that.
Right.
That's not included?
No. Aisles do not count.
Oh, wow.
Registration areas do not count.
Okay.
So it's
So-
so that we can make sure that we are very consistent year after year in reporting that it's like, okay, here are the parameters.
Okay.
It has to be exhibit space, show floor exhibit space.
So in this building, gray carpet counts, blue carpet doesn't, basically is the way it
Correct.
works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. That's perfect.
Okay.
Got a color-coded system.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay. So blue is mostly pass through and gray is mostly exhibit space. It's not entirely that because the main hall is gray, but for the most part, like that's
Right.
kind of the way it breaks
Yeah.
down.
Yep. Exactly.
Okay.
Perfect.
And it works that way across all the halls.
100%.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Great question. Great question.
It has been asked several times because Kirk and I talk about the size of the show and how it's grown from the like 1.5 that I remember many years ago,
Right.
before we took over Mandalay Bay and all this stuff, to the and before the West Hall existed
West
and
Hall
all
is
that.
massive.
It's
It does
crazy.
also include, I should say, the outdoor exhibit space in front of like LVCC.
courtyard?
Yeah,
Yeah.
So that, because we've got the booths out there. Although
Yeah.
construction has really kind of dampered that section.
I have no idea what that looks like because again,
We're right here.
yeah, I had to go tell some companies downstairs to come up at 2:00 for the awards, and that's the only time I've really left this little circle.
to walk, stretch my legs. It was great.
I still do 10 or 12 miles, and I almost never leave the blue
It's amazing.
carpet here. Oh, and the stairs are a killer for us.
I feel like I come back from CS in great shape. It's just like get that daily movement. It's all good.
My watch is dead by like 3.
No longer functioning.
Yeah,
Thanks for playing, right?
That's how bad it is.
Yeah,
by
yeah.
3, my watch is like, yeah, we're done. That's it.
It's been lovely.
Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Sorry about that.
Right.
Hopefully you got your phone in your pocket if you want any of the stats, because that's the only way you're getting them.
Got to get creative with it.
So, you mentioned the Panda. Anything else you've seen out there that you were just like,
Okay, so this I literally just saw. Oh God, sorry. On the way up here, and it because one of my friends and colleagues was like, "You have to see this." So it was in the Dutch Pavilion,
okay,
and they.
always a good place.
I know, and they are converting sound into energy, which I thought was pretty incredible. So their demo is basically like it's hooked up to a light, and you talk you talk into it and it powers the light up. And so they're talking about like use cases in subways, concert stadiums, airplanes. You literally use the sound CES of oh what? What? No, it's bananas. Like literally the implications for it are wild. Are wild. And they capture sound waves differently than sound decibels, and then there was a third different one, and they all had different levels of power. Wow. But it was just something that I was like, that makes so much sense and is very, very, very cool.
We had a cool one in the same vein on the show yesterday.
Okay.
That uses waves, like water waves.
Like the ocean.
Yes. So I think he said it was 3 meters wide and like 16 meters tall.
Okay.
And it was able to produce the same amount of energy as a 20,000 square meter, 10,000 square meter.
Let's go
conservative and say 10,000 square meter solar farm.
Oh my gosh.
With one device.
See, I just love that. Like, I just love that.
Yeah, and
That's
the sun.
creative here.
The sun's only out half the day.
Right.
The waves are going all the time.
Right. Exactly.
Wild.
And we have so much water on this planet. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's not going to do us a ton of good in Vegas.
No, that's okay.
But
that's okay.
California, Oregon, Washington, Florida, Texas. We've got all this space that has all, and I don't think it has to be on the coast.
No.
I think it could be further out.
That's amazing. Oh, I love that.
Super cool.
I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
We've had some really good guests this year.
Have you seen it basically, so accessibility is, we're seeing like a lot more in the way of accessible tech. And I think that has been very cool. Yes. So the headpiece that they describe it as a seeing eye dog for you through haptic feedback.
Dot Lumen.
Yes.
Yeah, he's been on the show the last couple years.
Oh my god.
He's awesome, and he won the U.S. Army pitch contest yesterday.
Well, I'm glad we're talking about him because he had me do a demo, and literally it was a crowded aisle. I put this thing on, I closed my eyes, and you just follow where it tells you to go, and I didn't bump into anything.
I was literally telling Aviva about this like 2 nights ago when we were waiting for a car.
Okay, yeah.
And I'm like, it's because everybody looked at me. All the people who hadn't encountered them before looked at me like I was crazy. And I'm like, no, seriously. It's gentle and it's so clear.
Literally.
When it does it, you feel the desire to go that way. You don't even have to tell yourself, oh, that's a tap to the right, go to the right. There's something about it that's just so natural.
To describe it. It was, yeah.
You don't have to think, okay, when something happens on the left, go left.
Right.
When it happens, you just do
going.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like somebody walking behind you and tapping you on the temples.
Literally.
But
I loved it.
But not in a weird way.
No,
it's
it wasn't
totally
invasive.
Natural. Yeah.
It wasn't, shocking or jarring. It was very
And he's on the market now. He's actually out there. Last year and the year before when he's brought it, it's been in various prototype phases. This year he is out there. People are using it.
That's incredible.
Yeah, he's super cool.
People are so smart at this show.
And one of the things,
so brilliant.
One of the things we love to do that we get the opportunity to do is to follow these journeys, right?
Yeah.
Because this was his 3rd time on the show.
Right.
3 in a row.
Growing.
And every year we get to watch the progress. And, great example, kind of everybody at CES knows Robbie Cabral from Benji Lock.
Right.
He's a brand ambassador
like
for the
yes,
CTA now.
Exactly.
When he started, he was downstairs. And he had a non-functional, I think, wooden prototype.
I think he did.
And nobody paid him any attention.
No.
We did. We did an interview with him. But nobody paid him any attention. And now, he's nearly the face of CES.
Right.
Like, everybody that wears a CES jacket.
My badge is gone.
Everybody knows him.
Of course, yeah. He's like make sure you talk about that story.
Indeed. Because and so we got to watch him go from nothing to Shark Tank to kind of the face of CES. awesome. It's such a success story.
Yeah.
We've gotten to literally follow from the beginning to where he is now.
I love it.
And he's partnering up with a company in our area, so we actually.
Ooh, there we go.
So that's fantastic.
Share the love.
Yeah.
So good. It's
and,
so good.
And in our product category, 'cause
doesn't get much better than
it's
that.
stuff that we use to ship our equipment. So it's
perfect.
It's fantastic. I don't know how public his information is. I know things.
So we'll be careful with what we say. It's great. It's all good.
I know things that aren't necessarily public with him, but yeah, we've become friends over all this time.
Yeah.
And same thing with Lumen. You know, we've become friends. How did I invite him on the show? I sent him a message on LinkedIn.
Right.
Like, hey, bud.
Right.
Don't forget to get on the show.
Yeah,
Because
we'll be
I know
here.
you're out in the wild now.
The wild. I love. But that is what I love so much about CES. It's the people.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
It really is. And you see these, it's people you don't see all year long. And you see them at CES and it's just like no time has passed.
Exactly.
It feels like such a reunion.
Uh-huh.
And,
It's kind of like summer camp. That's how we've talked about it in the past.
Yeah.
Kind of like summer camp. You get to see each other 1 week a year.
Right. And you're exhausted during it and you're
Uh-huh.
just doing all the camp activities.
But you're also having a ton of fun.
Best time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's your 1 week sleepaway summer camp.
I love it. And I'm always like amazed because the show, like we talked about, is so huge. And I'm like, how it's possible to end up seeing so many people here.
Yeah.
It makes me so happy.
Right.
My heart feels
how
so
is
happy.
it that we're in this weird corner over here that's perfect for us? How is it that we're over here and I still see like tall boy walk by, or I see right. And even though it's such a huge show.
So huge.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It's incredible. I
absolutely is.
got a text message from my 5th grade teacher who was on site, who I hadn't seen in years and years.
Oh my God.
And she was here with her brother who is blind and has Down syndrome, and he was going to one of the accessibility tech sessions to showcase, like they had been invited to like showcase all the products that could be useful to people with intellectual and physical disabilities, plus their caregivers. And she texted me, and I ran over to see her, and like she was just in tears over how impactful the technologies were. So it was very cool. It just touches everything.
Yeah. And the wide variety of things, right?
Everything.
There's a little bit of everything. Something for everybody.
Something for everybody. Every industry represented.
Absolutely.
It's all good.
And something that can and will affect everybody shows up here.
Yep, in some way, shape, or form. No matter what you need, no matter what challenges you're trying to overcome, from drought to physical abilities, people are excited down there.
So there's like a strength competition of some sort.
Okay. I was like, are we okay?
that like if you accomplish whatever the thing is, you get 10 grand.
Wait, really?
Yeah. So people are.
Do I need to go check this out?
It was 10, right, Barker?
It was 3.
Oh, it was 3? Okay.
You have to run on like a treadmill, and you have to go you have to beat 24 miles an hour.
Wait, you have to beat 24 miles an hour?
Yeah, it's a device that helps you run a little bit faster.
Oh.
Okay, but 24 miles an hour is insane.
It is. But people have been trying it all week.
So I ran track and cross country in college.
See,
I was a distance runner, not really a sprinter, but maybe I need to go give this a try.
See, we learned something.
$3,000?
We learn something about you every year.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's my claim to fame. Just. And I grew up in Las Vegas. I don't know if you knew that either. It's my hometown.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, 2 new facts.
Yeah.
What will next year bring, right?
Say all these years we've known each other
Right?
and still learning new stuff.
I love it. I love it.
So tell the audience how they can find out about like the stats when they come out and all of that.
Yes. So, like I said, we love consistency and we love numbers and we love to be able to report accurately. So we are a fully audited show. That audit typically comes out in late March or early April, and it details absolutely everything: full attendee numbers, full square footage numbers, breakdown of exhibitors by country and product category. It also is an awesome breakdown of the attendees, so you see how many C-suite executives were here, how many from each industry, and then title-wise too, because it's a really powerful show when you look at the people that are here and the decision makers that are here.
Yeah.
And the average attendee has 29 meetings while on site.
Is that all?
Per day? No. But it's a business-only event, and they are here to rock and roll with their business. So, mid to late spring, the audit will come out, and we'll make sure to get it out to you guys and put it on the website. CES.tech is the website for the show. CTA.tech is the website for the association. And obviously, all of our social channels have been capturing content all week, and then we will continue throughout January and the rest of the year to make sure that the momentum is rocking and rolling.
And that's the thing that, like, from a consumer standpoint, the people who watch this, they know about CES.
Right.
But the trade organization behind it that we talk about often, the trade organization behind it is the engine that makes this possible.
Yes.
And it's also the engine that makes things like 4K TV possible because you guys standardized the naming and
exactly
all kinds, because it was 4K, it was UHD, it was this, it was that,
all over the place.
And the CTA is the organization that said no, let's decide on a name and let's use it universally.
Yep.
And the entire industry gets behind it.
Exactly. Let's standardize this. Yeah, we've got more than 2,500 member companies, and the goal is just to make sure that there is an environment where technology and innovation can thrive. So there's a big policy piece, there's a huge tech and standards piece, there's working groups so that, like-minded people can get together and solve problems in specific areas, all kinds of networking. It's a pretty great place.
We actually threatened on our show to create a group
Okay.
within the CTA
Okay.
because there was this problem where laptops were all coming out 1366 resolution, which was nonsense.
You're like not here for that.
And so we actually pitched through our shows the idea of creating a group called the Mobile HD Screen Alliance or something like that within the CTA, and that threat alone of pressure within the CTA was enough that within like 6 months you weren't seeing 1366s anymore. Like just the
powerful, right?
Just the threat of the CTA getting behind an idea was enough to get the industry on board.
Gary Shapiro doesn't mess around.
No, he doesn't. No, he
And we have now Kinsey Fabrizio so Gary was our president and CTO, and now Kinsey has stepped in as president and Gary CTO. So now two very powerful leaders at the helm. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Kinsey has been with CTA we started almost the same time. So 17, 18 years. She started in membership, so she got to know
everybody.
all of our members. Exactly, got to know everyone. And has worked her way up and is now, president of the Consumer Technology Association, Kinsey Fabrizio. She was on the keynote stage with Gary. It's been amazing to watch her career just take off. I'm just so proud of her. So excited.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that allows him to focus on one aspect and allow her to focus on something else.
Exactly.
Trying to do both, especially
as
at the
it's grown.
scale of what the CTA has become.
Yeah.
Impossible.
Yeah, it's a lot for one person.
Well, as always, my friend, it's great to get to talk to you.
Same.
And it's been too long
I
since we've gotten to
know.
do because we always talk downstairs.
Right, but doing it for real.
Yeah. And I'm glad that Pam was able to send you over this year.
Thank you. Love being
Good to
here.
see you.
Thank you so much.
And we'll see you later.
Okay.
All right. Oh, always great to see her. And it's great to be the one to get to do it this time. And yes, we know that one runs long, and that's because it's their organization. They can do what they want. They get the time. They get the time that they want. Adam, my backpack is to your right on the floor. The front little pouch has the portable hard drive for Bobby downstairs. So it looked like he was trying to pack up, so I wanted to make sure he got it. So, all right, Adam's going to hand you the hard drive in just a second. All right, so yeah, the Consumer Technology Association is truly the engine that powers all of this. Without the CTA, none of this is possible. It is a large organization. We talk about a number of the people throughout the show, and Allie is like she said, she's been with them almost 2 decades, and so it's always great to see our friends. It really, truly is a lot like summer camp, in that we see each other for 1 week a year, and whether it be us and Allie and Linda and Robbie and Pam, we get to spend some time together, but we also get to see some companies and friends from companies that we only get to see once a year, and the next guest is actually one of the companies we've had on before in CES's past, and interestingly, so is the one after this, I think. So it's a little bit of a reunion every year. We get to follow the progress of how these companies have grown since the year before, or sometimes several years have passed between interviews. So it really is a cool space, a really fascinating show, and we are privileged that the CTA gives us this ability and this opportunity to do something as big and exciting as possible. Just give it to somebody down. Give it to somebody. There's nobody at the desk or anything. Is Aviva down there? She's not right there. Okay. Okay. Do this first. We need to get moving. All right. So we are running a little behind now. So we are going to pick up our pace a little bit. The CTA, like I said, it's their show. They get what they want while they're here. So. All right. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. We're almost there.
Almost there. I know. It's been a long but amazing week.
Yeah, for sure.
It really has.
But it is always a long week.
Yeah. It's my first CES.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So it's
Gotcha.
been really cool. Really cool, long days, but I wouldn't have it any other way, honestly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Sure. So my name is Sarah. I'm a brand communications manager at a company called Rendeavor, and we are a virtual reality company designed to bring seniors together through the power of VR and create shared experiences. And we're really excited about debuting a new product here at CES this year, and I'm so excited to tell you all about it. It's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
absolutely. So we were just talking before you came on with the CTA about how this is kind of like summer camp,
Mhm.
and that you get to see your friends
Oh, it's so
for 1
fun.
week every year.
Yeah.
And we've had you guys on in the past, and so it's really cool. We always love to get updates on what's going
Yeah.
on. So tell me about how
Yeah.
we've progressed in the last
Yeah,
year.
absolutely. So this year we are debuting one of our consumer-based products that is available as an app on the MetaQuest 3 store.
Okay.
And it's so exciting. It's called Alcove Sanctuary. And in Alcove Sanctuary, you're introduced to our first ever AI companion, Nova. And Nova is this adorable little robot, sweet friend here. And Nova is able to communicate with you through voice. So
Okay.
you're able to simply just put on the headset. You're in your own little sanctuary that we had designed that you could customize, and you could talk to Nova in real time and have an incredible personalized experience. It's really cool.
That's fantastic. So
Yeah.
what kinds of conversations and experiences can you have?
Oh gosh, the world is your oyster.
Okay.
So in general, this was built on the world's largest clinical trial on connecting families through VR.
Oh, wow.
So one of the most magical things about joining Nova in your little alcove sanctuary is you can also join with family members. So you can have your grandmother across the world, for example. I would have my grandmother join in her MetaQuest, and we would join in my MetaQuest, and we could talk to Nova together and say, do you want to go on a tour of Paris today while simultaneously learning French and going on an
Okay.
educational tour? Or if we wanted to reminisce together, we could upload our own family photos and talk in our sanctuary and have them displayed on the walls. We could decorate with family photos. We could reminisce together, talking to each other in our avatars, while Nova's kind of there also engaging in the conversation and
Wow.
helping create magic with us. It's really, really special.
Wow. So that would be like, so in that instance, there's multiple people all engaged in this one environment.
Yeah.
There's one Nova instance
Mhm.
that everybody's able to communicate with.
Yeah.
And sharing the conversation as if it was you in the so if I ask a question, you also hear because
Yeah.
Nova's in the environment with you.
Yeah, 100%. You could also have single sessions with Nova.
Sure.
One of my favorite things is putting on the headset and hanging out with Nova. Me and her went back to my childhood home earlier today, which was really fun. And my favorite thing about VR, too, is, well, we collaborate with Google Street View, so you could go back in time to when the last Google Street View was taken. And my dog is immortalized in the Google Street View image of my house, which is cool because she passed away a few years ago. And I showed my mom that Crystal was immortalized in VR through the
Wow.
headset, and we were just absolutely like, oh my God, look at this Crystal. She's running to the neighbor's house to go play with Reese's, who was her other dog companion friend, and it brought tears to my mom's eyes because
Wow.
we haven't seen Crystal in a few years, and she was doing her favorite thing, and then around the corner is my dad taking out the trash, and that's just permanently there on our Google Street View.
Oh, that's so
which is so
fascinating.
awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, so just those types of like moments that can happen through this, and Nova is able to emotionally code your reactions too. So
Okay.
for example, if I joined with my mom and my mom was, you know, having a sad day and Nova could tell in her voice, she might suggest like, do you want to go back and visit your childhood home? And then you could see Crystal again, and we could do that all over. And it creates a memory database about the user through your account on our Alcove Sanctuary.
Wild.
Yeah, it's
That's
awesome.
super cool.
Thank
and
you.
this all came about because of a clinical trial?
Yeah, so the Thrive, the Thrive study, which is cool. It's been happening for the last 3 years. We just wrapped it, and we found so many amazing findings about family connection through VR. So we had a lot of wonderful attendees joining with their grandchildren from across the world. They'd come together as avatars, and they would hang out in VR as if they were together, which really combats social isolation. As like, you know, we're all busy, but we all want to be able to hang out with our beloved grandparents that are in their homes. And this is a great way to do that. That's different than FaceTime or calling, because it's
Sure.
intentional, and you could do things together, and you can reflect and play games and look at photos. It's awesome.
And it's immersive.
Yeah, totally immersive.
Whereas, you know, this is not all that
Yeah,
immersive.
not all
you
that
know?
immersive, 100%. So it's really cool.
Yeah, it really is. So the avatar process, what does that look like? Like
Yeah.
creating the avatar and all that?
Yeah, so you could create your avatar, I believe, on the MetaQuest itself, and you join there. I'm not 100% sure. That would be a question for our developers there, but I'm pretty positive that you join as your Meta avatar.
Okay.
And you can
I'm
look
getting a
in-
head nod from off camera.
Yeah, you do join as your Meta avatar. That's already that's set up on the Quest itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're not having to create a whole separate one for the
No.
application. You're just using
Yeah.
the one that you've already created for the hardware.
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
That's way easier.
Way easier.
Because you can customize that
Yeah.
in space and on the phone, I think. When you
Yeah.
and you didn't have to design any of that part.
No,
which
I
is even
didn't.
better.
It is.
That's-
And like my favorite thing about Nova too, which makes it like I'm not the most technologically, you know, smart person,
Sure.
and Nova's all voice activated, so it takes out like the hassle of using the controllers, especially, which could get, you know, frustrating. And you could just tell Nova what you want, and she'll do her very best to make it happen without the hassle of controllers and getting set up and changing destinations. And you just talk to her and say, I want to go somewhere else, or can we do something else? And she'll walk you through it.
That's even better, because I'll tell you, I hate the controllers. Like,
Me
even myself, I don't like
It's
the
tough.
controllers. I have my own problems with VR, but that's a visual issue. It
Oh, yeah.
bothers me pretty quickly.
Yeah, we understand
but-
it's not for everybody,
But
too.
but yeah, the controller is the thing that bothers me the most. I don't like them. So
You could still use them, which is fun. Like, if you're, you know, into it and you want to move things around.
Sure.
But you could still use it
But you-
completely without them.
yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Takes the hassle out of it and makes it pretty simple for anybody. We want
Right.
anybody to be able to enjoy it.
They take a little while to figure out.
Yeah.
So trying to teach somebody,
Exactly.
like to use your example, your grandmother, trying
Yeah.
to teach how to use the and point and
Yeah, it's totally up to their comfortability.
Yeah.
Like, as I've been doing demos all week, we have people who are like, you could just talk to her. If you want to use the controllers, you totally can. It's up to you, but you don't need them. which is cool.
Choices.
Choices. We love giving choices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's really cool. If people want to find out more about this product and everything else you guys are up to, how can they do that?
So yeah, you could go on our website, rendeavor.com, and we have a whole tab all about Alcove Sanctuary, or you could head to the MetaQuest App Store and read the information that's there, and you could download it yourself. It is available to download if you have a MetaQuest now. So if you want to play with it, see what Nova's up to, definitely check that out. But also you could check it out. We have a lot of information on our socials. LinkedIn is one of our most favorite to keep updated with. So just Rendeavor on LinkedIn, rendeavor.health on Instagram. Definitely check us out. You can find lots of information there.
Excellent. And from a cost perspective?
$12.99 a month. Subscription service. If you have the MetaQuest, it's cheaper than a streaming platform.
All right. And if both of us are using it, we each have an account?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right.
Amazing.
Thanks
It was
for
very,
coming
very
on.
nice meeting you.
You as
I
well.
appreciate it. This was fun.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right. Yeah. And, you know, that we were talking about getting to see friends, and one of them is off camera right now and was interacting from the side. And, you know, we get to meet new people from the companies whose journeys we've gotten to follow over the last couple of years. And that's cool, too. Sometimes people leave and new people come into the company. We get to follow the company's journey. Sometimes we get to follow the people's journey. Sometimes we get to meet new people, too. So it's super cool. All right. So we do have a tight schedule. I know we've got a number of, I think we've got 3 more waiting downstairs. The CTA does sometimes get in our way, which is okay. We love them. We're so glad that they come on the show and give us all this information, cool information about the actual CES itself. It's a lot of information. All right. I think coming up next will be another company that we're going to get to follow the journey on. I can't wait to see what they've got going on this year. This company has been on so frequently, Adam, that when she came up, she already had her badge off ready to go. I don't know if you just noticed that.
Already knows the process.
That was so funny. Yeah, it's... Oh, it's so good. All right. We are very quickly approaching the end of our day and the end of our standard broadcast. Remember, 2 o'clock, so just about an hour from now, depending on how our schedule ends up working out, we will be doing our awards, which we're very excited about. But for right now, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Great, how are you?
Great, thanks for asking.
Absolutely. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hi everyone, my name is Olga. I'm a COO and co-founder at Mosquito. We are a female-founded tech company that develops smart and eco-friendly mosquito traps for modern living.
And I noticed that you have been here often enough that you knew to have your badge off when you got upstairs.
Yeah.
And we've gotten to follow the journey of the company over the last 4 or 5 years or something like that. And where are we today?
Yeah, thanks. So this is our first time at CES. We first released our product Mosquito Ground at 2020, and nowadays we are presenting Mosquito Mini. Last year we presented it at the prototype stage, but now it's a fully ready product for the market. You can already pre-order it, and we're gonna deliver it summer this year. So what is great about Mosquito Mini is this is a homeowner solutions for your backyard, like small patio, balconies, because Mosquito Ground, our initial product, it's developed mostly
huge space.
Yes, up to 2 acres, and this is something that will make you feel better, and your environment would be cleaner for mosquitoes just on the balconies and similar.
Yeah, because the first one, great product, big space, but not affordable or really designed for home use for you and I. It's designed for a very specific use case, and now you've taken it and brought it to a point where I can use it at home. I know you know we're from Florida, which is one of the reasons.
My condolences.
Which is one of the reasons why we've been so engaged in what you've been up to, and so excited about this one.
Yes, yes.
The first one was not for us.
Yeah, and actually this was specifically created to cover large areas. For example, multiple hotels already here in the US and especially in Florida, they use the mosquito ground. But people were asked...
I have seen them in
really?
the wild, yes.
Ah, nice, nice.
And I was like, hey.
I know them.
I know that.
Cool, cool, yeah. So yeah, and this time we are co-organizer with the company Dronier. Valerie is going to be right after me. So this is the first time we organized Ukrainian pavilion of the mature companies, because most of the times those companies are early stage and they are presented at Eureka Park. But this year we were happy enough to organize something that would represent Ukrainian tech ecosystem, especially during the wartime, and to show the resilient companies that still operate and operate under very severe conditions. And so pavilion showcasing different companies starting from drones, mosquito traps, electronic vehicle chargers, and many others. So please come by booth 51159 just to get more information.
Yeah, we've actually had several companies on from the pavilion, which is great. You guys have a lot going on.
Yeah,
down
yeah,
there.
it's pretty busy because people come in here looking for these like smart solutions, something different, and I think this is something that we as the Ukrainian companies can offer.
Yeah, for sure. So tell us availability, pricing. You said we're in pre-order right now. Yeah, let's.
Yeah, so
I'm super excited.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Mosquito Mini is available for the pre-order. You can go to our website, and for the CES attendees, we have specific promo 35% off.
Oh, wow.
Yes, just enter promo CES 2025 and you get your discount. The price cost is going to be $200. MSRP price.
Oh, wow.
Yes, yes. And
that's a significant difference from the big one.
Yeah, the big one is $2,000. Yeah, and it will fit to any environment. It has a really nice and sleek design, and it will fit both indoor and outdoor environments.
That's fantastic. And you said that we're expecting to ship summer?
Yes, summer 2025. We're going to deliver it on the market, and also we are working to deliver it on Amazon as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so...
Fingers crossed. Yeah. So let's talk about the actual device, because it's not just like a bug zapper. It's very different than that.
Yeah, so the point, I don't want to complain about other products, but we think the perfect way to get rid of mosquitoes is just to trap them. And in order to do that, you should create something that will be very attractive for them. So this is what we do and what we did with Mosquito Ground, and now we are doing with Mosquito Mini. So we are creating a solution that looks very alluring for the female mosquitoes to get into.
And for those who don't know, the females are the ones that bite.
Yes, just FYI, only female mosquitoes bite because they need your blood for reproduction.
Right.
Male do not bite people, they just eat nectar.
And that's information that I see on Facebook from time to time nowadays, but I learned it from you originally a number of years ago. I had never heard that before. And so the goal is to attract them in
and trap inside.
And since it's the females, you don't have to worry about the reproduction.
Exactly.
You're dealing with that issue as opposed to, say, like fly traps that actually end up making it more likely that flies will be there.
Yeah.
With this, that actually solves that problem too.
Yes, exactly. Because, for example, if we're talking about the repellents, they repel the insects, and after that, they still stay at the area. In our case, we just trap them and eliminate the area for mosquitoes.
Yeah, and it reduces the overall population.
Yeah,
as
so
well.
like the more female mosquitoes we will catch, the less opportunities for them to get to provide reproduction.
Right, and
offspring.
And less to get bitten, which is the most important part. Because especially in certain parts of the world, being bit by a mosquito can be super dangerous.
Yes, yes. I think nowadays finally people getting understand that it's not longer only issue of comfort. It's getting more and more issue of health.
Right.
Because as of now, 1 million people die each year. The prognosis of scientists is not optimistic at all. They think that before 2015, the half of the world's population will be under the risk of mosquito-borne diseases. And due to the climate change, global warming, so the areas that previously were not suitable for breeding mosquitoes are going to be more and more suitable.
So we'll start seeing them possibly in more and more places.
Yes, more and more.
Got it.
Like for example, this year in Boston area, they had to close parks because there were West Nile virus cases. So they need to close a lot of area. Yes.
Wow.
To keep people safe.
That's wild, and the parks is where the big one comes in.
Exactly, 100%. Yes.
And your backyard for your personal protection is where these come in.
Yes.
That's fantastic. One more time, how can people learn more?
Yes, sure. So please go to our website, mosquito.com. You'll be able to buy both mosquito ground for hotels, restaurants, or if you have a large backyard, up to 2 acres. And also you are able to pre-order Mosquito Mini for your balconies, terraces, and indoor spaces.
Fantastic. Well, you know, I have been waiting for this. Like, you know personally that I have been waiting for this one.
Yeah.
So excited.
You said we did.
And I'm going to have one. Thank you so much for coming back and giving us an update on this. And I wish you well with your launch.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, enjoy.
All right. Yeah, being from Florida, mosquitoes are mostly for us an annoyance, though they can be an actual health concern as well. So it's good to have a product like this. You know, I've got in my waiting time for this, I've got a little bug zapper kind of thing, and it does what it does, but you know, there's always the same quantity, and they just get zapped and keep coming back. But this actually helps overall reduce the population, which is really fantastic. Really happy about that. All right. We're getting set for our next guest, and again, I'll remind that at 2 o'clock we will have our awards presentation, or as soon as our last interview comes down, we will have our awards presentation. All right. All right. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
I'm Valery Kovenko. I'm the founder of the Drone UA company. We are working with the robotics industry for more than 11 years, and here on CES we are for the second time. And today we are bringing to the United States Ukrainian drones. And not alone. We have, together with our colleagues from Mosquito, we have established a Ukrainian pavilion on the main floor of the Venetian Hall. And we are representing more than only us. We have brought 10 more Ukrainian companies together to show the whole grown-up Ukrainian technological ecosystem.
Right, not just the startups, the early stages. Now we're getting to see some of the more advanced companies as well.
Absolutely correct. Basically, I was a startup last year.
Okay.
And today, I'm representing the grown-up company, the grown-up products, the grown-up partners, and even competitors in Ukrainian pavilion. And this is some kind of evolution. You know, the Ukrainian pavilion with the startups exists more than 5 years already on CES. It was sponsored by the United States government and helping Ukrainian startups to get to the global arena and showcase their ideas. But nowadays, this helped, this boosted the technological ecosystem of Ukraine, and now we are here evolved as a grown-up companies.
It's so great to see. Legitimately, we always love to see when companies are able to progress, not just through CES, but that's how we get to see you year after year to see the progression. So tell me about what it is you're showing off at the show this year.
So basically today on Ukrainian Pavilion, on the 10 different companies that are represented there, we are showcasing our manufacturing capabilities in terms of the drones and new tech, in terms of the robotics, and not only assembly of the robotics, but also the manufacturing of the components used to build drones and robots. All of this equipment within the last 2.5 years started to be manufacturing in Ukraine, and now we are showcasing not only the country, Ukraine, as the biggest drone manufacturer of the planet, but also a country that was able to create all this equipment within the borders of a single country. We are not dependent anymore from the supply chains from Southeast Asia. We are not dependent on the possibilities or risks of the logistics, etc. The risks are quite obvious that we had to solve them. And right now, Ukraine manufactures 4 million drones per year.
Oh, wow.
And this is a huge number. And you know, yesterday we had a lot of guests in our pavilion with some kind of badges from federal agencies, and we understood the following. On the Ukrainian pavilion, nowadays we can see some companies that are manufacturing more than 4,000 drones per day.
Wow.
And this is huge number. Basically, we can see how big the industry is in Ukraine, and right now it has a lot to offer to the global markets since we are going to export these products. And we believe that this experience of the localization of the supply chain, the possibility to make it within the borders of one country is a product. This is an experience that we want to deliver. The drones made in America might be the next big thing with the experience that Ukrainians have. We are really advanced in robotics, and we want to share that.
That's fantastic. So tell me about what sets your drones apart.
So previously I was working, our main focus is always to work in different enterprise segments, agriculture, industry, applications, mapping, etc. And the main focus was agriculture. This is the main market, and this is my personal passion to use drones in agriculture. However, nowadays we are using drones for safety, and these drones might help not only to actually safeguard our lands, but also to be industrially applied as new tools for different commercial use. And this is our product that we are representing here. So drones made in Ukraine with the Ukrainian-made parts, they are going to be a next big thing in terms of security applications here with the police officers, with sheriffs, with law enforcement units, etc. This is equipment brought for trainings and also to showcase how important and crucial it is to manufacture them locally. I believe that the most advanced idea that we want to deliver here and actually find here is a partnership to be able to manufacture drones here in the United States.
Okay.
This is it.
So that's one of your goals here?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously we're talking, for the audience, we're not talking about the little thing you buy at Walmart. We're talking about larger format, commercial purpose, like specialty purpose hardware.
Absolutely.
Agriculture,
correct.
security, law enforcement, things like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So basically from the stuff that weighs around 500 grams and up to 1 kilogram, and there are on Ukrainian pavilion some stuff that is large up to 30 or 40 kilograms. It's like up to 100 pounds. The large equipment that is capable to carry a lot of useful payload to be used in humanitarian missions, to deliver products in agriculture. This is a stuff that has to be manufactured here on this continent out of the parts from, for example, Ukraine.
Sure. Okay. And so obviously the organizations that you're dealing with can be government for law enforcement and things like that, and safety. You're talking to farmers or large ranchers. I would imagine in the farming and ranching space, you'd be dealing with like cattle and all kinds of interesting stuff there.
Yeah, and we have established our presence on the territory of the United States this year, the last year, and we are boosting up this drone ecosystem, we are headquartered on the territory of the United States in the state of Pennsylvania. And I'm the chair of the Agricultural Committee of the Pennsylvania Drone Association. And we connect with every single farmer of the state. And we recently obtained a reward as the company that made the most significant impact of the drone industry in the state. And the capital of the Harrisburg, the capital of the state. So basically, we are affecting already, and we understand that we need to work with the business, not only with the government entities, but with the private stakeholders to deliver the message that drones are good. Drones can be worked for good. This is another era of delivery this information, because the robotics that we face today can be sourced from the security applications. You can see it from actual applications in Ukraine. But the original and the main scenario to use them is for good.
Yeah. And, you know, you guys have been a great example of the purpose of being able to control the entire manufacturing process, because you're not reliant on, I wouldn't say enemies, but certainly security concern other nations who might be actively working against what you're up to. We've seen it in other industries, right? With servers coming out of a particular manufacturer in China that came with a chip on them that weren't supposed to be there, right? I think it was Supermax or somebody 10 or 12 years ago. So it's not out of the question for a hostile nation to become a problem in that case, and you get to control the entire manufacturing process. And so you know, for safety, security, law enforcement purposes, you know exactly what's in them, and you don't have to be concerned about other issues. Because, I mean, you guys have been in a situation for a while now, right? And so safety and security of even your own manufactured products becomes more important than ever.
It is absolutely correct. The supply chain and the possibility of localizing the manufacturing processes, it is the question of national security.
Yeah.
It has to be done locally. Even if you're importing some stuff, you need to have a possibility to manufacture every single component, the camera, the processor, the power distribution board, the motor, the frame. Everything has to be done locally, and you need to have this possibility. The communicable factor is also a very important niche. You know, we all know that to manufacture stuff in the United States is costly. We do have a lot of issues with labor cost here on the territory of the United States, but Ukrainians showed up that it is possible to create the same technologies, the same stack of supply chains, and do it locally, and the price is not different. It is competitive on the global scale. So when Gary Shapiro, the founder or the head of CES and the founder, made a ribbon cutting ceremony a few days ago of our pavilion, he mentioned that, well, we are making some kind of efforts in the most difficult times. We are resilient, and we want to be an example to other companies that no matter what, you can do everything if you want to do this. You have to just to give your...
You have to have the drive and the will to do it.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yes.
You've got to have the commitment.
Yeah. And we have a very good motivation to do things. And we want just to share our example as a role model here. And we also are looking for partnerships and for some information, for some of the lessons that America has. You have a lot to offer, to learn from. America is the oldest democracy on the planet.
Well, if people want to find out more about what you're up to or provide some of those learnings through communication, how can they do that?
So first of all, we are in social networks. Drone UA, this is a major name of our brand and our company. Also, we do have a platform called Fleet of Millions that unites all the members of our community, all the startups, all the companies that are represented in our pavilion or the pavilion of the startups downstairs. Fleetofmillions.com. This is a representation of our resilience and the vision that we can create millions of small friendly units that are, this is just an example of what Ukrainians can do. And if you want to reach us, just go to our website, to our social network, leave a message. We will reply immediately. We will try to catch every single communication, and We are looking for partners to grow up with.
Wonderful. Thank you for coming up and talking to me today.
Thank you very much.
And good luck in your journey.
Thank you.
Kirk, I need to borrow you for a second. I think. From Dawn. You were 100% correct. We need to let them know to be here at 2. They're right over there. Huh? Yes, bring the next guest up. Okay. I have no idea. Yeah, we'll get it. Bring him up. All right. Cut for me. All right, we're back, and our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
How are you? Yeah, great.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Sure. So my name is Renaud Anjoran. I'm from France. My company is Harmony Studio. I'm a co-founder here. And here at the CES, we are showcasing this pair of earbuds that are called the Commuter.
Okay.
Okay. And as you see, they sit in this very slim case, which snaps on the back of the phone as long as there's it can snap with the magnet. All right.
Okay.
Why do we call it Commuter? Because we are targeting people who use earbuds very often for commuting, for going to the gym, going out and about.
Okay.
And a lot of people we found are afraid of losing their earbuds.
Fair enough.
Have you heard of people who lost or left them go to the washer and so on?
Absolutely.
Right. So the idea, it has Find My in the case, okay, in case you misplace that. But the key idea is that they snap on the back of the phone, very hard to lose. The magnet is strong. Everything is held magnetically. Okay, so even with this open, it will not fall down.
Okay.
Right. It's slim. It's very light. Maybe you can see it's not a power bank, right?
Wow. Yeah. No, that's really light.
Right. So it has a little battery, but much smaller than a typical power bank for a phone.
Sure.
So
sure.
it's lighter and it's slim, and that's really key for people to actually slip it into their back pocket.
Right.
All right. Or put it in their bag. So yes. So a lot of people have been using this real estate here, which is becoming quite crowded. Okay.
Yeah.
However, what we see is a lot of power banks, is a lot of wallets, more and more. But what about the earbuds?
Right.
When you go out, again, specifically for that use case, we're not talking about replacing the AirPods.
Right.
Right. We're talking about just make sure I go out I don't want to leave them in the car. I don't want to lose them somewhere.
Right.
Plus, it's a nice little design. Can be
Oh,
used
look
as a
at that.
kickstand. Yeah, it's pretty stable.
Okay. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Thank you.
And so I get the point in showing off is the only reason that I'm able to use this is because it's thin.
Exactly.
But most things aren't.
Exactly.
Most of the MagSafe stuff is thick and annoying, and I don't want any of it because I can't use it. I can't put it in my pocket, or it becomes super uncomfortable if it's in my pocket. That's no good. You want to make a product that people want to use and aren't annoyed to own.
Exactly, and that's why that's the thinnest case for earbuds. We've developed the earbuds from scratch so that everything is thin without being too thin and uncomfortable, right?
Yeah.
So it still sits comfortably enough in the ears. It still packs a good 8mm speaker, so the sound is good. And it has active noise cancelling. Okay, all in these little slim earbuds.
Wow.
So there's been 2 years of development, and it all sits nicely in this thin case. Again, this is really key.
Yeah.
This and the strong magnet.
Yeah. So what kind of battery life are we looking at on these?
So the earbuds themselves, if the volume is not very high, you can count on 3 hours.
Okay.
And then the case itself, on its own, once you've charged the case, either with USB-C or wirelessly, you can count on 25 to 30 hours of listen time.
Okay.
Right? Plus, for people who use a Samsung phone, we've seen some people try it with their Samsung phone and they're like, oh, look, like it's charging. If you authorize it on those phones, then it can actually even charge from the phone, which is not necessarily what people want to do with their phone, right? Deplete the battery, but it's a possibility. But with Apple products, it's not possible. They don't allow.
Because of the two-way
exactly.
charging on Samsung.
Exactly.
Got it. And now that we have the magnet on Qi 2, thanks to our friends at the Wireless Power Consortium over here, Qi 2 now has the magnet on all manufacturers.
It opens a lot of possibilities.
It certainly does.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
Right. Yeah,
so
thank you.
how did you decide that this was a problem you wanted to solve?
We did, yes, okay, that's a good point. We did quite serious market research. So I took 2 weeks and lined up a bunch of interviews. My calendar was full. People in downtown LA, and just Zoom call after Zoom call, presented several industrial designs and look-like prototypes, and asked a lot of questions about the way they use their earbuds and what kind of issues they have and so on and so forth. And that's how we landed, okay, this is relatively a classic, simple design that will look good on iPhones and most Android phones, okay? And really the pain point of, hey, I'm afraid of losing the earbuds.
Right.
I already lost 2 pairs of earbuds and so on and so forth, came up so often. What that's what we need to focus on. So strong magnet, very, very important. Find my in the case, and everything that I talked about, as thin as possible, so it's convenient. We're really targeting, again, people who commute, go to the gym, go walk around, typically where you might lose your earbuds.
Yeah.
And maybe coffee shop, wait and, watch something and just use it.
I was hoping you were going to do that and that it was going to work.
Yes, of course it does. Of course it does, yes. And it's pretty strong. Okay.
So where are we in production on this? Is it coming soon? Is it out in the wild? What does that look like?
So we're in pre-production.
Okay.
What you can see here is already from production tooling, hot steel tooling already cut. Okay. And we are looking at a few iterations, revisions of tooling just to make it really nicely finished. A few improvements in the software at the same time.
Okay.
Pre-production pilot runs, extra testing for reliability, getting compliance done, and mass production in May. Right.
Okay.
So it's about 5 months from now.
Okay. Mass production in May, hitting consumers.
Starting to fulfill maybe end of May.
Okay.
End of May, June, right?
Okay.
So it's better to do it right We never want to rush these kind of things.
100%.
We've actually gone back to the drawing board last year and done a lot of improvements. Now we think it's mature enough. But again, we don't want to rush. It's got to be a good product, good reviews.
Especially when you're dealing with something like earbuds, you got to deal with like the seams in the injection molding, right? You need to make sure that they're not sharp because they're going to be close to your head. Not everybody cares about that. One of the things when we do any product review, I always run my fingers across all the seams.
Well, this is all around, fortunately.
Perfect.
Yes, of course, yes.
Yeah, because you don't want something sharp in your hand. You don't want it in your ears, things like that.
Right, of course, yeah. Absolutely. I fully agree.
So I totally appreciate that you looked at it and went, almost.
Thank you.
We're gonna make a little bit of we're gonna make little changes here. I want to perfect this before going into full production. I definitely appreciate that because there's a lot of stuff that does not go to that trouble.
That's for sure. We don't want to go. This version 1 is to get it in the market, get feedback, etc. But it still has to be lovable, right?
Yeah.
That's really important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what kind of price point are we looking at?
Retail price suggested is $129 US.
Okay.
That's what we're looking at.
Yeah. Right in the range I would expect.
Thanks. Great.
Very cool. So
feedback.
if people want to find out more or maybe get on that pre-order list, how can they do that?
Sure. So the website is Artronic, so ARTRONIC, Artronic Designs. So design, DESIGNS with an S at the end, .com.
Very cool. Thank you so much for coming up here and talking to me.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Have a good rest of the show.
Thanks.
It's almost over. All right, we're back. Sorry about all this chaos here. We've got an interesting situation coming in that our next guest actually has a translator. So this, I don't know. Oh, my hat is all wonky. Yeah, so we have a translator, which is, I don't know that we've ever done this before, but at least we have an infrastructure in place to be able to take care of it. No. That side. Hold on. Spin this around first. All right, yeah, so I don't think we've ever done this, Adam. Can you think of a situation where we've done this before?
I don't think I can.
Okay, so this will be new. We might need to pull you a little bit towards me. I just kind of threw the chair wherever it was. It doesn't have to be that. We'll put you kind of right. Perfect. That'll work. That way he can actually get into the frame. All right. All right. Here we go. All right. We have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
안녕하십니까? 저는 한국에서 왔습니다. 한국 전북 익산이라는 도시에서 왔습니다. 반갑습니다.
Hello, my name is Chung Hwa and I came from a city called Iksan in the Jeonbuk province. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Tell me about your company.
저희 회사는 농업용 기계를 만들고 그리고 최근에는 농업용 로봇을 개발해서 지금 홍보를 하고 있는 중입니다. 회사는 한 12년 정도 되었고요. 직원분은 한 30명 정도 있습니다.
So it's been about 12 years since we started our company and we have about 30 employees. We focus on agricultural and farmery machinery and we've built a couple of robots, so we're here to promote that.
Okay. So tell me about that.
저희가 이번 CES에 출품하는 로봇은 무인으로 자율주행을 하면서 과수원에서 농약을 뿌려주는 로봇입니다.
So our robot is a autonomous pesticide spraying robot that can be used in orchards. Yes.
Okay, and it's a ground robot as opposed to like a drone?
Yes.
Okay. So how big of a machine is this?
크기가
크기는 일본의 소형차, 아주 작은 소형차 정도 생각하시면 되겠습니다.
You can think of it as big as like a very small car in Japan. So maybe like a little wider than this table.
Okay.
Yeah, about the size of this table, maybe a little smaller.
Okay, and I would imagine for pesticide, it's probably pretty tall?
Yes.
Because it's got to spray the pesticide probably
Yes.
in multiple levels.
At the end of the vehicle, there is like a little, I guess you could say, trunk, and it has little spraying nozzles on the side. So it looks a little bit like a tree.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a
Yes.
single trunk with little branches coming off of it,
Yes,
and that's
on the sides, and then right here's the vehicle part.
okay. Very interesting. So obviously, agriculture is the target industry. Is it specifically designed for certain types of agriculture, corn versus rice, or probably not rice because there'd be water, but but corn versus maybe an orchard or something like that, or is it good for any kind of ground-based?
그 농업용 환경은 뭐 콘이라든지 오차드가 굉장히 다릅니다. 그래서 이 기계를 공용으로 사용하기는 힘들고 지금은 사과라든지 포도라든지 오차드에 특화된 그런 장비입니다.
So the field for like corn versus for trees is very different. So this one is not really multi-useful. This product itself is mostly for orchards.
For
So
orchards?
trees, yes.
Okay. So, and it doesn't care what kind, apples, oranges, lemons, limes, doesn't matter, just so long as it's an orchard style Okay, so that probably means that the trunk is pretty tall.
그 트렁크는 한 3m 정도 되는데요. 그 팬으로 강하게 불 수 있기 때문에 한 4m, 5m 트리 그 키까지도 방제가 가능합니다.
So the height of the tree can be up to 3 meters, but you can shoot it up to 5 meters because the wind is very strong.
Got it. And it's probably got some pressure behind it.
Yes, it's fans. And
Okay, and it's not aimed like this. It's probably aimed like this.
So it's aimed like this, but you can spin it, spin the nozzle so it can face upwards or downwards.
Okay, so you can pivot it depending on.
Yes, you can pivot it.
So if it's really small trees, you can pivot it down, and as they grow, you can pull up with it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's super cool. That's well thought out. Where are you in the production of this? Is this, do you have them out in the wild, or is this like a pre-production?
이번 연도 하반기, 그러니까 7월, 8월부터 이제 판매 시작 예정인 제품입니다.
So we're planning on being able to put it on the market by July or August of this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long have we been working on this?
한 3년 정도 개발하였습니다.
About 3 years.
Oh, wow. And how did you decide that this was the thing you wanted to work on?
원래는 이제 농업용 기계식 장비만 판매를 했는데 지금 뭐 CES에도 이렇게 보시다시피 이제 시골 고령화가 되고 자동화 기기가 필요한 수요를 많이 받았습니다. 그래서 이제 로봇을 개발하게 되었고 이제 여러 가지 로봇이 있지만 이제 방제 로봇이 가장 이제 무인으로 만들었을 때 판매하기 좋은 환경이라서 시작하게 되었습니다.
So we have been working on other farming machinery, but because now we're at the CES and there's also a lot of countryside, so thinking about an autonomous pesticide sprayer was beneficial in a way, so that's how he started working with it.
Okay, so you were already in the industry, you saw that there was this problem that needed to be solved, or at least a thing that could be made easier for the farmers, and thought, all right, well, we're already here, let's go ahead and solve this problem. Okay. That's fantastic. We always like to say that good ideas come from bad things, things that are annoying, and having to deal with that manually, I would imagine, is a pretty annoying because it's repetitious, it's labor intensive, and
health risk.
Right. The robot can't get sick from what you're spraying, but you can. Yeah, that totally makes sense. And so you're expecting to ship this year. Where are you targeting this to? Is it in Asia, Europe, North America, Africa? Where are you hoping to sell?
지금은 현재로서는 명확한 플랜은 없지만 오늘 오전에 이제 아프리카에서 저는 아프리카는 좀 그 경제력이 없는 줄 알았는데 아프리카에서도 이런 오토노머스 로봇이 필요하다는 제안을 받아서 이제 아프리카에 진출할 수도 있다는 것을 오늘 안 것처럼 지금 오토노머스 에그리컬처 로봇은 이렇게 바운더리가 없는 것 같다. 어디든지 갈 수 있을 것 같다.
So he doesn't have an exact plan, but this morning we did sign an MOU with someone from Togo, Africa. So he's saying that he doesn't see any boundaries on this machine.
Okay. So where we are right now is hoping to find some partners for distribution around the world?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And so it'll all depend on distribution partners, but you're not limiting yourself to any part of the country.
No.
Or world, I mean.
Yes.
Okay.
There is a limitation within the boundary of the Earth.
Because it's not a space shuttle, a spaceship. Fair enough.
Okay.
Although, maybe you get with Elon Musk and send one to Mars too.
I hope my son is doing this business in the future.
So I know this isn't the only thing that the company does. There's a whole lot more, right?
이거 말고.
네, 현재 비즈니스는 이제 그 순수 트랙터 뒤에 붙는 그 밭작물 마늘 관련 작업기가 메인 비즈니스고요. 지금은 방제기에 포커싱을 맞추고 방제 로봇에 포커싱을 맞추고 있고 앞으로는 소형 특화된 전기 트랙터도 이제 출시 예정이다.
So the main focus of our company is attachments to tractors for garlic farms, but we want to create electric tractor for kind of like maintenance for crops.
Okay. Specifically for garlic farms.
Yes.
Okay, that's very specific. What is it about garlic farms that you decided this is where we're going to focus?
아시는지 모르겠지만 한국에 혹시 오실 기회가 있으면 예전에는 이런 루머가 있었어요. 한국 공항에 도착하면 마늘 냄새가 많이 난다.
So if you ever get the chance to come to Korea, he's saying that there's a rumor that once you step into the airport, it smells like garlic.
그게 왜냐 그러면 이제 한국은 그 일반 세계적인 평균 사람들이 먹는 그 마늘의 양이 한 10배 정도를 먹고 있어요.
Because the country of South Korea, they eat more garlic than the average amount of other people.
Okay.
Other countries.
About 10 times.
10 times more.
Oh wow.
Not 10%.
10 times. Wow. Now, I'm generally a fairly big fan of Korean food, and I have noticed that and also a big fan of garlic, which is probably why I enjoy Korean food.
Yeah.
Okay, and so it's probably, therefore, a big part of the agricultural ecosystem in South Korea? You probably grow a lot of it?
The garlic?
Yeah.
Yeah, as I explained, the Korean people is about 10 times than average world population. That's why, even though the farmland is small, we have a lot of garlic farmland. That's why we started this business 10 years ago.
Yeah, that makes sense. So what kinds of accessories is it that you make?
It's like before we plant, we need to divide the garlic seeds according to the sizes, and we put that seeds into the planter hopper. And once it grows up a little bit, and we need to manage like spraying some chemicals. And before harvesting, we also cut some stem of the garlic.
Okay.
And then harvest. After harvesting, we also salt and dry a lot of machinery. So we provide all kind of this full stack solution to garlic farmers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the growing and harvesting process sounds very specific and very different from most others.
Very, I can say, labor-intensive crops. So I really like challenge this kind of the problems like growing, which is hard to grow up. Like rice farming is already mechanized fully.
Right.
So I'm not really interested in already mechanized, already completed.
Right.
So I really like to challenge some difficult issues.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So it's an industry that's important to the country, and it's very labor intensive, and there hadn't been a whole lot there to help support the farmers.
Sorry, I don't understand. Could you translate?
되게 힘든 일인데 그런 이렇게 도움을 줄 수 있는 기계들이 많이 없어서 그 시작을 한 것이죠.
Yes, because some challenging task also always give us a lot of opportunity.
Right.
So even though it takes long and it takes a very hard effort than normal job, but I think the harvesting size will be much bigger if we solve that difficult problems.
Yeah. Sure. Any time you can make things easier on somebody, they become more productive.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And you saw big challenges in an important industry.
Yes, that makes my life very energetic and alive.
You enjoy solving the problems.
Yes. Yeah.
as a software engineer myself, that's kind of my life as well. It's the problem solving that I enjoy. So I totally understand and totally agree.
Thank you.
So what's next?
I have to make our current robot successfully launch. The next level, as we said, next target is to develop electric tractor.
Right.
Because the tractor is the flower of the agricultural machinery industry. So I want to smell the flower.
Fair enough.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that project starts after we get this one going.
Yes, right.
All right. Well, hopefully what we'll get to do is meet up with you again next year and hear that you've started that project, because the first one has been such a success.
Yeah, so next year I hope to telling you about the successful story about this ultra spray robot.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, we look forward to having you back.
Thank you.
Before we go ahead and give people information, how they can get more information about your company.
On the website, we uploaded almost all informations, and you can type www.hada-korea.com. So maybe using the subtitle, we can share this our website address to the audience.
Well, thank you so much for being here. It's really fascinating what you guys are up to, and I hope you have a great launch of this product.
Thanks a lot.
And thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Like we talk about, CES, I'll take that one. CES is not just about products for consumers. There's a lot of industrial applications for these technologies as well. So it's really cool to hear how people are improving the life of farmers. Super, super cool. All right, we got to get our studio set back. That worked really well, Adam. I was a little worried about how it might go, but it worked really well.
It did?
Yeah. I would recommend letting them know to have the next guest up here as soon as while this one is on, just so we can swap this last one quick. I know, it's fine. I know, there's a lot going on. You may notice that we have our guests remove their badges because they can jingle on air. Plus, the company that sponsors the band isn't a sponsor of the show, so they can keep their logo. But there was so much. We just had to shift the whole studio around to make that possible. So we forgot. All right. We are coming to the end of the day very, very quickly. As the guests for our 2 o'clock start to arrive, let them know that we will be getting started as soon as possible. All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Very good, thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, so my name is Lea Milovic, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of FlowBeams.
Okay, and tell me about FlowBeams.
So FlowBeams is in development. We're developing technology to inject without needles. 1 out of 5 people worldwide are or is afraid of needles. A big problem. You're not alone.
Yeah.
So, and on top of that, 44 million needles are used worldwide every day. Mountains of trash that we're generating. So we're not talking only about the needle, but it's the syringe, it's the packaging, it's the gluing that needs to be processed.
Right.
A big problem. And we're here to solve that.
When we talked the other night, that wasn't even on the radar of, right, I saw it, my first thought was, aha, Star Trek hyperspray, right?
Yes, a lot of people have that.
And we're like, okay, great, no more needles. The waste aspect of it didn't even click into my head that all of those, ideally, are one-time use. We had that conversation too. But, holy cow. That's a lot of waste.
Correct, correct. So a lot of people forget about that,
Yeah.
definitely. And we're here to solve both of those aspects. We developed a needle-free injection technology in a device that looks like this one, in which we can inject various types of liquids, from cosmetics to pharmaceuticals. Cosmetics, you can think about Botox, fillers, all kind of skin rejuvenation type of products. And when we're talking about pharmaceuticals, those would be the regular vaccines, vitamins, anything that our body would need.
Insulin?
And we're doing that by having the liquid in here, pulled out to the device, and then with interaction with a laser that we have here, so laser-based technology, we're causing actually a bubble to be created. Since we're heating up the liquid very locally, and this bubble actually causes the liquid to be pushed out towards the skin at very high velocities.
Wow. Okay. I had been curious about that. We didn't get into that. We didn't even get into where the liquid comes from.
Yeah.
It looks like there's a little tank here.
Yeah.
Okay. And is the tank a refillable item, or is that a disposable item?
Yeah,
How does
so
that
it
work?
can be both.
Okay.
It can be both because our technology is applicable for so many markets
Okay.
that depending on the use, depending on the need of industry partners, we can regulate that.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Really interesting. So I'm guessing I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Why did you decide that this was the problem you wanted to solve?
We want to make impact. I think that our whole team, the company, the history of what we're doing, there is more than 10 years of research going already into this. We're all driven by the will and the need to make change and impact in the world. We know that this will solve a huge problem for many people who have to do daily injections.
So much, so much more than just yes, some people have to go get a vaccine every once in a while, and that itself is a problem, right?
Correct, yeah.
But then there's fertility issues, there's insulin, there's all these other things that are daily driver type things. And if you're afraid of needles and you've got a weight loss problem that requires an injectable medication, uh-oh.
Correct.
This can eliminate that too.
Correct. So
wow.
I think it's important to mention, so what we're working on is intradermal type of injections. We cannot change all of injections that need to be performed.
Sure.
However, those types of treatments like insulins, vaccinations that you have mentioned, many treatments have to be done intradermally or can be done intradermally.
Right.
And this is a problem that we're solving.
Right. So right now we're not getting intravenous, but we are able to resolve the skin.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Very cool. So where are we in this process?
So we have our first prototype.
Okay.
We're a Dutch-based company in the Netherlands, and this is also the reason why we're visiting this amazing CES for the second time in a row, winning this time a CES Innovation Award for our technology in the category of beauty and personal care. A huge
You just got an
momentum
applause
for us.
from off camera.
Ooh, thank you. And well, we're looking here actually for partners, industry partners, who are going to take this technology further with us to make it available together with us for people like you and myself that would need it. So this is actually our main reason in visiting CES this year.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you're in the boat with me? Is that what you
I'm
just
in
said?
the boat with you.
Okay.
Definitely.
Good to know. Okay. So what does the future look like?
I hope that the future is needle-free. That is definitely how it should look like. A future in which we provide safe, comfortable, and non-invasive technology to people all around the world.
Okay. And I know it's a medical device, and that makes everything crazy because the U.S. FDA and every other version of it across the world is bonkers to deal with. And I worked on an insulin project, which is one of the reasons why I keep going back to it. So I know it's crazy, but do we have any idea of a timetable on this?
So with our technology, as I mentioned, we're addressing various markets. So we're going here from cosmetics, veterinary type of solutions to pharmaceuticals. And we're looking to introduce this actually first into the cosmetics, mainly because it's easier to get there from a regulatory point of view. And we believe that if we introduce this type of technology into cosmetics, that it will make it a lot easier to have it adopted later on by big pharma.
Yeah.
So I hope that when we're talking about cosmetics, that we could really introduce it as soon as possible. So we're talking here, hopefully, in the upcoming 1 or 2 years, together with partners. And, well, pharmaceuticals, that will take a bit longer. So this is also, you know, meeting the right partners, getting even investment on board is crucial for us in bringing this to medical type of solutions.
Fair enough. Well, I am fascinated by it for all the reasons we talked about.
Thank you so much.
Both today and the other day. And I look forward to seeing this out there. Other people are going to be interested in this as well. How can they get more information?
Well, you should follow us on our website. So it's www.flowbeams.com. You can see all the new content. Follow us also on LinkedIn and on Instagram. And if you feel that you should definitely hear more about this technology, also feel free to reach out to me. I mentioned again, my name is Lea Milovic and I'm the CEO. Would love to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for coming up and talking to me.
Thank you for having me.
And for talking to me the other night. This is super cool. So excited.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Alice, because you have a headset on my screen, I see one more actual guest, and then I see some of the awards showing up. So this is our next actual guest. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Because I don't think you're right. Because this is not Beatless, which is our next guest, who has been checked in, which is what I'm asking about. This is for the awards. Yes, Beatless is who I'm looking for right now, because they've been checked in. And we need to get that last interview done before we can start the awards. And we need to make sure that we have one of the working awards up here. We'll give the rest of them downstairs, and we'll use the same one for the presentation. All right. We have our last guest coming up right now, and then as soon as we're done with that, we will get into our awards presentation we're very excited about. Yeah, I think we can put it right here on the corner. This is the front over here? All right. So we'll aim that this direction, 45 degrees. Perfect. All right. Will this work, Adam?
That'll work.
Okay. All right. Perfect. So now I have a reference image. All right. All right, here we go. We will talk in front of it. We'll talk from behind then. This is not the first interview that I've pushed myself back in the chair for. All right. Well, we have our last guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Amazing.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
My name is Alexandra Afanasieva. I'm co-founder and CEO at Beatless. This is a female-founded startup from Ukraine. They are ag tech, and we are protecting crops with non-chemical smart trap.
Okay, and what kind of thing are we trying to trap here?
Actually, everything that flies.
Okay.
Any kind of agricultural pest that flies can be captured by our device. It's very versatile, but right now we're focused at some specific pests that we have field tests on, and our first target species is Asian citrus psyllid. This is a very nasty pest that causes orange orchards greening. This is a huge problem for orange production. In the US, it affects states of Florida and California, obviously. Globally, Brazil is suffering a lot, and the Brazilian partners is actually where we started our field tests.
Okay. Well, we are from Florida, and so we are very aware of the issues that can happen with oranges. So how does this trap work?
So it utilizes primary instincts of insects to attract them. So things like color, light, wave of light, sound like mating sound, scent. We're also using pheromones. The brain behind this thing is in the cartridge that you can see here inside. It uses this complex of physical and biochemical characteristics to drive the insects close to the device, and then they are sucked in by the airflow by the ventilator that installed in here, and then they're captured in a sac that is inside of the device, and they dry out naturally. No harsh chemicals, nothing not natural, and the insects, it only targets the malicious pests. It leaves pollinators and other useful insects untouched.
Okay, so bees, butterflies, things like that we absolutely have to have, or none of this works, are not affected by it.
No, not at all.
Because they're not interested in what this is theoretically offering.
Exactly. So for them, it's just something in the field, some device in the field. But for the specific species it is targeted to, it is more attractive than the tree or the bush or the vegetable or fruit. So basically, our competitors are trees.
Okay. And so how did you decide that this was the problem you wanted to solve?
This is a great question. So we are from Ukraine, and this is like a new startup. This is a baby brought to life by two Ukrainian companies that has already been in business for quite some time. One of the companies is Mosquito.
Good friends of ours.
Absolutely. You've been talking to my colleague Olga previously today. So they are amazing in pest control solutions for mosquitoes. And the other side of the family is Drone UA company, whom you also talked to. We have experience in agricultural robotics, 10 plus years. So we thought that this is going to be a great solution for sustainable farming. First of all, this is healthy, this is safe, this is more sustainable than any other kind of pest control solutions for agriculture that there are in the market right now. So we united our expertise and created this device.
Gotcha. So we took the general idea of Olga's, of Mosquito, and repurposed it for a totally different usage. And totally different pests. Because an apple doesn't necessarily care about a mosquito.
This is so true. So yes, Olga is my co-founder.
Nice.
Absolutely. Anastasia from Mosquito is also my co-founder, and another co-founder is Irina Kirющenko. She is heading our team in Ukraine. These devices are produced in Ukraine. We brought it here, but we are planning also to scaling up our production a little later. Now we're in the phase of field tests, as I said, and we're also working with the academia. We need to validate our concept with entomologists that we work with globally, also on specifically US market. We have a collaboration with the University of Florida, and in the pipeline we're planning to work with UC Davis and some other academia, and we really hope that this is going to be a great solution for high margin cultures like orchards, berries, and for organic growers where they cannot use any pesticides. So this is a great solution for organic use.
Really interesting. So what kind of a timetable are you hoping for? Obviously, it comes down to tests, and tests take what they take. But if everything goes smoothly, what kind of timetable are you hoping for?
We hope to be at the go-to-market stage by the end of 2025 with specific species. Yes, we already are pretty far with the Asian citrus psyllid. We also are working with some other pests. One of our target species is spotted lanternfly, which is a very highly invasive pest that threatens vineyards. Now it's in the East Coast only, but as it progresses through the West Coast, we are trying to find a good solution to at least slow it down, hopefully to stop. So with this specific species, our work is quite advanced, but we're also experimenting with some other types of malicious pests, and our idea is to be ready to supply the devices to farmers by the end of this year, and not probably the idea behind the business model is the service model. So we're going to put these devices in the field to control the population of pests and charge per acre. So the service behind this, it doesn't need service very often. It approximately once every 2 to 3 weeks, depending on the type of cartridge and the type of the pest. But we will be the service company at the initial stage, and then we will go from there.
Very cool. Well, if people want more information about this, how can they get it?
Oh, please visit us at beatless.com. We're not starting a new rock band, that's important, but we're doing something different with the insects. So it's beetlees.com. And there is all information about our product and my contact information as well. And our team will be ready and happy to answer any questions.
Well, fantastic. I really do appreciate you bringing this. And I wish you luck.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Have a good rest of the show.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
All right. Very interesting idea. I think I'm going to go away for a minute, I think is what Kirk is telling me, while we reset real quick, and then we will be doing our awards. We will be right back. All right. Oh, we might have to change this angle because the award's not showing up in it. Obviously, mine will have to come up I need him. All right, so we are here. It is the end of the show. It's the end of our day. It's the end of our week. And the way we like to end our week is by highlighting the best products that we saw, the things that touched us the most. Not always necessarily the best product, because that's super subjective. So we like to, really lean into the idea that it is subjective. And so we have 6 awards that we get to give away. Each of the 4 shows for the Tech Podcast Network that are here this year get an award. PLUGHITZ Live, Gadget Professor, GNC Week in Review, and of course the Tech Ranch. We all each get an award to give away. The production team has one as well because they've been here all week getting to listen to and watch all of the interviews. And then we have our Best of the Best award that we as an entire team get to give away, and we'll give that one last. But we're going to get started with the PLUGHITZ Live award. This one, interestingly, is not an interview that I did myself. I got to listen to it from downstairs and then got to go with him back to his booth to see the thing in action. I had a feeling that it was going to go this way when I read the original pitch. So let's talk real quick about what you've got.
We're manufacturing the most energy-efficient homes in the world. Efficient enough to survive any weather conditions in any location on the planet with just solar power, including generating water from solar power.
It's wild. And, with the last couple of months, a number of things popped up, and we talked about the hurricanes that affected us, and you said Cat 5.
Category 5 Hurricane Compliance Code.
Which is amazing. You've got an anchor system that you designed.
That's correct.
For us in hurricane zones that's not required necessarily in places that are not.
In different places that can be used for hurricane compliance, in California, for example, for seismic compliance. So that's anchoring system works in different locations.
Really interesting. And then with what's going on in California right now, which I think you said you're LA-based.
Yeah, we're based in Los Angeles, that's true. And also the structures we develop, they are not flammable.
Right, which, there we go. It once again becomes important there.
Yeah, I'm proud to say we have a perfect product for global disasters, but of course, it's unfortunate what's happening everywhere here. And just to your case, just a couple months ago when the Category 4 hurricane hit the Florida, 2 of our homes survived in that coast.
It's super cool that you've got this like real world implementation of it. And you took me on a tour through it, through the model that's here. Really great little home. We talked about it being great for Airbnb and all kinds of interesting usages.
Yeah, we target this product for short-term rental projects, for remote hotels, resorts. We have a helicopter delivery option. And the company founded by people from aerospace, so we know how to do tiny spaces convenient and cool.
Really, really interesting. I wanted you to hear what he said. The one model can be delivered by helicopter.
Exactly. We have a model made of carbon fiber, very light one and fully self-sustainable, designed specifically to deliver in remote cases like islands, top of the mountains with helicopter.
Absolutely fascinating. And
crazy, right?
Yeah, it really is. And you've got a couple of models, I know, the smaller one, a larger one, a couple of configurations on them. And they range, what, from like 35 on the little one unfurnished up through?
So the smallest units we have starting from 35 grand. We also have slightly bigger single-family homes up to $500,000 price. And that includes usually whole furniture, remote control, smart system, antibacterial, antivirus protection, solar generation, batteries, water generation, installing approvals, permits, for everything. So we try to do the one service point. So one check cover everything.
Truly, truly fascinating. I love this idea. It has a very high potential to change housing, especially in places where it's problematic. Really, really cool. And
thank you.
Therefore, for PLUGHITZ Live, we want to give you this. It's such a cool technology that you've built.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. I'm not sure what our next situation is. I'm actually going to steal that back from you, and they've got your actual one downstairs. If Don's is here, no, then Marlo and I are going to switch real quick, and Marlo's going to give his away, and I will be back to give Don's in a minute.
Switcheroo has been accomplished. That wasn't even too bad. Hello, Anna.
Hello again.
So I'm glad to have you back here. I was so intrigued by our interview yesterday that, and I just, I started thinking about the ramifications of what you're working on right now. And I think that you and I, 5 years from now, are going to have a completely different conversation simply because of what you have invented. So let's remind everybody what MindMic is.
MindMics is a new technology that in differentiation to other wearable devices is not using the optical light that is measuring blood flow just below the skin. What we're using, we're actually capturing the sound waves of our body that our body is producing. Those sound waves are produced below 20 hertz, so actually our heart, all of the organs, everything that is in motion in our bodies, everything that is making us alive, is generating those vibrations. And those vibrations actually, they do travel to the ear canal. And the ear canal, by nature, was designed as a transducer, which means it can get the sound waves from outside, but because it's attached to our body, can also pulsate and work as a speaker and create the sound waves and broadcast every single heartbeat and everything that is happening in our body. We call it human audio.
Okay.
That we can capture. And when we think about this, there is a human genome that can describe fully who we are as a humans and can determine a lot of things about our health. Human audio, so that acoustic imprint of our body, is continuously changing, and also it's as we making decision about the health can evolve as well, and we hope that with time we can build a predictive analytics based on those very precise, accurate sound waves that will be able to help people maintain healthy lifestyles.
Yeah, I think it's just phenomenal, and again, it's just an earpiece that a person will buy. Not unlike what you buy now, the earbuds that you buy. In fact, didn't you have some fancy ones here? They're in your jacket over there. I'm sorry. But do you have earbuds in there?
Yes, that's actually limited edition.
Okay.
That's actually a limited edition built by MindMics.
Okay. Wow.
So our partners can actually buy them.
Okay.
For evaluation purposes when they when they make a decision about partnering with us, adding this technology into their product. They don't have to wait months or years until they add it and then see how it works. They can actually go ahead and try these earbuds that were built by and designed by our team.
Okay.
And you can listen to music. They have the functionalities of the earbuds, but on top of that, they listen to our heart. You can see actually every heartbeat in the app when you put them in.
And that's what's so wonderful about this product, everybody, is that it's already what you're doing. That's what I love about this. You're listening to music, you're answering phone calls, whatever you're doing with your earbuds, but it's also listening to your body's audio imprint and learning from that, and at some time in the future, And I'm guessing that's not that far because I think you're pretty close already. You've probably done some things you're not sharing with me, but look at her smile. But it is at some time in the future it'll be predictive, and you will be able to potentially tell if you have some heart issue coming up. Maybe you have pneumonia. We were talking about that earlier today, and you'll be able to hear, or this device or this software will actually be able to tell you what is going on in your body just by listening to it. It's absolutely incredible. So thank you for what you do. And I know this is a dummy award here because they have it all set up. You will be getting one of these, but you are my pick for CES 2025. So congratulations, Anna.
Thank you so much. This is really exciting. I was not expecting that.
Well, we're happy that you're part of our program this year, and we look forward to amazing things in the future. So again, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, and I believe we have somebody swapping with me again here. And I just want to say thanks everybody for joining us for our live coverage here this year. But we are not done yet. We have others that we have other award winners as well. So we're just going to swap out here.
All right, I am back, and this time I have the pleasure of presenting for the Gadget Professor. As our regular viewers know, Don Bain always has to leave early, and I usually get the opportunity to present his award, and this year I get that opportunity again. For those who didn't see the interview earlier, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, so hi everyone, my name is Ken. I'm currently the CMO for Hover Air. It's a self-flying camera that takes off from your palm, recognize your face, follow you while taking the video.
Such a great idea, and I totally see why Don attached onto this as the content producer that he is.
Yeah.
I can totally see his interest here. So we've seen drone every drone has a camera, right? So what really sets yours apart?
Okay, so it's totally different from a drone. That's why we call ourselves as a flying camera.
Okay.
So you don't need a remote controller. It's fully packed, protected with a cage. And then it's so simple that it takes off from your palm and flies after you. So you don't need a remote controller. You don't need a phone. You just go ahead and enjoy your moments, and someone else
do your
is taking
thing.
care of it. Yes.
And it just keeps up with you.
That's right.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing there's something about you that it tracks, whether that be a thing in your pocket or whatever.
It recognizes your face.
Perfect.
And then you don't need to bring anything.
Oh,
and
even
then,
better.
Yeah, it just recognize your face and then recognize your whole body. As you move, it follows you. That's it, as simple as that.
Wow. And what kind of price point is on this?
So I have 3 different tiers, and the lowest one is $300, and then the medium one is $500, and then the highest one is $700. The highest one takes 8K video, and the medium one takes 4K, and the other one takes 2.7K.
Wow. So the bottom one isn't even just HD.
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally see
Yeah.
where Don's attraction was on
That's
this.
right.
This is so cool.
Yeah.
And are they out now?
Yeah, they're available at hoverair.com, and also it's available on Amazon. We're also available for B&H, etc. So we started the products in Indiegogo in August, and then we hit 4.7 million.
Wow!
Which is the largest projects on Indiegogo in 2024.
Wow,
yeah.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you
Hopefully
very
it'll
much.
continue to be a success.
All right.
And Don is very proud to be able to present that to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
We're honored to receive this award, and we hope to serve more customers around the world.
Wonderful.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to steal this back from you. Yours is downstairs. Let's get back to blue. Yours is here? Okay, awesome. I'm going to swap out, and Kirk is going to join us on camera.
Hey everybody, it's Kirk from GNC Week in Review. My award is for Best of CES 2025. This is my first award for the podcast, so that's really, really awesome. A couple of quick things. First, this is dedicated to Todd Cochran. He's the hub, the main guy for TPN. We've been doing this for 15 years. Without him, this will not be possible without our production crew, Scott, Marlo, everybody. So they're awesome people to work with, great teams. So this TPN is not the same without him. So I miss Todd. We all miss Todd. We will hopefully he'll definitely be back next year. And so this best of is dedicated to him. With that being said, I'd like to introduce my pick for CES 2025 is PickPad. So can you introduce yourself? A lot of people don't know about your interview. Didn't hear the interview or see the interview. So can you give a quick synopsis of what PickPad is, how it came to be, etc.?
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot. Really excited about that. I'm Yara, and I am building PickPad. So PickPad is a new product category for the future of the hospitality and retail industries. And I strongly believe that this future is fully digital. So we are building this device to automate a lot of processes behind the counter of our store and take the customer experience to the next level using sensors and machine learning.
Cool. Okay, so now I read your pitch, your email, and can you talk a little bit about a tiny bit of your story, what came to be with PickPad and what happened with that?
Yeah, for sure. I've been building tech solutions for the restaurant industry and retail for the last 15 years, and they were pure software companies. And one day I realized that not all the problems can be solved just using pure software. And this world's actually digital and physical are blending together in one seamless experience for businesses and for customers. And it should be something that blends this. So I just decided that this industries need device that sources data points from physical world and blends seamlessly customer journey in one digital experience. So that was my actual vision of new product.
Okay.
And that's how it was started.
Cool. Okay, so briefly give us a demo of what exactly this does and walk us through it a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. So let's say you order something on your go-to coffee shop app, and this mobile order goes directly to this store. Okay. So I'm here simulating this order. And our station is a modular system of smart pads, and it can include different number of pads and depending on number of orders there. And our system is fully integrated with EOS system in our store. So this pad knows everything about your order.
Okay.
So actually I am barista and I'm juggling different cups and making different orders at the same time. And let's say instead of your black coffee, I put here someone's espresso. So, and as you can see, this red light shows me the problem.
Let's move this over a little bit so everybody, audience can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
and this interface is for me for barista, so let me turn it to me.
Okay.
And yeah, so I see the problem, and I realized that this was mistake. So I am correcting myself. So I put correct order to this pad. It lights up green and shows your name.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
And instantly notifying you as a customer. So you are, as a customer, have a like a seamless experience. So you're instantly notified, you know your order is ready. You skip long line, go directly to the station, see your name, take your order.
Right.
And station thanks you.
Right.
And yeah, here you go. Everything is ready for the next order.
Okay, cool. So you mentioned in your email about the story and how with the war in Ukraine, and that kind of really was so this basically was inspiration because you were in the restaurant industry for so long. You wanted to make a change to it and enhance it and fix it, basically. Okay, cool. Well, this is basically, this was really, when I saw the email, we see the best of the best. Not best of the best, but we see products from all over CES at here at the Venetian Expo and LVCC, and the story of this product and the personal story behind it, which moved me and touched me. So for my very first, for GNC Week in Review, for CES Best of 2025, I present PickPad.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
You're very, very welcome. You're very welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Stay right there. Up next, we're going to get our next award up momentarily.
You can have it. Sorry about that. We were having a quick conversation up here. So our next award comes from production. I'm going to let Adam talk a little bit about it.
So we chose this because it's a very awesome thing. Helps you walk farther, carry more weight.
And at CES, it allows you to stand longer.
Actually, not stand longer, but like to extend your journey, help you to self physical exertion. So in that way, just like Adam said, we can walk faster or do multi-day trips with less efforts, something like that.
So like while we're walking around the studio and all that,
especially
it allows
good
us
for events.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. When I mean stand longer, I mean for us. Us being able to do all this.
Exactly.
Like, so you lent one to us.
Oh yeah, yesterday, right?
Yeah, overnight.
Overnight, on the second day, overnight, let you try it.
Yeah, and everybody tried it on.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it's really lightweight. It's comfortable, and you can immediately feel what it's doing.
Yes.
There's no question about it. It kicks on immediately.
Thank you.
Aviva downstairs had it on for quite a while.
Yeah.
And then she couldn't figure out how to turn it off, which was fun. We're like, all right, well, robot legs it is. You're
Something interesting is if you cannot turn it off by some accident, it won't you can just take it off and it won't just raise the leg strap by itself. It won't cause any accident because it will just stop. It will sense it's out of your body, so it's all like stop. Yeah.
Oh, that's really interesting. And so, where in your process are you? Is this out in the wild? Obviously, it works.
Yeah. We will launch. You mean the launch date, right? We will launch this month, January 20th, to the public. But before, we do co-founding on Kickstarter, Indiegogo, to let the early adopter to know the prototype and the idea of our products. Then we can do, over almost a year's improvements on the products. Then we got this.
Very cool. Well,
thank you.
Having had the opportunity to see it in action, I can say it really is a cool product. It has a lot of potential, especially even in here.
Many scenarios, I would say.
One of the things that we do is when multiple people on the team all see the same product and see different uses for it, that's when we realize this is something that really, really deserves the award. So
thank you.
Because of that,
thank you.
That is on behalf of the production for
Thanks
TPN at CES.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. See you next year.
All right, and that leaves us down to one. It is our best of the best. I'll let you know how this works. The way it works is every show obviously gets their own pick, then production gets a pick, and then all week long, at the end of the day, we pitch ideas around. I saw this, and we look for things that either are so hyper-focused that it is perfect for the thing it's trying to accomplish, or something that everybody on the team heard the same pitch but saw something different. And last year, it was the latter. Last year, what we saw was a ring, and everybody heard the same pitch, and nobody heard the same pitch. We all saw and heard a different product because we all heard and saw a different use for this thing. And this year, we went truly the extreme other end. This product is so hyper-focused and so perfect at the thing it is trying to accomplish that we had tears in the studio, and I had to go out and pick up a missing piece of equipment last night, and legitimately the woman at the register asked me if I had encountered this product at the show, which is crazy. The idea that they saw my badge or whatever was on me at the time that identified that I was from CES, maybe the fact that on the third day of CES I was there buying a hard drive and a suitcase may have been the indicator that it was CES. Whatever it was, I don't remember, that triggered her to ask the question. It was just, I'm in line to buy a hard drive, and the woman at the store says, "Did you see the Alzheimer's dog?" That's the question I was asked. And the idea that just a random person not at CES knew about it, heard about it, and wanted to know more, between that and tears in the studio and the super hyper focus of what this is, it definitely drew all of our attention, and there was no question. I don't think anybody else pitched anything else for our best of best. So,
it's so kind of you, so kind of you. Yeah, this has been a whirlwind week for us, and
amazing. She's excited.
Yeah, she's always very excited. So thank you. You shared that story with me this morning. It is really very mind-blowing because we've gone from being a complete unknown company to somebody recognizing our puppy.
Who wasn't here. Somebody recognizing who wasn't here and wanted to hear more about it. We watched the interview at the checkout because she wanted to see it. She's like, "Do you have video of it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got a whole interview."
Well, that shows the reach of your audience. That's amazing.
Yeah, it was super, super cool. So talk about it a little bit for those who may have missed it on Wednesday.
Certainly. So inspired by my mother, who after she was diagnosed with Alzheimer's dementia, I had to take away her dog for safety reasons. Looked around for substitutes for live animal companions, didn't find anything that she liked. And really just out of desire to salvage my relationship with her. She was quite unhappy with me. Yeah. I launched on what became a multi-year research and education journey, culminating in a master's degree from Stanford. And along the way, I learned that my mom's story is shared by over 300 million seniors with dementia or pre-dementia mild cognitive impairment. And like my mom, are limited in their ability to safely or practically care for a live animal.
Sure.
And so this is Jenny. Jenny is designed to stimulate emotional attachment, and through that, treat the behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia, reducing the need for certain medications. We studied with over 700 seniors with dementia and found they have a very strong preference for realism. We, as a bunch of technologists, had no idea how to do that, so we reached out to Hollywood and teamed up with the Jim Henson's Creature Shop to do our artistic design. And with their help, we think these are the world's most realistic robotic animals, and scientifically designed to stimulate emotional attachment and become a unique platform for treating the behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia.
Wow. Well, it's interesting. I don't think I knew the Jim Henson connection before, and when I was down there earlier, my first thought was, she looks a little bit like the dog from Fraggle Rock. Just a little bit. And that's so funny, because it was my first thought.
Well, that's a remarkable coincidence. Well, the Jim Henson shop has influenced so many of us in so many ways over the years. We like to call her Kermit the Frog's youngest sister. But we were not sure that they would want to work on this with us. We were just a startup company.
Fair enough.
But we learned that the two leads, the creative director and their animatronic supervisor, both had fathers in late-stage dementia, and so they really wanted to work on the project with us.
Personal connection.
Yeah, it was such a treat to work with them.
That's
really
awesome.
Amazing, not just great artists, but really amazing people.
That's so fantastic. And I one of the things that I noticed when I was watching the interview was that the interaction is so natural that you sit there while you're talking and stroke her.
It's funny. I was on an airplane not too long ago and had her out on my lap, and people were coming up on the airplane wanting to know about her. And one person commented on that. I said, I know you notice you're still petting her. I said, I know exactly what's going on inside this robot, but it still makes me want to interact with her. I feel her move, and it makes me want to pet her just like a real dog, and that's really the key.
Yeah, that means you've accomplished the goal that you're going for. That you know exactly what's happening, and you still can't help yourself.
Exactly. So we there's a lot of science behind this, and it turns out that the hypothesis is that it stimulates positive changes in the brain's neural chemistry. And what's thought to be hardest at work is oxytocin.
Okay.
Oxytocin's known to reduce stress, reduce anxiety. It's fundamental to emotional bond formation, and it's a highly effective pain reliever. And so it's been well documented as humans interact with babies and interact with live animals. And so we're basically emulating a dog, which has been bred to emulate a baby, which is manipulating us into taking care of it. And in doing so, our brain gives us this wonderful reward neurochemical. And so we're an oxytocin stimulating product. And that's one of the reasons why the FDA route is so important to us, because we want to be able to help seniors with dementia wherever they are. About 3.2 million stays in U.S. hospitals by seniors with dementia each year, and a lot of really tough statistics about them. Double the length of stay on average of a senior without dementia.
Wow.
They're 1.5 times more likely to experience hospital harm while they're there. So if there's anything that we can do to help normalize that treatment relationship, we're going to be able to get them out sooner, get them healthier sooner, and just have a better quality of care experience.
Well, it's a fantastic goal, a lofty goal, and a great product. And it is with great pleasure that we present you with the CES
Thank you.
Best of the Best.
Thank you so much. That's so kind. Say thank you.
Well, thank you so much for coming back up.
Thank you.
And good luck with this, seriously.
Thank you so much. This is really great.
Absolutely.
All right.
All right, and as soon as just a moment. Marlo's going to come rejoin me up here for a few minutes as we... Oh, no, it's okay. Kirk wants to get a picture of us. Ooh. All right. All right, and absolutely. All right, it is hard to believe that CES 2025 is already over for us. Yeah, this one's his. It's hard to believe that it's already over, and it's also hard to believe that it has already been 6 months since it started. This week for us is so weird because it both feels like it goes way too fast and way too slow. Because physically it feels like we've been here for 6 months, and I guess emotionally it feels like we've been here for about an hour and a half. It's so weird, but yeah. You have been out on the floor a lot, so you've seen things that I haven't.
That's true. That's true. You know, I think I was just thinking about this before I stepped up to here. You remember back like 15 years ago when cell phones were all the rage?
Uh-huh.
And things were being layered on top of them, right?
Uh-huh.
And sooner or later we started to pick things that were apps and things like that, right? How many things won today that had artificial intelligence built into them?
I don't know.
I'd be curious, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Mine didn't.
Okay.
Don's, I don't know. I don't know if they're using
in Hover.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's AI built into that.
Okay.
Yep.
I think the exoskeleton is just doing motion detection.
Okay.
So probably about half.
Yeah. I mean, think about
that. Which is totally different than last year.
Yeah. Well, and you really think about it, it truly is just 2 years ago that ChatGPT came out.
Right.
And the world was introduced kind of officially to AI.
Certainly consumers.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's been around for a while. I mean, I have a robot that I played against in ping pong like 6 or 7 years ago,
Sure,
and that was the whole thing we talked about was how AI was creating that instance of being able to play. But I just think that even in the acceleration of everything that's going on in technology right now, AI being itself, we're not picking AI as winners. We're picking things that have AI in them now, which I think is interesting.
Because from a technology standpoint, AI by itself, who cares? Right. It's when it's implemented in an interesting way and in a productive way, because we've seen a lot of things that aren't.
Yep.
Oh, it's AI. It's just like, there's a there's a token.
Right.
Why?
Yep.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't care.
And it's kind of like the cell phone scenario back in the day, right? There was a time that we cared, and that time was longer than the AI time that we had. The AI time of AI itself being by itself like an award-winning thing is gone already. It's what you're layering on top of it now. It's really interesting, and there's so much here that has AI in it. It's just remarkable. That's my word of the week too. Remarkable. Yeah.
I think they're here. I think they actually use AI.
I believe they do. That's hilarious.
Oh,
that's
is that not what we're talking about?
But a lot of cool things on the floor too. I mean, my goodness, we did about 45 interviews straight up, which is, it might not seem like a lot, but that's a lot.
It is.
It's a lot.
It's a lot
because they're 8-minute interviews.
Yeah.
So it's a lot.
Because I remember us having, when we had the big team, PLUGHITZ Live, we had 2 or 3 camera teams. And we wouldn't hit 100 between here and Showstoppers and Unveiled.
Right.
With 2 floor teams, and we're Whoa.
And wore out, yeah. So, yeah, it's been, and never left the building.
Right.
We never left this building this year.
And
that's the other thing that's interesting.
I would say, and one of the things I find really interesting about that is we sent the new team members over to Central yesterday so they could see it.
Oh, yeah.
Because, shock and awe,
That's right.
And Aviva came back and says, okay, I get it. The booths are bigger. Right?
But not as much fun.
Right.
There's a couple things. I mean, I would have liked to have seen the cool cars. I always miss that, you know. The LG transparent television I wanted to see.
I am so in support of transparent LCD, and anywhere that it's being used, I have the one and only thermostat from Johnson Controls.
Interesting.
Because it was beautiful, and I wanted to support transparent LCD.
Yep.
I had Qi Wireless Power Consortium. I keep pointing over here when I talk about them because they're right over there.
Yes.
They've been friends of ours since they had a little booth, and they were showing how it worked, and nothing had Qi. I don't even think they had the name yet. It was just
and
the
look where
WPC.
it's at now. But the television is not cheap.
Yeah, of course not.
$50,000 for this television. But, in 3 years, it'll be $299 at Walmart.
Exactly.
That's how it works.
And, I love seeing the transparent LCD. There's, even here in Vegas, there are convenience stores that have replaced the glass doors on the coolers.
Right.
So that you can see prices and you can see information about what's in the cooler, which is a really cool idea. There's definitely uses for them, and I like supporting those technologies even before they're ready.
And I would say that,
which is what the Johnson Controls glass was.
Right.
But it's a gorgeous piece of equipment.
And there's no doubt that, like what you're talking about there, you put a couple cameras on those doors, and then AI takes over everything. You can just say, hey, that can of beer is $2.19, and it just shows up on the door now. This is exactly where this is going.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of stuff, the transparent glass, that stuff's happening over at the LVCC. But the stuff that's going to make it really interesting is what's happening here.
I agree with that.
And, we've always thought that the convention center is where it's happening. And up until recently, it's where it's been happening. And that's where all the media was. We have this great tower that CTA provides us. It's dual-sided. Over at Central Hall, the one over there is 6 or 8 wide.
Right.
North Hall, I think, is 4 wide. South Hall, I think, has 1. West Hall, I think, is 4 wide. We're the only one that's 2 wide, and that's because nobody wanted to be here. We're in the tower because we used to be down in the closet. And Linda came to me, what was it, 2017, 2018,
Sure.
and said to me, hey, nobody used one of the towers this year. I bet you can have it next year. And that was the same year that Todd said, I think I'm going to give up on the live show. It's just too much work. And I said, I'll take it over. And he says, really? Yeah. All right, it's yours. And I went back to Linda's office and said, hey, we'll take the tower next year. And because nobody wanted to be over here.
Yeah.
And now we're talking that next year this might not be only 2.
Oh.
They might have to add more because Fox News wants to be here most, if not all of the week.
Yeah, they're here
and
some
CNBC
of the time now.
Wants to be here most, if not all of the week, instead of just one day.
Yeah. Well, you can't even cover the new stuff in this building. You
can't cover the new stuff that we can see from here in one day.
Well, that is true. That is true. But we roamed the floor for 4 days. And I bet you anything, there's probably another 30 to 40 interviews that we would love to do in this building, and we didn't have time to get done.
Absolutely.
And we're just too tired to do them.
Yeah.
There's that too.
The Venetian is really becoming the place to be. And it's so funny because I talk about it almost every year. When Eureka Park started, it started where we used to come through security in this room here.
Yes, and
where the media room is.
And if you go one more year back, it was upstairs on the 3rd floor, and there was like maybe 20 or 30 booths.
Yep.
Then it got relegated down here, and we're like, oh my goodness, this is amazing. And now it's like all of downstairs. It's actually, you could say that these countries that have moved up here on the main floor are basically an extension of that too, because they all used to be in Eureka Park.
And so kind of what I think I understood when we were talking to the delegation from Ukraine, we had 4 or 5 companies from Ukraine today. Upstairs is their essentially graduated companies. So downstairs is the startups, and they're calling the ones upstairs their grown-up companies. which I think is a great.
It's a great idea.
It's a great name.
Yeah.
And a great idea.
Yeah.
So, Mosquito that started in Eureka Park is a big part of the reason why there is the grown-up pavilion upstairs.
Interesting.
Them and Drone UA. There were a couple of them.
I was really surprised to see the drones, Drone UA up here. Surprisingly, how did you go by their booth?
No.
Okay.
I have basically not left the blue carpet except to go tell a couple of companies that they won awards. Legitimately.
I have to admit, and I'm not the only one who thought this, that walking by the Ukraine pavilion up here, the grown-up companies that they have here now, and they have these significant drones sitting there. And I'm like, we all know there's this conflict going on, and the drone space is a big part of the conflict, and they're here at CES showing off their drones. It felt just kind of a little weird.
Yeah. Well, the thing that they're showing off in particular is that, during the conflict, these companies that started as startups are still
they're still here,
existing and still thriving despite everything that's going on.
Yes, which is great.
And in particular, a lot of his stuff is agricultural.
It is agricultural, yes.
And entirely designed and built in and with parts from Ukraine, which is a big thing because now they're not relying on parts from a country that is friends with their primary adversary, and who knows what those parts might look like when they receive them, right? If it's coming from China, I mean, there was the Supermax server issue 10 or 12 years ago where Apple received servers that had a chip in them that weren't supposed to be on the board because the manufacturer in China put it on.
Right.
Whoops.
Yep.
And it's probably where that iCloud leak came from all those years ago.
Yep.
Oops.
Yep.
So they're showing, hey, look, even with this conflict, we can still be self-sufficient.
It's really...
So I get what they're up to, but
it's just
drones in particular.
Yeah.
I was the one that did the interview. It was a really interesting, but I felt kind of fragile conversation to have.
It's just interesting, but you have to give them credit. I don't know how they pull that off. I mean, the conflict is pretty significant in Ukraine, and yet they still have these companies that are growing. They're putting supply chains together.
Yep, they're building whole manufacturing and supply chains
that might not be there tomorrow. That's the thing about it.
That's the thing, yeah.
So I don't know.
It truly is fascinating.
It is. It really is fascinating. So good for them for being here.
Absolutely.
It was great to see them. And I had a conversation with a couple of them, like the Mosquito. Had talked to them last year. Yeah. And there was.
It's always fun. Olga in particular. It's fun to watch that company progress.
Yes.
They've been on the show 3 or 4 times now, from having the prototype of the big one to now having the production version of the small one.
Right.
That's coming soon.
Let's get rid of those mosquitoes. I don't know how they benefit the planet except for bats. I don't know.
Enough. Yeah.
And I think the bats would adapt. I think they'd go find something else to eat.
I do suspect they would.
Yes. So I'm just saying, I just don't understand it outside of we won't get into malaria and all these other things that they spread around, But anyway,
she and I did instead.
Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for
Absolutely.
the invite again this year. I had a
Good
blast.
to have you back. We missed you last year.
I feel a lot lighter with a lot less hair in my head. I'm still adjusting to this. I don't think I've ever had this little hair in my head since maybe when I was a baby. I don't know, but it's weird to me. It's certainly cooler.
Sure. For better or worse.
I've noticed that I just feel cooler. And I have a little more spring in my step, so...
Be careful.
Warning Alice over here, yes.
Well, before we go, obviously there's a number of people we have to thank. There's a lot of people that you cannot see that are how this happens. Obviously, Adam and Kirk, who have been running the board all week.
Absolutely. Kudos, you guys.
Yeah, for
Fantastic job.
My mom, Nancy, Alice, who have been up here with guests. False. I don't do much. False. you're up here talking to guests as they're coming and going to Xerxes and Aviva, who have been running downstairs.
Yep.
And then Brandy and Tracy, who are partners of ours, who both brought themselves out here to volunteer and help us out. And of course, Dawn. Without Dawn, we would have to be awake and going to be on air earlier than either of us would like to be.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Thank you, Dawn.
So, and then a huge team that's not up here or even in Vegas with us that help put all of this together. And then, of course, the CTA and everybody involved in the CTA, because they provide all of this for us, the tower, the infrastructure, internet, power, security.
All of it.
I mean, I think back to our North Hall days. We were paying for internet and power and security and the
all
booth
of it,
and all of that.
Yeah.
And now they provide us with the booth. And of course, we can't talk about the CTA without talking about Linda. Because legitimately, this doesn't happen without her. So thank you to Linda, the CTA, and everybody involved. Thank you so much. And Todd, who originally put all of this together. This format is his, this team is his, and it's the first time in 15 years he's not here. And it's so weird.
It is weird. He's just smiling in the Philippines watching us right now. That's all there is to it.
Thank
you know, and your mom, by the way, you know, has a new career. Did you hear this?
Uh-oh. What did she get herself into now?
Oh, she's gunning for your job.
Oh, okay. I heard all of that both times. I really enjoyed listening to that.
She's actually pretty good on the air.
She is.
Yeah, it was fun to talk to her.
I would have expected nothing else.
Well, I guess that's true, right? Yeah, it is your mother after all.
Indeed.
Yeah. So, all right.
Well, with
it's been
that,
fun.
that does it for us at CES 2025. Thank you to all of you who have been watching. Our viewership this year has been leaps and bounds above even what it was last year. So thank you, X. Thank you, people on Twitter. You've been like 70% of our viewership this year, which is not what I was expecting.
Yeah, that's great.
So every penny of what PLUGHITZ Live paid for a year of X Pro or whatever it's called seems to have been worth it. So
I guess there's one other person that we're supposed to thank.
Oh.
Thank you, Scott, for all the hard work of putting this together. This is quite magnificent, what you have done.
It's
with or without Todd.
it's been a lot of work, and you know when he handed me the keys to the kingdom a number of years ago, there was a lot of pressure because you know it's our brand, but it's Raw Voice, you know, and we represent Todd and his brand, and it's always scary when you do that.
Yeah.
And so I was definitely nervous, but you know he let us run with it, and I think we've continued the show and made it bigger and better, and I like what we've done.
There's no doubt that this is the best CES ever. So, I think so.
I agree.
Yeah, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think that does it for us.
All right.
Because now we have to tear this thing down.
Let's go eat and sleep. I'm all for that.
Agreed. But unfortunately, we can't do that until we tear all this down.
No.
So, on behalf of the entire TPN staff, those that are here this year and those that are not, thank you for watching, and we will see you back in 2026.